People, how are you? It is another Saturday Night Live. Yes. And we're doing this all over again. We're going to go here. I'm going to be here for a few hours tonight, people. I figured I'd go with another vertical broadcast. I usually like these vertical broadcasts. Occasionally, they work out okay. And I just thought I'd try something different. I have one watching. Hello there, one watching, whoever that might be. Good to see you there. And so, yes, so like I said before, as far as brain salad surgery, I talked about that before. That I used that opening monologue for Emerson Lincoln Palmer. And it got me thinking, though, what a great album title, Brain Salad Surgery. And it seems as though INFJ personality types have their own version of brain salad surgery through the course of their life anyway. It seems as though, we go into our isolation zones, when we have to heal and we try to dissect our mind, pull it apart bit by bit. I'm talking psychologically, of course. Yeah. And we try to piece together exactly how our mind is working, how it functions. And it seems to be a pattern through the course of our life. So, in a sense, I guess it's very fitting that that's what it is. It's brain salad surgery, I guess you could call that. Okay, we have a couple of hellos out there. Telly Ho from Atlanta, how are you? And Echo the got the Echo the goat. Hey, that's interesting. Hello there. Yes, so we're getting started here. It is I did announce it would be a 7 o'clock broadcast tonight, and we're going at it. We're here. And I can see things are starting to pile in. Yeah, there's people coming on in here. So I have open lines, and we will talk about. Listen, I try to be as interactive as possible, people. We like to talk about things that concern our lives. In other words, I like to address a lot of the introverted, intuitive types. I like to occasionally like to get that adjusted here a little bit. I like to occasionally just try to adjust some of the topics and things that concern us, things that we can learn from, grow from, adapt from, that kind of thing. Okay, I got them coming in here. ID Hi from Canada. AD Hi Dome. Okay, where are you from? Where am I from? I am from New Hampshire. I am in the wonderful state of New Hampshire in the northeast part of the United States. And I see it says you're from Canada. Vamp Fox, good morning and good evening. Hello, Vamp. How you doing there? It's 7 o'clock my time. Usually I see you a little later, but I'm glad to see you now, Vamp. How are things going down under? Down under and over, way down there in Australia. Hopefully things are going well for you. That's awesome. Yeah. So but bottom line is uh, unknown person. What are your thoughts on India, on the India government? Uh, that's a little bit of a random thought there. I really don't have any knowledge on what's going on with the Indian government. I would imagine India. I really don't know what you're pertaining to, so I really don't want to comment on things. But honestly, this show is not. I try not to get too political here. Sometimes I can't help myself, but I try to keep the topics more about self help and about self awareness and basically about our mind, understanding the way our mind functions. That's mainly what we're all about here. Okay. This is the INFJ Experience. That's the name of this program. My name's Tom Omega, and typically I like to cover those topics. Okay. So, I'm seeing a lot of different names come up though. I guess the algorithm, because sometimes when I go vertical like this, the algorithm changes, and I get a lot of different people in here that I've never seen before. So it throws me off just a little bit, but that's good in a way. That's why I do that. I'm always trying to encourage new people on in here as well. Okay, well, so so I had some interesting revelations this week, and I'm gonna try to get into a little bit of a monologue, a couple of them. I mean, sometimes I spend a lot of time trying to figure out myself, so I can figure out our type. This INFJ personality type, as you know, it's a difficult one to figure out. And of course, I've been reading up a lot on Carl Jung and his findings as well. The guy was fascinating. He spent most of his life, I mean, all of his experiences came from him. What he had revealed within himself, his own self discoveries, is what he discovered about himself. And of course, he worked with many empaths, many intuitive types through the course of his career. And also, of course, he encountered many of these types, so he learned a great deal from the intuitive mind as well, and of course the empath mind. And yeah, that's so. Now it seems as though I think we do that mostly all our life. I mean, I know I have been, and especially since I've discovered this MBTI and discovered my type, it seems as though I can't really escape that anyway. That seems to be the way my mind works as far as that goes. Okay, so I am going good. Okay, awesome, Vamp. Rude boots, rude boots. Why aren't penguins miking? They got the colors. They need to go to work. Is that a joke? Was that what was that? I'm not. What? Why aren't? Okay, I'm not sure what that was. Penguins. They need to go to work. Not sure what that means. Unless that's something I'm not sure. Was Carl Jung an intuitive? Oh yeah, he had to have been. He studied a lot of his. I believe it's been said he was an INFJ. I mean, he was at least an introverted intuitive, and he spent most. He was introverted. He spent a lot of his time up in his cabin up in the Swiss Alps and things like that. He spent a lot of time in seclusion himself. So much of what he discovered within the mind of the intuitive was his own findings. So yes, he absolutely was an intuitive. So Tally Ho, I do believe I've seen that name here before. So that's a new one to me. I mean, not new. I've seen you before. That's good. So but bottom line is I had a lot of sometimes I do my best thinking when I'm working, when I'm trying to just do my task. And it seems like that's been the way I've been my all my life. When I'm in the process of trying to focus on my job, ironically, my mind tries to start pulling me into very deep introspective zones, if you know what I mean. And it always seems when I'm trying to keep on task, do my job, stay on track, stay on schedule, I start thinking about things. Yeah, I really do. And that's what seems when my mind goes the most. How do you stay healthy and young? How do I stay healthy and young? I just live my life, I guess. I work hard for a living. I try to eat good food. Listen, I don't eat perfect. I mean, I don't go running. I'm not going to say I go to the gym 14 hours a day. I don't do any of that. I try to eat pretty good. I just try not to eat obviously bad food. I stay away from fried foods, really salty foods. There's certain foods I won't touch, donuts, pastries, things like that. I mean, I'm not a perfect specimen or anything, but hey, that's all. And I don't know. I think a lot of times just my life itself, the way I live my life, I work hard for a living. And I just stay young, I guess. Hi, Tom. INFJs age backwards. Yes, that's been said that INFJs do. Yeah, it's something about not that they age backwards. They they don't age. They don't look their age. They really don't. They for some reason, and it just seems as though you take somebody the same age and side by side comparison, and they look 15 years younger. They just don't look old. They don't look haggard. Now, the thing is, INFJs have had a hard life. I mean, listen, INFJs, you know yourself. You know what kind of a life we've had. INFJs have had a very difficult life. I'm talking internally, spiritually, emotionally. We've had a very difficult life, and it's something we could not have avoided. And through the course of that, I think honestly, you would think we would have aged because of it. It would have taken more out of us, and it would have just made us haggard from the stress we've been under internally. But it has a negative effect. It has not a negative effect, excuse me. It has a backward effect. It has an effect where it almost just kind of preserves us in a sense. Yeah, all that stress almost does something. It preserves us, keeps us looking young for whatever reason. I look 20 years younger than most of my age. I believe it. I absolutely believe it because that's just it seems as though that's a trend. That's a common thing. Now, when I first started discovering what the MBTI type was, it's funny you mention that, is that's exactly what happened. I just I started hearing certain characteristics of INFJs. Of course, remember about the stare and about how we need isolation and we need solitude. And then they said that they never seem to look their age. I thought, oh my gosh, all these things started hitting me. I'm like, it's like sometimes you just realize you're a walking embodiment of what they're talking about. Yeah, so many. Psychic vampires. Okay. So yeah, the psychic vampires. Yeah, they're out there. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Carl Jung used to talk about them as well. I mean, some of the people that that's what they do. I mean, they prey on people's psychology, cyclically. Oh, I think I just said that wrong there. That's so how old are you? Okay, Robin Banks, you're asking how old I am. Hey, let's do a poll. Hey, take a guess. How old is this guy? Let's do a poll. Come on, guess. Now listen, I've told people my age before, but if you can remember, just throw a guess out there. All right. See who gets it closest. All right. Let's do that. Guess how old this guy is. All right. Yeah. All right. Like you throw a what balloon at the guy with at the circus with his faces in there, try to hit him. You try to hit him. Well, at this time, try to guess my age. 45, 62. I would say 60. Okay. All right. I'm not fooling anybody, am I? You're right in the ballpark there. You would say 60. I'm 61. So you got it between Greg and Tally Ho. You get it right in the middle. One said 60, 62. There you go. So 61. I haven't done that test for so long. I've gotten two different ones, and after a while, they test those tests actually valid too, like recognized. Oh, I'm talking about the MBTI test. They're talking about that one. Oh, okay. Yeah, I usually test every so often, every 6 months or so. I just like to. Oh, based on your 1965 and your name. Yeah, you kind of guess that's probably what I'm basing that as the year I was born. Yeah, okay. See, you weren't just looking. You were piecing things together. You were gathering all the information that you had available, and you saw the behind the scenes. I know how your mind works. That's good. It's clever. Uh, so, but what was I talking about? Yeah, no, I mean, it's good to test every so often. I just do it now because I started this channel. I wanted to be current. I want to make sure because I always question myself too. Sometimes I'm always questioning whether or not I'm authentically this type or not. And I think we all do that. Sometimes we question. But the thing is, I've done this many times where I question, okay, question your type. Now all of a sudden, I start listening to these other types, okay, all these other types and their characteristics and how they are. And I never match up. I don't have anything in common with the other ones, okay, even close. I mean, some are kind of close, but the only one that really nails it is this one, is INFJ. And that's how I narrow it down. So definitely you keep changing too. Definitely you keep changing too. Can you change? Can your type change? Um, I do not believe your type can change. You're going to remain whatever type you have. It's a preference that you have. I don't believe you can go from being a feeler to a thinker. Although you are a logical and feeler at the same time. Rarely do people turn introverted from an extrovert. Either you're one or the other. Usually you find a preference that you stay with. But do you fine tune as you get older? Yes, you change within yourself. Your type will not change, but you will change because you grow wise. Your wisdom, your life experiences, and all your accumulated knowledges through your life. Obviously, everything changes because you become wise about things. So you change in that way. So yes, you're not the same as you were 20 years ago, 30 years ago, because you've learned things, you've evolved things. So yes, you change in that way, but your type never changes. You're always going to remain an INFJ if you are one. Okay. But I'm going to say one thing. just knowing my own experience, I think the INFJ personality type in general, the fact that we the fact that as we grow, as we evolve, I think we do better. We fare much better as we age and as we get better, as we grow older, I should say. I think this is our glory times of our life as we grow older. Okay, I'm only saying that because that's my experience here. Okay, I've got a lot of comments here. Okay, uh, that's why in hospital the question keeps asking, "What's the last 2 weeks you had experienced?" Oh, all right, that's true. Went from extreme introvert to an extrovert. Robin Williams went from an extreme introvert to an extrovert. Okay. Um, he was I'm not sure what his MBTI type was. I know he was a very I he I his you know what his comedic way of doing things was actually him. He had nervous energy about him. This is what I'm going to read about him. He was the type. His nervousness came out into being funny, and he animated himself. He started talking faster when he was nervous, and I think that's a common occurrence sometimes. And he was a living embodiment of that. When he got tense, when he got he became extroverted in a sense. He got that way as a coping mechanism. All right. I think he said that in so many ways, but if you notice, every time he was in an interview on TV, he never got out of character. He would always try to be the funny guy constantly. He would always do his impressions and his voices, even in just, regular interviews. Now, I saw right through that. I said, this guy is constantly like, you could tell he's nervous. He's on edge. He's always like in a state of, like I said, like anxiety. And that's his way of like reverting. That's his way of like coping, was that way. Yes, I believe that we chameleon on a lot. I've always wondered if that's like wearing a mask. Okay. Why do I kind of like being here? LOL. I'm 29. Why do you kind of like being here? When you say like being where, I'm talking to Kara. How are you? It says you like being here. Now, when you say being here, you mean like on this live broadcast or just being in this world? I mean, where exactly is here? Okay. But if you like being here, it's because it's just the energy you get from this environment. I like to think that this live broadcast is going to be helpful. I try to make sure it's helpful. Yes, on your live show. Maybe it's just the energy you get. I just try to be myself. I just try to talk off the cuff, and that's all. And maybe you're just feeling those good vibes. All right. If you have any kind of empathy, you probably know that. Empathy. Sometimes you can see empathy through telephone lines too. You can see it right through the television screen, or you can hear voices transmitted through like microphones. I mean, empathy works typically when you're in a close proximity to other people, usually within 12 feet. A lot of times we pick up the vibes, we pick up certain things when we're in immediate contact with people within proximity. In fact, I've had a YouTube short called The Proximity Connection. But also, I think that we can also we can also detect empathy, I think, through seeing people on television screens. Like, for example, if I really get upset right now and I started crying right now, and if you had empathy, you'd probably start crying too, just seeing me do that, even though I'm on the television screen. You see what I mean? So we do have that ability. Okay, so you're just feeling it right through the television, right to your phone screen, I should say. Okay. Good evening, Tom. Hey, 357 Magnums out there. INV. We get the Magnum out there. How are you, Magnum? Feel the force, Magnum force. Okay, that was my Clint Eastwood impression. Yeah. But I'm just going to tell you a little bit. I was thinking, as I told you before, as I work, I think a lot. I go very introspective when I'm working. And last night, as I was working, I had this whole monologue of something I wanted to say, basically about our personality, about who we are, and why it is. Now, I'll just tell you a little bit, like why I believe we have so much in us going on. We have through the course of our life, of course, we have confusion. We also have sadness, loneliness, depression. There's times in our life where we go through this. And of course, as you know, we're introverts. We need our alone time. But of course, we have that extroverted feeling when we want connections. So sometimes we feel as though we're tugged between two worlds, between two drives, always. Okay. And so what happens is, what I'm going to say is that one of the main things that drives us, that brings us confusion, is the fact that we don't conform to the world. We're nonconformists. You see, this world, as it is built, and all through human history, it seems as though we are always being changed, indoctrinated, culturalized into whatever culture that we're from. Now, if I was born in, let's say, Czechoslovakia, I mean, I'd be speaking whatever language was common there. I mean, it's just because I would be around it. And whatever was current and whatever was fashionable in Czechoslovakia, I'd be doing, okay? But here I'm in the United States. So I speak a certain way, I dress a certain way. I mean, I am surrounded by certain things within my environment, okay? Now, I think that most personality types, extroverted sensing types, now I'm not saying this exclusively. I think a lot of people are malleable. A lot of your extroverted types, or most personality types, are malleable. In fact, what I mean by that is whatever they're taught, whatever they're indoctrinated to, whatever they are culturalized into, they hold, they become, they change into, and they just accept what it is that they are being molded into. A majority of people are like this. Now, I'm going to say that introverted intuitives, especially INFJs, aren't like that. A lot of our conflict, a lot of our angst in our growing up in our life comes from the fact that we are basically going against our grain. Okay? I mean, you take a planer and you go against the wood and it doesn't cut. It skips and it's rough and it's just a rough cut. But if you go with the plane, it cuts the smooth, it cuts smoothly. You see what I mean? So in a sense, psychologically, we go against the grain because we've been propagandized, we've been culturalized, we've been indoctrinated, and we've just been raised a certain way that sometimes goes against the fabric of our intellect, the fabric of our spirit, our soul. Okay? And INFJs, I'm going to tell you right now that we are not the type to be malleable. Most of the population is that way. We're not like that. So as we're growing up, as we're trying to develop, it conflicts because we're like alone in the world. We're basically very much outnumbered as well. So now you start trying to put a square peg into a round hole, pardon the pun, and that would be the INFJ, okay? And so this is one of the reasons why small talk drains us, to why energy, why groups of people drain us, why we prefer to be alone, because we're trying to get out of the culturalization. We wanted to separate ourselves from people, from small talk, from draining people. I think in general, people don't drain us, but it's the wrong people. Most of the people that we're dealing with are people that are basically asleep. When people are indoctrinated, when people are molded and malleable into the world that they're from, it's like they're unconscious. They're just acting out. It's like you're almost hypnotized. And we're picking up these energies, and for some reason, it's conflicting with us. So it drains us. So we distance ourselves. We start becoming introverted because we want to get out of the madness of the insanity of culture itself. Yeah. Now, I know this sounds a little deep, but I think this is one of the reasons why, because we are not malleable. We are not the type to change. So this always conflicts. Okay. Now, Carl Jung also said that, we have we're geared toward authentication. Okay. We authenticate, we individualize in our life. And we do reach a certain point in our life. Every human does. We all do. We try to individualize and authenticate ourselves. Well, we want to become the real people that we were intended to be. So now we have to unlearn, unprogram what we were, what we lived in from the start of our life. And so a lot of that's where the pain comes from. This is where the deprogramming comes from. Now, every human being goes through this. Okay, INFJs, we go through it different. We're very introspective, so that's why we feel it deeper. We feel the pain of it. because we're introspective. We feel it. And a lot of times I think some of your other types take these changes of these authentication changes, and they have their midlife crises. Yeah, these are their changes. This is how they manifest to certain types. So instead of introspecting, instead of reflecting inward, they reach outward for more stimulation, more excitement. They start spending their money. They start reverting back to doing things as if they were, let's say teenagers again. They start taking long trips and expensive trips, trying to get away, trying to travel. Okay. So, but basically, that's what I wanted to say. But see, that's what I mean. Just in the course of last night, I kept thinking, it's like I was trying to come up with the fundamental reason why INFJs have so much confusion, especially early on in our life. And these are one of them right there. These are some of the core of them right there. But this is what brings us into isolation. This is why we're always driven to solitude, is the fact that we can't be changed. We're not malleable. We're not the conformist type. Our introspection and our inner code is strong within us, very strong within us. And we listen to that inner guide. But even sometimes we don't know this. Sometimes we haven't figured it out yet. We haven't quite figured ourselves out yet. We just know that we're fighting against something. Something isn't quite right. The way the world is, the way we've been conditioned, culturalized, does not seem to be proper. It's not our authentic selves. So like I said, it conflicts with our whole psyche, with our mind, with our processing, and it causes us a lot of confusion. Now, as we start to understand ourselves, as we start to have these realizations with ourselves, finally, this is when we start healing. Just having the awareness as to how that is what is the cause. This is the root cause as to why we are who we are. Okay. Now, this is when your healing can begin. It's just having a realization to know that, okay, this is what's causing that. Okay. This is one of the things that came to me last night. All right. Well, I see a lot of square peg in a round hole. I never. Okay. Let me just read some of your comments here. It's always wondering if that was like wearing a mask. Robin, Robin Bank. Yes, you're right. Tom Petty grabbed his arm once and Johnny Cash to mellow him. Back in the day, they called him geeking. Oh, you're talking about Robin Williams? Oh, I was talking about that earlier, right? Yeah. Yes, I'm a rebel. I have a rebel gene. Yeah, tally ho. Vamp. Yep. Yep, we got 50. Okay. Tally ho. I never got married because the whole ceremony gave me the ick. Oh, just the ceremony, huh? Yes, okay, square peg. Sheeple. Yes, Greg, that's what it is. Basically, most people are sheeple. Exactly. Most people, a good majority of people are malleable, and I think deep down, INFJs, we know this about ourselves, okay? I mean, I think in a lot of ways we know this already. Sometimes we just don't quite have the words to put in there, but this is one of the reasons what's causing all of our angst through the course of our life. And this is what pulls us inward. So many time after time, we need to separate ourselves. We go into our bunker zones, as I call them, our monk modes, and we need to retreat within ourselves. Maybe a heartbreak, maybe infidelity, something caused us, something hurt us deeply. Maybe a death in the family, something causes us to revert inward. But no, we don't seek therapy. We don't seek a psychiatrist. Well, maybe some of you do. I mean, I don't think typically we do. A lot of people do that. They go for therapy, right? They go to see a therapist. And the therapy tries to talk them off the ledge, kind of thing. And sometimes the therapy recommends they take these antidepressants. Here, take these pills to alter your mind so it just doesn't fire as well. I don't believe that's not the right answer. How is it? But this is how we're told to cope with our life. INFJs, I don't know. I think we cope differently. We just revert inward. We disappear. We isolate. We go within ourselves, and we start not talking as much. We kind of almost like revert inward, like a shell, like a clam closing up in a sense. I mean, psychologically, that is. And how many times have we done that in our course of our life? People, I can't begin to remember. I don't know. But it's been many, many times. Maybe sometimes it's a few days here and there. Maybe it's like a 6 days. Sometimes it's weeks, depending on the amount, the severity of the hurt that you're going through. Yeah. Your audio is gone. Are you sure? Somebody says my audio is gone. What happened? You can't hear me? Let me see.
People, I can't begin to remember. I don't.
This is a sound check.
But it's been many, many times. You know, maybe sometimes it's a few days.
I'm doing a sound check right now. I hear it.
6 days.
All right. So what might be going on, Tally Ho, is I'm on a different microphone. I'm not on the same microphone I had because I'm going vertical today. I'm just going on the phone microphone. And I figure since I'm sitting close to it, I'm talking into the phone. I figure it's going to pick up most of the audio, if that's what you. He is trolling. Oh. Okay, so you're breaking up. Was I? Okay. I'm fine here. Audio is fine. Oh, okay. All right, so Vamp, so I'm doing all right. I just did another sound check. I sounded fine on my own sound check, so I thought that's going up all right. It must be on your end, Tally Ho, if your audio's gone. I mean, everybody else seems to be doing all right. You might want to check your own system, okay? Excuse me. All right, so Vamp, that's good to see you. I'm fine here. Okay, audio is fine. Must be me. Yeah, must be exactly. Oh, you're back. So something must have happened on your end then. Oh, so but that's basically some of the now. I only just covered a little bit of the surface with that little bit of what I just said. Now my mind goes so much deeper, so much like deeper and like. I mean, that's only I scratch the surface when I try to describe what my mind talks about, but that's basically what it is. Jethro here. Oh, somebody's looking for Jethro. Sandra Scully looking for Jethro. No, I do not believe I've seen Jethro yet. Yeah, he's now got his own station. By the way, he's just got his own channel. He just started about a week ago called Personality Pill. Yeah, and he's now that's actually how he's going to come up here on the channel as well. When his name comes up on the handle, it'll be that. It'll say the Personality Pill is what he comes up as. So I heard that depth is unlimited. You heard the depth is now. When you say you heard the depth is unlimited, now, if you should know the depth of your own mind. Now, are you talking about the INFJ introspection that I'm talking about? Because yes, it is very deep, but so, like I said, I mean, there's only so much that you can translate it into words as to what you're trying to say and how deep it goes. I mean, actually, our words are limited onto how describing the depth of some of the things that go on in that introverted, intuitive mind as well. It's a very fascinating place. I mean, it's a strange place. It's full of all these, like I said, these kind of abstract images and pixels and things and memories thrown together in there. But yeah, but it has its function. It has its function. I was actually seeing a video about Carl Jung. I've been watching these Carl Jung videos lately, just trying to learn up a little bit more on what he talked about, what he thought, how he came up to some of his conclusion. And this video basically said that Carl Jung could not quite map out exactly what the introverted, intuitive thinking was. Even it baffled him exactly what it was. He tried to piece it and map it together the best way he could, but even he said it was so erratic. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't have anything rational about it at all. It's irrational, but at the same time, it's a gathering. And it pieces together patterns, almost subconsciously, and it's constantly working. I believe it actually works in our sleep. I'm almost convinced that even in our unconsciousness, I'm talking about sleep. It's still going. It's still trying to connect patterns. Now, is it different? Maybe in the REM cycle, because I know the REM cycle, creates different realities. Because I know when I sleep, typically we think we're almost, now half the time I don't remember my dreams, but while we're in a situation of sleep in the REM cycle, though, as we're dreaming, of course, there are moments where we think it's our reality. We think we're in the dream. And I mean, I wake up and sometimes I think I'm actually relieved that wasn't it. That wasn't reality. Okay. So we do know that it does become our own reality at some point. But I I can't prove it exactly, but I think that the introverted intuition, though, I think even in subconscious, even in our sleep, it's still working behind the scenes, almost like I said, subconsciously. It's always running for some reason. Uh, my reason, no rhyme, scary, accurate. Uh, what club? What club are you from? Mix 6 and 7. Hello there, Mix 6 and 7. That's a brand new name. What club are you from? Are you talking about the? Are you talking about this station? This is the INFJ Experience. If that's what you're asking about, we talk about the MBTI types, in particular, introverted, intuitive minds, and things like that. If that's what you're asking for. But that's a new name, Mick. And and introduce you to the channel, I should say. Okay. No reason, no rhyme. That song is from Lady Gaga, the movie about depth. Oh, okay. I'm 16 miles. Hey, we got Frog Pond School in the ranks here. 16 miles south of Joplin. Joplin, where is Joplin? I'm not sure what happened here. Okay, big storm where. All right, there you go. But yeah, but that's I guess so. Carl Jung himself actually did say that the introverted intuitive mind was actually so deep even to him that he couldn't even figure out basically what it was. He had a hard time actually, and he tried his hardest to map it out to try to figure out what it was just in his own introversion. Now that makes you know he was an introvert. Only an introverted intuitive mind could actually see that. Because if you try to ask, now everybody has introverted intuition to an extent. Okay, all the 16 personalities do. Extroverted sensing types have introverted intuition. It's just their least dominant function. It's their inferior functions. Now they do have it, and they can be intuitive at times. But I mean, typically their sub their shadow functions to them. They're not in the forefront, but they are able to do that. I mean, each and every one of the other personality types can do all the other functions. It's just not a preference that they rely on. I mean, like us, we could be extroverted sensor types if we want, but it takes a lot of our energy to think about it. Okay, I mean, we can, but I mean, if we start living extroverted, though, typically it's our shadow function, though. If we start living that way. But I know when I have to like do a task, do a job or something, I have to really focus my energy on making sure I pay very close attention. But I can't turn off the mind. Usually I'm always pulled back into the thoughts. My introverted intuition, my introverted thinking is always pulling in and it starts distracting me. So I'm sure we understand what that is. It takes a lot of forethought, excuse me, to really pull ourselves back in, stay focused. I was born an INFJ. Are we born an INFJ, or do we develop this in childhood? Um, I've been asked this question before. I have my very own theories about that. It seems to be that conventional thinking is that we've developed this in childhood. That we had a traumatic. You see, the INFJs themselves, I, we as we as our type, just our type, is a type that is basically developed from trauma, from childhood trauma. Um, the trauma is not necessarily, I mean, it may not be trauma like, violent trauma. It doesn't have to be necessarily that. I think it's more of a neglected trauma. It's a trauma basically on, in fact, all of us say that we were basically left alone. We were left alone to our own devices. And maybe we had a broken home, maybe we had a broken family, or maybe we just had parents that were not present in our life. And when we needed some kind of comfort, when we needed some kind of an answer, we weren't given these answers. So we turned inward. This is where this is conventional thinking, is that it was the fact that we were traumatized for that. Yes. So yes, so that seems to be the conventional thinking. But if you look at all the all the telltale signs of childhood trauma and what they manifest as, the INFJ is has almost all of the traits. Okay, I mean the fact that we're very hyper, in as far as like hyper independent. Now this hyper independence that we have, you could say that's a good thing. There's nothing wrong with being independent, being able to take care of yourself. But the thing is that we had to grow up quick. Our hyper independence came with the fact that we had to take care of ourselves at a young age, and we had to rely on our own instincts and our own, um, let's say, malice within our life in order to basically survive. I mean, we had to navigate our own lives early on as children, so we became so hyper independent, and also our trust issues are the same way. Our trust issues are the fact that yes, I mean we at some point were deceived or lied to, or just the fact that we couldn't depend on our parents or a caregiver, gave us the trust issues. So if you look at a lot of our conditions through the course of who we are and some of our deep-rooted psychologies, all of them are because of childhood traumas since I was very young. Yeah, Greg, do you remember anything yet? Oh, uh, possible extraterrestrial. I'm just reading some of your comments. Looks like you're talking a lot between yourselves, though. No, so anyway, but I do have a theory too. I think, as much as I'd like to say, I think it's childhood trauma. I mean, I still think that there's a possibility it could be hereditary. But the only thing is with that, and I've said this before, is the fact that there's really no way to prove, if it is hereditary. I don't believe there's any way of actually looking at the DNA, let's say, strains, the DNA, whatever it is. What do they call that thing? The chain, the DNA chain, the whole spiral thing, and all those chromosomes that are in there. I don't think you can actually identify. There's no way to prove what chromosomes are what. And being that it's an action, it's a personality trait. I don't think you can actually prove if those are transmitted onto the offspring in any way. Usually, it can't be. Now we can prove, of course, the physical manifestations can be proven for DNA. Some of them, even like voice patterns, hair patterns, skin color, eye color, height, weight, body proportion, things like that. All those things, those are all passed on to families, and that's an easy one because we can see it for our own eyes when we look like our parents. But now, if it is possible, if there is some kind of possibility that personality traits are passed down, I don't think that they're provable, and that's one of the reasons that I think they are reluctant to conclude that for that very reason. There, okay, okay. We should be able to uh, uh, biolocate. What does that mean? uh, I identify as a Celt and a Gaelic, Scottish, and Irish. Tally ho. Okay. Identify as, huh? All right. Yeah, but those are some good questions, though. That's basically what I think about it myself. I mean, but then you do hear stories about families having like multiple INFJs, for instance, siblings and parents and things like that. You do hear about that, whereas more than one sibling turning out that way. So, but so it's a speculation. But bottom line is, I've also said this too, is the fact that INFJs being the way they are, we're very much a lone wolf type. We're solitary people. And sometimes relationships to INFJs are very difficult. This is one of the things we're cursed with. I mean, as much as we'd like to, find love, find romance, find somebody, I mean, it can happen. But how we maintain it, now, how we maintain these things within ourselves, that's where it gets to be the difficulty. Because sometimes, I mean, because of our empathetic nature, because of the way we piece things together and the way because we're extroverted feelers, we give a lot of our heart, and as we give our heart, it leaves it more open, and as it's more open, it's more vulnerable, and that vulnerability allows our heart to be damaged uh, so much. And being that that's just who we are, that's just the way our nature is. And so when we're involved with somebody romantically, usually it takes a lot out of us. It takes a tremendous amount of our energy out of us. So it's tough for us to maintain relationships as well. But bottom line is, I guess my point is that a lot of times INFJs stay single, don't get married, don't have long-term relationships. Sure, some do, some do. I mean, I'm not. There's always exceptions to every rule, but on average, it's not like that. So if they are such a low percentage wise in the world, if there's only 1 to 2% INFJs in the world because of that, then that would make sense as to why the genes aren't being passed on, because they're not really passing them on. Okay, so INFJs are like that. So that would be an argument as to possibility of hereditary. Okay, for that reason as well. But again, it's things you can't prove. They only want to, if science only wants things that are provable, absolutely provable. Okay, but those are speculations. Okay, we have been all down there, all been down that path. Okay, what path we talking about, Vamp? What I was just talking about, the whole relationship path you're talking about. uh, I do think it might be passed on by parents, but I suppose it just have an open mind and think it's possible. Yeah, I do too. Listen, I believe it too. I think it's a good possibility. I just again, it's something that can't really be proven. But I hear so many of you, and I've talked to a lot of you out there that said that your mother was a 9FJ, or your parents. You've had grandparents or like cousins you could tell that had similar personality traits. So it runs in families. It definitely does run in families, close families. So that's what gives me the idea that it is. Exactly. Hey, listen, my own mother. I can't prove it. She's passed on, but I think my mother was an INFJ. So she raised me. And I just, after finding out what the MBTI was, she was already passed away. But just my memories of who she was. I mean, she seemed to have all the traits. She really did. And even some of my older brothers had stories about my mother. And yeah, so I just believe she could have been. Well, I actually think she was, just knowing what I remember about her. That's all. But now I have boundaries with my empathy. Oh, okay, being empathetic to friends. Okay, empathy equals weakness. Uh, I don't know if that necessarily is the right. Listen, um, empathy has to be developed. Tally ho. Now, empathy it can equal weakness if you have an undeveloped, or if you are, let's say, naive to your ability. And a lot of times, I think early on in our life, we are exactly that. We are oblivious to our own empathy, and this is because we might have been the kids that cried very easily. We might have seen somebody else crying, or we seen somebody else break down, or we entered a situation without not even knowing it, and we were absorbing these energies. Maybe we would and it affected our whole day. It affected us. We might have gone into a room or something, and somebody else was feeling angry or tense and things, and we did. We picked it up on it, and we couldn't figure out. Now we thought it was our own reaction. This is the weakness part of it. I'll say, if you're talking about it being in a weakness that way, I would say yes, you're absolutely correct. But this is an early naive empathy. Empathics early in their life are this way, and it's up to us to develop. And obviously, we have to grow wise. We have to just get thick skin through the course of our life, and we have to figure out that's what we are. And sometimes it causes us a lot of heartbreaks and a lot of sadness until we figure ourselves out, until we fine tune our empathy. But once we've mastered our empathy, and now as we start to integrate our shadow with our empathetic side, and we start developing that cold side to us. I mean, we just allow just enough of a coldness within our spirit just enough to preserve us, to protect us. That's the integration, just enough to get us to start being more, you know, just slightly bit selfish. So we're not giving our heart anymore. This is when you start developing your empathy, and it starts. You start developing as a tool, as your greatest weapon. Now, not saying a weapon is destruction. I mean just as a way of just understanding the world, understanding people around you, understanding the world around you by feeling things, and using also your empathy plus with understanding pattern recognition. It's almost like you start mastering the art of human nature in a sense, and you can start picking up patterns, and usually you're pretty well right. And this is a way of, now this is not weakness at that point. This is actually a highly developed strength. Okay, so you're kind of right. It can be both. It can be a weakness and it can be an amazing strength with your empathy. But again, it takes a lifetime of wisdom to develop it into that level. It really does. And I think some of you older INFJs out there, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, you know we've had to learn basically the hard way how to figure out our own empathy through the course of our life. I know we have. Okay. Uh, okay. When I learned this isn't what narcissistic. Well, I don't think of that. I learned the controlling your empathetic tendencies. Yes. Yes, I was a narc. Yes, I was a narc magnet. Yeah, there was times in my life too. I did when I was early on in my life. Yeah, I used to just attract a lot of mean kids. A lot of mean kids were attracted to me, and they used to take things out on me. Yeah, I remember that. Growing up in a rough town right outside of Boston. Yeah, I was a target for a while until one summer I just said no more, and I started. I just let's just say I started lashing out, almost out of like just out of self preservation, out of like self defense. I had no choice but to lash out, and I mean, it probably wasn't the best way of reacting, but I had to. I had to. Used to be a magnet to emotions, but I've controlled. And when I did, my one ex called me cold-hearted B word. Whoa. Well, yeah. Um, uh, Sometimes, yeah, relationships bring that out in us, don't they? Yeah, exactly. I don't know what it is about relationships. Every time I remember them, they always start off sweet and everything, and you kind of love each other. You actually like being around each other, but once you move in and you get kind of cozy, you get familiar, and then it breeds contempt within people. It seems a lot of times relationships, it's they end up tragic. They end up just being uh they just never end up well, do they? Yeah. You start disrespecting each other. Yeah, and it just things go south, it seems like that. And at that point there, you want to get away from them. Yeah, you can't be with them because they're tearing you up. Yeah, they're just not pleasant anymore to be around, right? Old as dirt. Okay. I'm not sure what yeah, not sure what all these are about, but that's bottom line. So that's a good point about the empathy thing. And I've learned through the course of my life. In fact, I put out a few videos early on about how to be like a master, how to master your empathy. And I talked about those very things about understanding how to fine tune your empathy. And I mean, they were like a few months earlier. These were some early videos. I could actually do these again. Someday I might have to re-up some of my old videos and just re-up them because that they got old, and this was me just starting out the channel. I was kind of just new to the whole YouTube universe. I mean, they were still good videos and everything, but just maybe how I worded them and kind of how I edited them. I could have done a better job, but that's okay. But I do have a few of those videos out there. So, but I do definitely think that yeah, it's all about our fine tuning our life. This is one of the reasons why this channel is what it is, and this is why I've started this channel, because I think it's so important that INFJs discovered who they are. One of the most fundamental things that I can conclude is the fact that INFJs have a very important learning curve in their life, because we have had such a hard life. And a lot of times we're so oblivious to who we are. We try to fit in. The one thing about us is that we're trying to fit in. I know I did. I used to try to fit in. I thought someday things would click in where I'd fit in like other people, just be like the other, friends of mine, family of mine. And you always thought it was going to click in. All of a sudden you would become a little more, likable, or you'd be a little more extroverted. You just start having more friends, and you just be more average, a little more normal, like everybody else. But you might have tried. You might have tried to force yourself into that square hole, in that round peg, whatever you might want to say. You tried, right? But we always felt out of place. I know I always did. I always tried to fit into social groups. I remember I went through a phase. I was trying to have more friends, get more involved with girlfriends and things like that, trying to get a relationship. I One of my things was I could never maintain a long-term relationship. I always thought, why can't I just have a girlfriend that, my friends have girlfriends, they have them for years, you know, they're seeing them for years and years. I mean, they break up, they go back together, but they're still together, you know what I mean? With me, it never happened like that. I always thought, I'd just like to think I could have a girlfriend for more than, let's say, 6 months. You know what I mean? But so that was my thing. I mean, I could have girlfriends, just they never lasted long. I always thought something was going to kick in. But bottom line is, I think that's what this channel is all about. I think it is so important for INFJs to discover, first of all, their type and accept who they are. There's certain levels, there's certain stages we have to do within us as we develop as INFJs. Okay, I mean, we have to. I mean, when we discover our type, for one thing, when we have, you know, basically found out what it is, that's the first curve, and we have to accept who we are. You have to understand that we are different. We're introverted. We're not. We're not like other people. We're not going to be traditional type of people. We're not going to be the ones that go bowling every Wednesday night with the friends, having bowling teams. Maybe some of you do, but I mean, that's not our thing. I mean, a lot of times, this is what people do. They have their bowling leagues, or they get together every Friday night or Thursday night and they go shoot darts. I mean, I'm just using these as examples. I mean, these are your social networks. These are people that have friends. I mean, we're not like that. Typically INFJs, I mean, not to say we can't go shoot darts or play bowling or whatever, but we're typically not. So my point is, we have to accept who we are. There has to become an acceptance into our type, for one thing. I mean, that's the first thing, is after you find out your type, you have to accept it and embrace it. And of course, then we have to acknowledge it. Acknowledgement, acceptance, and then of course we need to make sure we're aware of it. We need to start awareness. You need to start understanding the way your mind thinks. Understand that yes, you are a type, and have an archetypal way of thinking. You have a process of how you categorize your mind. You're very rare. There are others out there. This is a personality type. You're not crazy. You have to know right away. You're not mentally ill. You don't have ADHD. You don't have high functioning spectrum disorders like you might have thought. Because I think a lot of us, I've talked to you, we all think we have something, but we can't quite figure out what it is. But you're gifted. You're very smart, very, very smart, very intelligent, but you're also lacking things. You have drawbacks. You have to keep isolating yourself. You want people, but you don't want people. So these things are confusing us. So accepting and acknowledgement of who you are is highly important. Okay. Now, there's certain blueprints we've never been given in our life. As like I said, that's one of the things, is that this personality type almost needs blueprints. We need an owner's manual. It would be good to have had a written down instruction manual of how to navigate our mind, which we've never been given. So I think acknowledgement and acceptance in who we are, and then just learning about who we are. Now, there's literature. I mean, you got my channel out here. I do my best to try to talk to you as much as I can. I think I try to cover all different varieties of videos and discussions. And I try to do these lives for that very reason, just to troubleshoot our mind, just so we know. But ultimately, though, people, the thing is that acceptance, awareness, and acknowledgement into who you are very key into developing this personality and just understanding your type. Okay, once you found out these keys, but once you found these things out, your life will start to click. Your life will start to get better, at least because you've once you have a grip on your mind and your understanding and your way of thinking, this is when things start to fall into place for you. Now, they may not fall into the place the way you had expected. They may not fall into place where, okay, finally you're going to just want to go do those bowling teams and shoot the darts, not that kind of thing, but no, that you've just had a better understanding of yourself, that finally you can be at ease and understand you need your introversion. Understanding that your alone time and your need for it is not an escape. It's not something weird that you have to have. You are an introvert, and there is a certain level of alone time that you recharge from. It's imperative for you. Just as you need sleep, just as you need fresh air to breathe, just as you need clean water to drink, you need to reflect inward. Yeah, you need to sit quiet with yourself. Sit quietly, maybe a couple of times, few hours a day, and you need to reflect inward. You just need your mind just to think. You need to get into your introspection and spend time inside yourself. That's who we are. That's part of our development. That's what we are. But early on, if we don't understand these things that we need within us, then this is where it conflicts with us. We think that our introversion and our longing for alone, people could say, that they think that's weird, that they're introverted. They don't want to spend time with people. On the outside world, people looking in think that looks like a strange thing to do. But this is something that's necessary for an introvert, is the alone time that they have. So yeah, by understanding your type, by understanding all these functions and just accepting that you need your alone time, accepting the way you are, and just coming to grips with your unique, complex mind, it gets better, because now all your functions and all your way of thinking, you're honing in your mind skills, in other words, and you'll start calming down. Above all, people, the one thing you probably want more than anything is just peace of your mind. You want your mind not to race anymore. You don't want to keep repeating things over and over in your head, over and over again, because sometimes that's what happens. We repeat things. We go through cycles where we just reanalyze things and overanalyze them. And then when we think we got it all figured out again, it takes over again. Then we start rethinking it again. And sometimes these things just drive us crazy. Somehow we have to know that we can shut that off and have it be separated from that. But bottom line is, when you get enough solitude, when you get enough isolation, when you get peace of your mind, when you finally found your inner stillness, these things start bothering us less. Our mind gets less chaotic. Okay, I'm saying that because this is what happened to me. Is basically, all right. So I think that's mainly what the channel is all about. That's why I'm here. That's why I do what I do. Okay. We don't realize we repeat in patterns. That's right. We don't want to repeat bad patterns, right? I want to be alone with other people who also want to be alone. LOL. Okay. So Crown V, how you doing there? How are you? Let me understand this. It says, I want to be alone with other people who also want to be alone. So you like to be alone with other people, but now you're not alone anymore, but you're all alone together? Okay. That's a bit of a... Okay. All right. All right. What did he say? Okay. Well, I guess I could see that. You get a group of introverts, and they're all kind of hanging out together, and they're alone together. I guess that's what it is, right? So what do, though? They just kind of have their own corner, or they're alone. They're kind of like isolated, but they're just in their own separate little areas. You know what I mean? Hey, I've done that before. Haven't you ever done stuff like that? Well, sometimes you could be at a dorm or something. Well, I mean, or you could be just in a cafeteria and all your friends and somebody's over here doing that thing. When somebody's reading a book, somebody's playing on their phone. This one's, so you're kind of all alone together. Yeah, I guess. And then when one walks up and somebody gets up to walk away, they're like, hey, where you going? It's like, well, what does it matter? It's like, I guess that could happen, I suppose. Yes, everybody says we want to be alone, but I don't want to be isolated. So, so maybe I'm not an INFJ. Okay, so you're on the fence about this, Tally Ho. You're not sure. Actually, didn't weren't you on a live a couple of weeks ago, and you were? I thought you were. You're not convinced you're type yet. Yeah, and now, Tally Ho, are you? Aren't you? You're young, aren't you? Like a teenager or something like that. There was somebody, like I said, you weren't taking an accurate test because you haven't quite figured it out. I think that is that who I'm talking to. I'm trying to remember who I was talking to about that. There was somebody I was talking to a couple of weeks about that. He wasn't quite sure if it was MBTI type. He kept saying that he thought he was an INFP, but he wasn't sure. But you don't like to be isolated. I'm lonely, isolated, no friends, no family for at least 4 years. No friends, family for at least last 4 years. Oh, okay. Um, yes, I was on live last week. Yeah, no, that's right. Tally ho. No, I'm older than you. Oh, you're older than me. Okay, see, that's what I'm talking about. I couldn't remember. So you're older than me. Oh, okay. 20, 21, 25. Is that I'm trying to figure out if that has the year you will, obviously, probably not. Okay. Um, Now, why is it that so but it does sound like you have a little bit of confusion there. I mean, you know, I think part of us, I'm lonely, isolated, but what were you saying before? You're like, you don't like to be isolated, but you like to be alone, but not isolated. I mean, um, it gets to a point though. I mean, do you think you have gone through your authentication? Have you gone through your dark night of the soul? I think this is something too. I know this is something that is part of our authenticating process, and it's a difficult journey. There's no doubt. It's a soul journey, but I don't know if you've ever been through that. Um, but typically, when you go through your authentication and you go through your dark night of the soul, that's one of your most testing parts of your life. But as you come out of that, as you find peace with that one spot that you've had, that isolated lone spot in your soul that was always where you dreaded going, and you know that little spot. People, you know that. INFJs know that spot. There's a spot within us. In our psyche, I'm talking about. Deep in there, we're kind of, it's our deep isolation. It's that deepest part of our soul that is completely vapid of anything. It's that one spot where we say we feel alone even amongst others. You know that spot I'm talking about, people, don't you? And most of our life we avoid that, or we don't like it because that's the ultimate alone spot. And it changes after your dark night of the soul. My point is, what I'm saying is that through your evolution, through your wisdom, as you grow, and you go through your dark night of the soul, as you manifest into this, that spot becomes your greatest asset. That becomes your greatest source of strength. All right, it really does. In fact, if anything, that solitude is like your sanctuary. That spot needs to become a fortress within yourself. Okay, it does happen. It can happen. Don't dread that anymore. You have to make sure that that is the essence of who we are. Now, INFJs feel that more than anything. I think that one spot I'm talking about, and I say that in that way because if you're an INFJ, you know what I'm talking about in that spot. But what I'm saying is, tally ho, um, that's that spot you probably don't like being there, you know? And all I can say is that, if you haven't passed through the dark night of the soul yet, you'll never quite be content there until you have reached that other side. All right. Now, listen, Dark night of the soul is very painful. It's a very painful journey going through, but going through this it's a test. It's something that you have to forge through, and it feels as though you're being depleted of everything within your psyche, within your soul, your conscious. You're being actually everything's being sucked out of you in a sense, spiritually. But it's filled with a it's filled eventually with peace. It's filled with just a peace of mind. And like I said, that stillness, that spot in your, that deep uh, lone spot now becomes your fortress of grace in a sense. Okay. Hopefully, I mean, maybe you haven't gone that far yet. I'm hoping maybe you get there someday. Okay. But it's always inevitable. It's inevitable we go there. Just take those dark nights of the soul. Now, again, this has been talked about many times in different channels, different areas. And we talk about it now. It's not just strictly an INFJ thing. It's always thrown into different words. I mean, there are spiritual cleansing things that everybody talks about. Different religions, different spiritual guides talk about these changes, these zones we have to go through. Now, listen, even these sanctuaries that people go, these monasteries, people go to these monasteries, they go into the mountains. I mean, there's Buddhist monasteries, Catholic monasteries, every major religion has these where people go to these retreats specifically to try to find themselves. They go out into the mountains. Some people need this kind of thing, but they don't speak. They don't speak for months at a time. They're trying to find this deep spiritual inner consciousness that they're trying to find. And it's a painful journey though, because it's soul sucking. Like I said, it feels depleting. It feels like you're dying inside. You're in a sense you are. Your ego dies. Your ego is dying. Whatever you were conditioned to be, all of what you had been shaped and molded to be has got to unlearn, has to come out of you. All of these pleasures and things that you gravitated to have comforted you through your life have to be expunged in a way, and it has to be replaced with your authentic self. This is part of your dark night of the soul. But it's something that if you really want to find any kind of cleansing, that's where you have to go. But it's a uniquely spiritual, and it's an individual journey that only you can go down when your time is right. It's an individual journey, exclusive to you, but it has to happen to you at that moment. But you have to know that you're responding to the call. All I can tell you, people, is that sometimes you're not going to know anything, that you're not going to even understand. You won't know anything. You'll be like almost floating in a raft with no rudder, with no direction, with no light. It feels like that. But you have no choice but to persevere. You have nowhere to go but further forward. That's the only way to describe it. Is just it's not even a place of knowing where you're going. You just know that something's being changed in you. Now the tears may start falling, deep tears, deep sadnesses may take place during these dark nights. But they're all part of your forging. This is part of you changing. And it might last as long as it has to. It might be weeks or months, but bottom line is eventually one day you're just gonna realize, hey, the pain isn't there anymore. The confusion isn't there anymore. The emptiness isn't there anymore. It just dawns on you that you don't feel that way anymore. Something just like changes. It doesn't come down like a bolt of lightning. It just one day you realize, hey, wow, I feel better. I don't feel all that angst anymore. And it continues on through your life because you feel more whole. You don't need, you don't crave, you don't strive for anything anymore. You don't need validation anymore. You're content with yourself. And like I said, that deep spot in your heart, that isolated lone spot we all have, that spot becomes your fortress of solitude. And that is something that you will never forget when you realize where that just turned into. That's what you need to find within yourself. Hopefully that helped you out. Stay out of legal trouble. Oh, what are we talking about here? Somebody's coming on in here. There's a lot. There's a lot going on. Oh, hey, who? Anybody else? Rohan, hey, tally ho. Greg. Oh, the crack is where the light enters. Greg, I relate. Buddha went through it. Greg, Meredith. Buddha went through. Oh, yes, of course he did. Buddha's whole thing was talking about the dark night. Yes, of course Buddha went through that. Buddha was a major prophet. I mean, yeah, Buddhism's a whole religion based on him. Of course he did. Most of your, why do you think even in the Bible, they talk about these prophets going out to the deserts and out into the wildernesses and spending, Moses went up to the Mount Sinai for months. The movie Ten Commandments, they made it look like he went up there for a couple of days or a couple of hours. He was up there for months. In fact, it was long enough for his people to start building idols. Remember that? They started building the golden calf that they were worshiping. He was up there for like close to a year, and he came down with the tablets. So yeah, he was getting all his whole, and he came down all like white haired and everything. He changed. He got old actually, but he was all, he found his inspiration. Yeah, but again, that's what a lot of people are looking for, and like I said, it's packaged a different way. It's talked to about in many different ways. I mean, but we call it Dark Night of the Soul. That's what I think he coined it. Carl Jung coined it that. But you name it what you will. It's like being reborn again. I mean, even Jesus called it being born again. He said that we are always born of our mother, born of flesh, and eventually we're born of water and spirit or something like that. Now that's part of the process of being born again. You think about it, we don't have a memory of being born coming out of that birthing canal, but I mean, it's pretty horrific, I'm sure, but we have no memory being in that was the physical birth. But now you go through that spiritual birth, rebirth, I should say, being born again, the dark night of the soul. I mean, it's a process. It's not an overnight thing. It's not just a matter of saying a couple prayers and coming out and you're saved, you're baptized. Like Baptists say, it's like an instantaneous thing. Here you are, you're saved. No, it's deeper than that. It has to be. There has to be some. Something has to die within you. Your soul and your ego has to die. And your body actually has to cleanse as well. Your body has reacted a certain way. Your nervous system, your digestive system, your in all of it, reacted a certain way to the way you were programmed to the world, And through this whole system, your body changes too. Because all of a sudden, when you start thinking different, you don't react the same way. You don't harbor the same mindset that you've had, that where you've released cortisol in your bloodstream. You reacted certain ways. Your heart rate went up a certain way. When you change, you're calmer. You're stiller. You're more subdued. You're more at peace. So your body doesn't react the same way. Now your body has to rid all the detox of all these things that it accumulated in the course of its lifetime as well. So yeah, your body does go through that change after you've expelled all these negative reactions, after you've gone through your dark night. People, I'm going to close my drapes. Can you give me 1 second? It's getting a little dark outside. Excuse me. Talking about the dark night over here, and I had to close the drapes because it's becoming a dark night out there. Hey, how fitting, huh? Well, I know we're talking about this kind of thing here on Saturday night. But the only way that we can really achieve that is through that, is by everybody has to eventually embark on this. But it's all about understanding the cues that we're given, understanding the cues that we're starting to receive, and know that we're channeling these things the right way. I actually feel pretty happy today. Something shifted recently. Tally ho, okay. Would love to hear about personal experiences with it, Tom. Oh, hello there. We have, that's a new name. We have Apirladeline. Listen, please forgive me if I'm getting your name, Miss E. E. Ferradine. Eferadeline. I'm going to have to come up with a nickname for that one. Well, I'm going to welcome you. That's a new name. And you would like to hear some personal experiences with that, Tom? Oh, I'm kind of am. Just the way that I'm actually expressing some of these things are. I sound kind of generalizing, but I would say that some of these are personal experiences. I think I feel as though it started around 5 years ago after I had gotten divorced. It was in 2021. It was one of the worst years of my life. I mean, spiritually, physically, emotionally, everything. I feel like things were starting to collapse, almost like my marriage broke up. My mom passed away within the same year. I had one of the most almost within months of each other. I was losing my family, my mom, and I had to start living on my. So I went back to living alone again, and I had a lot of things just building up in there. And I knew somehow I knew I had to face something. I knew I needed to I needed to be alone. I needed to reflect inward. Now this is before I knew what the MBTI was even, but I knew I needed my solitude. I actually welcomed the alone time when I went into my apartment. I actually was like giddy, like I got to be alone because I've been married for 20 years and I felt constantly exhausted and the marriage wasn't doing well. So I finally got divorced. But bottom line is that it seemed as though in the course of a few years after that, things were, I was coming up, I was changing jobs. I changed the job. I was trying to come up with a different career path, bought a house, and I knew things were changing. But at one point I had nowhere to go. I felt as though everything that I had wanted to escape into wasn't there anymore. Like the way even Carl Jung says that things that we normally took pleasure in, things that we normally had found escape in, no longer have that anymore. I feel like I felt like I had nowhere to go except to just face what I had to face. But I instinctively knew that I had to go this way. But I spent months. I spent months and months just. It would seem I'd go to work. I'd work at night, and I'd be doing my job, and I'd be just out and about. And I was so glad I was working alone because there would many times things would hit me in the middle of the night when I'm doing my job. Just realizations or certain alone, whatever it was, things are coming in, the tears would start falling, and I'd be looking around. I'd be putting my hood up, hoping people wouldn't walk up to me and see this guy bawling his eyes out when he's working. You know what I mean? So right when I'm just doing my job, stuff like that was happening, and this went on for months. I go home too. Sometimes I'd be taking a shower in the middle of a shower, just same thing. Some things that hit you, and you just like you'd have no choice but to just let the tears fall. You have to. You're trying to, these things have to be flushed out of you. Emotionally, these things are flushing out of you in a way. And of course, the vapidness, you can't describe it any more than the feeling like you're so empty. You feel like you're going backwards. But it seemed like things like that went on. It seemed for months and months. It seemed like almost, I'm going to tell you, anywhere from 6 to 7 months. Like they weren't constantly perpetual. Days would go by, I wouldn't feel much. But then some days you just feel it. It would hit you. And you'd spend hours feeling that way. And then, but like I said, months later, just finally things just lifted. It was like you woke up one day and you forgot all of a sudden you just kind of had a memory that you're not doing it anymore. You remember what you went through all these months, and all of a sudden, hey, I don't feel that way anymore. In fact, my mind is so much clearer now. But I think it's just, but we got to understand that when we're being put on this pattern, when we know we're ready for the dark night of the soul, we have to understand that we're going to have a reaction where we're going to try to escape it. Part of us wants to pull us back into the safety and the comfort of our life, just back into the routine of our world, of our life, and we may feel the pain of it and just want to escape back into that. But it has to come down to a point where you have nowhere to go. You have to realize that that's why what's happening is all these things that normally like soothed you, comforted you, go away. You can't have that anymore. And that's when you realize that you have nowhere to go. Okay, that's why they're being taken from you. But at some point, it's good gosh, I didn't realize the delay on my thing is almost like 5 minutes. I just realized that 5 minutes. I'm watching my screen right now, and I just put the blinds back. So I didn't realize how much of a delay I'm having. I'm sorry I get sidetracked. No, people, we have to know that we have nowhere to go, and something has to be within you to want to change that way. As far as that goes. So I guess bottom line is when we're in this dark night of the soul, all we can do is just understand that it's like you have nothing else. You have nothing else to go back to. When you've been stripped down of when things have been finally taken to you and you can't escape back into maybe maybe enjoying that cool cigar or taking a drink or taking a bike ride just doesn't have the same effect, and sometimes we're forced into it. Now again, I think introverted intuitive types, being that we're so introspective, these are some of the things that really hit us the hardest. But again, it's just we have to understand the cues that we go through. Okay, when we start to authenticate, when we start to individualize, but I think bottom line is, people, the best thing we can do during these times is to stay vigilant, stay strong-minded. Just understand in the back of your mind that something has to click in, that you're not getting worse. This is not, it's gonna feel like things get worse before they get better, if you know what I mean. Like anything, it's gonna feel like that. Something has to be an understanding that you just know that you prepared for this most of your life. Being that you're an INFJ or introverted intuitive, most of your life has been a suffering life anyway. We've had bouts of this through the course of our life. And this is just another phase, but this is everything that you had tested, everything that you had prepared for in these forging moments early on in your life are going to come back even more so. But you prepared for this. This is what dawned on me. One day I says, yeah, but you know what? All my life, I prepared for that final push over to the other side. Is that all of our life compounded? We've had a suffering life. We've already tested for it. People, you've already been battle forged. INFJs, you already are battle forged. And when you finally meet that final plunge into your dark night, let's say, you're going to know how to handle it. You're just going to say, okay, this feels different. It feels it's more painful than all the other ones, but I've been through this before and I can do this. But basically, these things are going to come into your mind. How that's what this is all about. Because if you were just thrust into this without having these small ones through the course of your life, you would have never been to that point yet. Okay, so okay. See, I sometimes I don't know where this is going to go. So true. We've always been battle forged. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Faradine. I'm trying to make sure. Fairline. I got to come up with a nickname for you. Oh, by the way, I know you just found the channel there, but yeah, I'm just Faradine. But I'm going to say that you're right. We've already been battle forged, but you got to understand too. I mean, sometimes these realizations hit me. Like you realize, oh, I've already been through this. I've been through this many times in my life, but it seems to be more so. But you've been preparing for this your whole life. Bottom line is, you got to understand that we are being forged in our whole life. Our whole lifetime is our experiences, and I think it is a lifetime for a reason. We don't just find everything out all at once. I mean, everything just has to be revealed to us incrementally through the course when we're ready to accept certain things, when we're ready to have certain things understood, revealed to us. That's when we go through them. I mean, think about it. I mean, you look at a tree. I'm going to go back to nature. I like to do this. Let's go back to nature as an example, as I like to do. Now, a tree may be A tree. Let's take an apple tree. An apple tree doesn't necessarily grow apples right away, does it? You get an apple tree grow, it might grow little buds, but they're never fully fledged apples. They may grow the flowers, but as it's growing, it won't start doing that till it establishes that deep root system. And its root system might take years to go deep into the earth to really establish it, to give it that strength. And of course, it has to be taller on the outside, and it has to have established a certain age, a certain height, a certain strength of these trees to withstand these branches, to hold this fruit on there. So an apple tree doesn't even start really bearing edible fruit for what? I mean, 10, 15 years? I mean, whatever it might be. But my point is, it doesn't happen right away. Now, as we are adolescents, as we're children, we're not really grasping certain things within our character, within our psyche, within our soul. We don't have all the answers at certain ages in my life, is the point I'm trying to make. But we are establishing a root system. We are forging those memories, those bonds, those early experiences in our life that we're going to fall back on as memories, okay? And they're eventually going to fortify us as we move forward, okay, through the course of our life as well. But of course, we're always attaining new memories and new experiences and new wisdom moments through the course of our life. But it's always that forging moment. But we don't start bearing fruit until we're in our what, 40s, 30s, 40s, where we actually start developing, where somehow we change, where we change into our authentic self as well, where we become our real self that we were intended to be. Okay, just like that apple tree. That apple tree didn't bear fruit for the first few years. It wasn't quite the full apple tree, even though it was, right? Well, you're not a full human being. You're not the full human you are until you've experienced yourself, until you finally become wise within yourself and have experienced your true authentication to who you're supposed to be. Yeah, see? And when you found that, then you know you're going to bear fruit. Your fruit that you bear will just be your experience. It will be who you are. It will be how you communicate to people, how you expound your experiences onto other people, is you're bearing the fruit, like I'm doing now, basically, just how you are giving back in that way. That's how you bear fruit in our life, in our world, okay? That's basically how it works, I guess, huh? LOL. Okay, I feel like Tom Hanks in the movie talking to the soccer ball. Telly, Wilson, 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 come back here, Wilson. Oh yeah, didn't he go? Hey, actually, it's funny you bring that up, Tally Ho, right? On that movie, right? Yeah, he was on the raft, and Wilson, he had the ball, and the thing started floating away in the raft in the storm, right? And it was his friend. He started swimming to that thing. Did he lose Wilson in that storm? I think he did, but you'd think he would lose it. He was losing his kid. That's how psychologically isolated he became. I know there was some stories about psychological isolation in that and how it affected him. There's no doubt about that. He was lost, and he wanted to get back to but that was deep. That was deep. I still can't remember. I think he lost Wilson at that point, and it broke him up. You'd think he lost a dog or something, like a pet. Yep, that's me. But it doesn't mean it means you lack empathy. It might just mean you vary on how you handle it. If you've already been researching, you might look up personality traits. Okay. Blaiskin had a good question up there. Do I play Yugis? What is that? We got here Mbruski. Hello there, Mbruski. You're asking if I play Yoga High? I don't know what is it. What is that? What is Yoga High? I don't even know what that is. If you're asking me that question, I don't know what that is. I've never played that. No. Let's see. Pets understand you. I talk to my cats We have Brooke Whitman. Hello, Tom. Hope you are well. Spiritual journeys are done alone. Yes, exactly. Music, and I like to talk to myself a lot now. Vamp, I've always kind of felt apathetic, despair. I also don't know. Oh, see, some of you are still like Blaiskin. You're still, oh, Blaiskin, that's right. Maybe that's who I was talking to, Blaiskin. Yes, you're still not sure exactly if you're you know you're introverted intuitive, but you're not sure if you're an INFP or an ISTJ. Okay. Yeah, but Blaiskin, I still, if I remember right, you said you're still pretty young. You're still a teenager. And I think you're not even, if you're taking the tests, you haven't even really figured out your own yourself yet to settle it down. Maybe you're taking a couple of tests, they're coming up as a different result. Is that what's going on? If I remember right, Bleskin. And yeah, it's gonna take a little while. I mean, usually it usually if you try to take that personality test when you're a teenager and you're still in the developing phases of your life, it's hard to really nail down exactly your preferred way of thinking. I mean, because you're still molding, you're still developing, and it's really hard to get a good fix on you at that point yet. Yeah, that's probably what that is. Okay, okay. Greg, have you had any out of body experiences? You look. Hey, yeah, that's a good question. Has anybody ever had an out of body experience? Yeah, you know what? My mom said one time she had one of those, and I remember still being a kid. Five. Oh, Greg, you've had five of those, huh? Hey, I've never actually had an out of body experience personally, not that I can remember, but I remember my mom. I must have been probably 12 years old, and I was just sitting at home, maybe just doing my thing, watching a show, and I was probably, I was 12 years old as a kid, and I seem to remember my mom coming down from the upstairs or wherever. She was upstairs in her room, and she came down all wide-eyed and like, I can't believe it. I felt like I was floating above my boat. Now she's telling me this at 12 years old. My mom used to come to me and tell me stuff. She always did do that. My mom would always tell me stuff, and all my other brothers, not just me. She would always tell her kids her experiences. And my mom came down one time telling me she had this out of body experience. She felt like she was meditating or something, and she felt like she started floating above herself, and she was looking down on herself from like above herself, looking down on herself. And she said it. She spoke of that for years after that. And every time she did, she'd be all like wide eyed and like breathing kind of through her mouth, and I felt like I was out of my body looking down on myself, and I remember her going through that. Yeah, so my mom used to talk to, my mom was deep sometimes. That's why I say sometimes I wonder, her type. So I woke up, okay, so tally ho, I woke up an hour and my body was twisting in opposite directions, top half in one direction and my bottom half in the other direction. Gosh, uh, I went to the crucifixion. Rusty, I went to the crucifixion. Oh, good gosh. How do you figure that? Um, uh, hey, listen, so it's funny. Sometimes I think, I know, so, see, I think a lot of times I can tell from some of the things that I'm talking about, we go through a lot of deep introspection things, and I can tell from some of your comments that you all have your own individual things go through us. Now, Greg, now mine wasn't near death. I was just coming back out of my body in the middle of the night. Tally ho, okay, all right. Oh, so yeah, I've never had an out of body experience myself. I don't remember any. I don't know if I've ever tried. I don't know if you try to have those or what it is, but I mean I meditate and stuff, but I always feel like I'm in my body. I've never felt like I was rising above myself. That sounds a little bit. That sounds a little bit intense. I know like I said, my mom did. I never forgot my mom coming down, and I was a kid, and she's telling me maybe I was younger than I might have been 9. I can't remember. I'm saying 12. I mean, I could have been 8 or 9. I could have been 10 or 12. I don't know. I was like a kid, and she told that story for years. She told that story, and I kept hearing about it. Astro Astrological projection. Boy, we get deep on this program, don't we? I guess that's the whole point of this. That's what the entire point is. Yeah, that's what we like to do, don't we? Um, I do know one thing though. What somebody else wrote down, like I went to the crucifixion. Um, I think there's certain times in our life. Have you ever just? Sometimes I think, we find certain moments in our life we're supposed to introspect what we go through. Now, I've actually had visions of the crucifixion in my own way, where I can't remember where I was when I was exactly, but I just know deep in my psyche I've had thoughts where I've actually felt like I was feeling the empathy of how much painful it must have been for Christ to go through what he did. Like thinking about it and actually, in a sense, actually shedding tears for him. Yeah, actually feeling as though you cried, not because he crucified himself. He put himself there for us, right? And that's the whole sacrifice of the essence of who Christ was. But I remember there was a time where I witnessed that, like spiritually, and understood the magnitude of the love that he was expressing, how God himself, the Father, was. And I started feeling sorry for Christ. Sometimes I think this is part of what we have to realize too. Things eventually, our whole allegiance has to change in a way. This is part of our growth as well too, people, is that we have to somehow become selfless and understand that we have the same capability of love, the same capability of deep love that God has for us, back to him. He gave us the ability to have that. And I kind of remembered that feeling like almost like I felt sorry for God because the horrific that we put him through, basically, and saying that was our fault. That was me who did that. Part of me is because he had to do that, go through this agony because of the sins that I do. And I mean, I felt like, my God, I caused it. Sometimes you reach a level in your life too, after when you start having realizations and spiritual realizations too. That's where your heart changes. You actually start recognizing it, and you no longer are you just accepting God's love, but you are transmitting it back to God himself. Your love for your heart changes. It's like the polarities change, and you feel the same love to God that he had for you. So the tears, these are some of the realizations I had. So I guess when you say somebody witnessing the crucifixion and going to that, these are some of the memories that I've had. And again, I can't remember where exactly I was, what exactly I was doing. I just know I had this, and I felt like, my gosh, my tears cried for Jesus instead of the other way around. He's always the one suffering for us, isn't he? But we're supposed to suffer for him too. We're supposed to it's supposed to be kind of reciprocal. Okay. Uh, my gosh, Greg. Yeah. If Jesus was an INFJ, that means INFJs are tied to Jesus, and we are meant to make sacrifices. That's a good point. They do say Jesus was INFJ. Um, exactly. But you think about it, he had all the traits. Was he introverted? Was he intuitive? Oh yeah. He was probably was more introverted than anybody, you know what I mean? Or intuitive than anybody. The guy was foreseeing prophecies um in hundreds of years from now. He made prophecies. And the guy rose from the dead. I mean, he actually came to life. And that shroud, I know there's some shrouds of Turin. They have that shroud of Turin. I mean, now they're starting to find new evidence now. And they're starting to understand that they can't quite figure out what it was. All they have to do is read in the Bible what happened. All they have to do is read the scripture, and they can and accept what it was. But the thing is, they're being scientific. They're trying to find evidence. They're trying to find that data and come to conclusions that way without looking at the story behind it, without saying, was it just some kind of an incredible miracle that he his body came to life in that split second and burned that image on that shroud like a like a negative photograph, and it's just like a billionth of a billionth of an inch on the surface of that. You see what I mean? But no, again, they're trying to look at it scientifically, but still they can't come up with any real conclusions. All they can say is that it's a mystery, that somebody he emanated a burst of energy, just enough to burn just enough of that on the cloth. They can't figure out what it was. Well, it was a miracle. He rose from the dead. That's what Scripture says would happen. You know, I think the suffering is for a change. Okay, was Mr. Rogers an INFJ? I don't know. Was he? Maybe somebody can answer that. I never thought about that. I didn't watch Mr. Rogers. Um, God is a suffering God. He suffers with us and for us. It only makes sense that we'd suffer as well. It's for our purification. Right. Very good. Hey, Genesis is in the house there. Justin, how are you? Yes. I think, see, these are some of the realizations we have to come to. And these, usually we have to reach certain levels of, of spiritual levels of acknowledgement in order to find these out. I mean, these certain things have to be revealed to us when we're ready to accept them. And part of them is our forging moments as we try to re-authenticate and try to redefine who we are when we get out of that whole conditioning as who we are. Yeah, we start having these realizations. They start hitting us. And these are some of this was a major one. Well, the old saying, like, when saints, the saints cry for everybody else. They shed tears. They're always like, they become almost highly empathetic than their own self, the saints, But that's what they're doing. They're basically they become their soul has become so transparent that their love is emanating as pure as God's love, and that's part of their sainthood, was that they achieved that level of love that emanated from them. So, evening, Tom. Evening, all. Yes, how you doing, Justin? Genesis, how are you? Yes, we got some of the. We got a couple of the. We got a lot of new. I want to tell you something. I want to. I'm starting to see a lot of new people come back. I mean, there was always the core. I've always had this core coming in. I call them the Breakfast Club. Some of you are out there. You know where the Breakfast Club is, and that was like a core. Not everybody's here from the Breakfast Club, but I see a lot of new people in here that have been here for consistently in the last few weeks. And I want to, for the last month, I see a lot of new faces that are coming on in and hanging out. You make my day, people. I'm glad we all are enjoying our company out there. I got to tell you that. I really am. Okay. Yeah, that's awesome. So, but was Mr. Rogers an INFJ? Hey, can somebody look that up? Maybe that fact is. I've actually heard that talked about before. I think I saw a video on that. Who wrote that? Who asked that question? Oh, Greg Meredith. Yeah, I've actually heard that asked before. Yeah, I always just thought. I remember. Funny thing is, though, when I was a kid, I mean, gosh, I grew up back in the 70s, back when PBS was on and Mr. Rogers was on right after, what was it, Electric Company? Or was it on after Sesame Street? One of those on Channel 2. I remember when Mr. Rogers was on, right? And I remember me and my brothers. I had older brothers, as I've told you before. And I remember one time Mr. Rogers was on, and I was a kid. And we were just we were laughing at him. He would do things and, oh, it's a wonderful day in the neighborhood. He'd be changing his sweater and changing his sneakers, and he'd be doing that as he's, and me and my brothers said, look at this guy. We'd be laughing at him and just calling him like names. And, I remember just being, we were watching him, but just like making fun of him, But I guess that's what brothers did, you know what I mean? Only place I've found other real live INFJs. Really? Well, that's what we get. This is what we do, I guess, Rusty, is that we hang out and we talk about stuff that pertain to our personality. There's no doubt about it, Rusty. But hey, Rusty Russell, yeah, I've seen you here before as well. Hey, look who just came in the house. We have the personality pill man. How are you there, Mr. Jethro? Good to see you there, man. That INFJ Jesus talk made me LOL had to use some else's YouTube. What do you mean by that? What do you mean had to use somebody else's YouTube? What do you welcome back, Jethro? Yeah, Jethro. Sound like Uncle Jed over here. Hey, Jethro, how many bowls of cereal you had over there, son? Well, Uncle Jed, I only had one bowl of cereal there, Jed. Man, Jethro, you've been eating that bowl of cereal for a long time there, boy. Yeah, well, I've only filled it up 14 times. See, I still remember that Jethro Bodine. Remember that? He had the big old bowl of cereal. He said he only had one bowl of cereal, but he filled it up like 4 times. You know what I mean? That was the whole thing. 73, and nobody has ever as you understood. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it looks like we're all showing up here. Talking about the Breakfast Club, eating bowls of cereal over here, huh? How's that go, huh? Is that a pun intended, or is that just what you call a coincidence over there? Okay. Yeah. Somebody redacted their message. Okay, so it looks like we're all starting to file in here. No, but I'm glad to see a lot of familiar faces coming on in here, though. I like to see a lot of us are starting to show up here. 73 and never met anyone who understands. Oh, okay, Rusty, you're 73 years old then, huh? And you never met anybody who understands. So okay. I've been here for a while and used somebody else's YouTube. Oh, okay. So, all right. So, Jethro, you just been in the audience a bit. You just weren't saying nothing. You're just kind of laying back. Yeah, that's fine, man. Of course, you just want to hear how things are going there, Hey, oh, I tried to call you up there, by the way, Jethro, but I left a message. LOL, Greg, don't try, huh? What does that mean? Don't try. I don't know what that is actually. Yeah, but anyway, so I guess get back to I'm trying to think of a topic to talk about here though. But I'm going to talk about something too. I'm going to repeat what I said earlier in the broadcast. Now that a lot of new people are coming in, I had a bit of an epiphany back. I'm going to move this. I'm going to move this a little bit here. Let's see. How's that? Does that look good? Everybody hear me all right? I just got to put my foot up a little bit. It was getting kind of, getting crampy. I just had to put it up, readjust my seat. Now, listen, sometimes when I'm out working at night, I typically get I sometimes have, let's just say I have certain epiphanies. Sometimes I work at night and I think certain things and I start to experience things at night. And I had this epiphany a couple of nights ago, and it was basically about why INFJs are who we are. Now, as I get older, I start to understand myself more and more, and of course our type. And I'm trying to make this a life duty right now to understand this type for all of us, for you, for myself, for this channel. And this is one of my understandings. Now, we go through most of our life, as you know, very confused, and we have a lot of early on in our life, as you know, we tend to be sad, confused, lonely a lot, as you know, and it follows us through most of our life as well. But I'm going to tell you right now, most of that is because of the way we are built, because we are so introverted, because we are introspective as we are, even as children. We are not the malleable types. Bottom line is, people, we're not malleable. Most of this world is very conformist. And somebody said before, like sheep will, sheep will go where they're told. You steer a sheep down a certain way, it will follow. It will go down the corridors, if you know what I mean. Sheep are like that. Now, typically people, there's a good majority of people that are like that way. They're very shapeable. They're easily conformed into culture, into society, into the societal thinking, into the collective consciousness, as Carl Jung called it. Most people are that way. We're formed that way. Now you get the bottom line is, what I'm trying to say is that INFJs, and of course other introverted intuitives, being that we're so introspective, we're so in our own mind, in our own souls, we tend to be less malleable. We are the rebels. We're the ones that are in conflict with what we are being led to be, with what we're being shown to be, and through the course of our early life. And being that we have no manual, we really don't. We're trying to fit in, but at the same time, we're trying to stay true to ourself, our true self, our introspection part. So I think most of our early angst is, as we're being young, is the fact that we can't be changed, is that we tend to want to escape, let's say, small talk, escape, let's just say, uh, interaction with people. As you know, people drain us, small talk drains us. It's because it really adds no value to who we are. And, but bottom line is, yeah, that this is one of the forging things that happen. We're not programmable for the most part in our life as INFJs. And, but it dawned on me just a couple of nights ago. I was doing my job, just filling trucks, doing my thing, like I do every night. And this whole monologue came into my mind. Basically, what I'm trying to tell you right now, it just became very clear. It made so much sense as to why we are and what it is that we go through. It's because we are unmalleable. We can't be changed. I mean, I'm sure we can to an extent. I think we try to. I think part of our confusion is the fact that we want to. We think we should because this is what society's doing. I think part of us wants to be accepted into the world, but we're just not cut out that way. And so this causes so much of our own turmoil. But being that we're so introspective and we turn inward for our guidance, and we tend to find comfort and we tend to find some kind of solace within ourselves, is the saving grace that keeps us basically on the outside looking in to the rest of the world. So we're always, yeah, we're basically the loner types for that reason. Now I'm trying to put it in the best words I can, but it seemed to be that the whole thing was like so clear to me. It's like I just seen it. It made perfect sense. Sometimes things open up like, and they make perfect sense to you. And I guess the way I'm trying to describe it right now is to say that it made perfect sense is because um, bottom line is because in a sense we've been chosen in some strange little way. I've asked the question too: are INFJs chosen in a certain way? Being that we're such low numbers, we're such a low population in this world, and we think completely different. Obviously, we think totally different than the rest of the world, and we tend to, we just go to the beat of our own drum in a sense. So yeah, and me being that we're not easily changed, we're not easily malleable. Yeah, I think that's where a lot of our conflict comes from, because we're trying to go against the grain in a sense. I mean, ever try to You ever try to take a planer, try to plane a piece of wood, and you go with the grain? It's easy, and it slices off those little curly pieces of table off of there, let's say. Right? Now that's easy. But you go against the grain and it fights, and it's all gritty, and it just comes out all gritty and everything. Well, you see, that's what's going on in our mind. It's like we go against the grain. Our mind is going against the fabric and the grain of culture as INFJs. That's basically what it is. We're so much we're cut out of a different cloth. We really aren't type to be malleable, and we go against the grain. And I mean, typically we're shamed for it sometimes. We're told we're weird for it. We're the outsiders. We're the rebels. We're the loners that drift off. And we have no choice. Now, I've done this all my life. I've always drifted off alone. And that's what I think most of us do. We drift off alone because our mind is our mind. Our thoughts in our mind. And we're in conflict. We are like at odds with the rest of the world because the world goes to a different beat of a drum, and we can't follow that. We cannot follow. So basically, that's what it is. That's why we are so much at odds with the rest of the world. That's what it is. This is part of the whole conflict. Is what we come to. And again, like I've said before, accepting who you are, acknowledging who you are, and just embracing your type, embracing who you are and learning from it is what we're meant to do. And if we're meant to be loners, then that's what it is. We're cut out of a different cloth. So it's just part of our makeup. It's part of our character. All right. Again, I'm only trying to give you the best way I can. I'm trying to put this into the best words I can at the moment, but there's so much more I could say. And again, it's just a couple of nights ago, it was all so clear. It was like it was so abundantly clear. And I says, I can't wait. I got to either come up with a video or I got to talk about this. I got to talk about this because it's finally, things are just starting to make sense now with me in the world, finally make makes sense. I don't know what else to put it in there. Well, anyway, people, that's what I wanted to say. Okay. And listen, sometimes when I'm put on the spot, when I didn't come up with a script or anything, I can't think of it all on the spot, but I try to just tell you, in the best words I can at the moment. That's all I can do, really. All right. So, embrace your weirdness. Okay, I think I had to get my legs stretched out a little bit over there. So let me put this back over here. So who says to embrace your weirdness? Is that Greg? Your awakening, Tom. Okay, embrace your weirdness. Oh, okay, all right. How do you do that? Let me see. Do you go like this? Do you hug yourself? I mean, how do you embrace your weirdness anyway? Hey, looks like a straitjacket, don't it? Ooh, hey, all right. All right, enough said. I'm only kidding that, people. What did I miss? Oh, you didn't miss anything, Blaziken. Actually, somehow I think, for some reason, I'm telling you, I think the delay is quite delayed. I think I'm delayed almost 5 minutes now. What I'm talking to you live and what I'm seeing here live is almost 5 minutes from what I'm seeing on what you're seeing right now. So there's quite a delay going on here. By sitting alone in a cafe, stop trying to fit in. Our nervous system runs at a different frequency. Okay, that's right. You're awakening, Tom. Greg, you're absolutely right. That's what awakening's all about. When you start to see these things, when you start to have these revelations, and you're starting to see the world differently in that way, that is part of the awakening. You're absolutely right. When you start seeing things for what they are, and things become abundantly clear to you, is exactly that. You start seeing the world in a different way, and that's part of our awakening. You're absolutely right, Greg, though. Hello, well, we have Camarillo Camarillo Diaz. Hello, Tom, and hello, everybody. Well, hello, Cam. Good to see you again. I I always look forward to seeing people now. Now, you've been checking in for months. I see every so often. It's good to see you again. How's the new job going, by the way, Cam? You said you had. Excuse me, I'm trying to fix this phone here a little bit. Just trying to fix the. Now, you said you had a job. Okay, there you go. It says, yeah. So, Cam, you said you started a new job. Is that all going well for you? I think you said you were adjusting to a new career and a job and all that. Okay. And Tom, can you give me some advice, please? Blaiskin. Okay, I would like to give you some advice, Blaiskin. If you what would you like to know? Do you have anything in particular you would like to know? Now, Blaiskin, I do believe you are the one that is like I think you said you're like 17 or 18 years old, and you are 1,000 if I remember right. I got a good memory for you there, Blaiskin, and I know you're very inquisitive, and you're at a point now you want to know things, and it's probably good you're reaching out to somebody who's lived a life that I've lived, very traumatic. And but listen, if you have any questions, Blaze can ask me by no doubt. Yes, I'm 17. I do remember that. Now, what would you like to know? What do you want? You want relationship advice? You got a girlfriend? Huh? Oh, I'm only kidding. Hey, listen, if you do, just be very careful with girls. We love girls, but at the same time, you gotta know that when you're dealing with when you deal with them, you gotta make sure that you keep your wits about you. I mean, they're always gonna make you think that you're dramatic, or your level of thinking. They're always gonna try to get you thinking that your way of thinking isn't right, but when it really is. Well, don't let them do that. And the more they get away with it, the more they keep doing that. So, I mean, yeah, you gotta be real careful dealing with women. That's all. Honestly, by freaks I mean just be yourself. Okay, really, I really feel. Okay, Blaiskin, what do we got here? I really feel lost, TBH in every aspect. Kind of just tired of it all. You know what? So you're feeling lost then? Okay. Now, did you hear what I just said? Okay. I think my monologue I just talked to you about, what I just said about how I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that, yeah, you know what? I think culture plays a number on you as well. And everything I just said, I wish I had known when I was your age again. I've been 17 and I had all these things, and I remember trying to be steered down certain ways. And again, you're cut out of a different cloth. You're living in a world now that is insane. Okay, I'm going to say right now that we have a very confusing world. We have a world that is believing absurd things, believing crazy things. What they're talking of, what they teach in school, are nuts. Okay, and you could feel like you're lost because you're growing up in a whole a culture where your mind is being scrambled every day. Yeah, you're being told to accept certain things in curriculum that is just insane. This could have a lot to do with it. Not to mention too, also that your way of processing the world is you're not conforming. You're not a conformist. You're introverted intuitive. I'm going to guess you're an INFJ, or I'm going to guess you're pretty much introverted intuitive. You told me you're not really sure, but bottom line is you're asking questions. Now, the fact that you feel lost and the fact that you feel unaccepted, it's not a bad thing. It's just that it can be devastating because it's so painful, because it's so confusing to you. You don't have answers. When you don't have answers, when you're not clear about it, when you are confused and you don't know what the truth is, this is when it can devastate you. I mean, obviously, you have to have a grip on your reality, a grip on who you are. And And I think obviously that takes a lot of time. That takes a lot of wisdom in order to find these things out. At your age, at 17, you're just now entering, you're entering into adulthood. You're crossing over from a child into a man. All right. And this is a very confusing time for you. And of course it's going to be. Now, all I can say at this point here is that you got to expect that your hormones are kicking in, your body's changing, your mind is changing. You're reaching out. You're beginning to become a man. You're beginning to be an adult, and everything that you're starting to see right now is your mind opening up, and you want to know. You want questions. Meanwhile, you see a crazy world around you, an insane world. One thing you got to understand is, if you see the world a certain way, don't fight the world. Don't conform to it. Know deep down in your mind that you're battling a crazy world, and you have to remain sane in an insane world. This is an awakening that a realization you have to have in yourself, is that you don't have to blaze down. If something doesn't seem right to you and you don't want to see a certain trend or believe it, even if you don't make the announcement, just don't do it. You can live in this world but not be of this world. Okay. I think that's and the fact that you're alone is the fact that you probably have a very you have a certain way about you. You're an introverted, intuitive type. You have a certain way of thinking where you're not malleable, like I had just said before. So bottom line is you have to you have to try to function in the world. Obviously you got to make money in the world. You got to find some stable things to do, things that are going to align with you. And again, you're going to understand that everything's starting to open up in your mind at the same time. Being 17, and if you're an INFJ, this is one of the most critical parts of your life. Okay. And I'm going to speak to you from experience, because I ran away twice cross country when I was your age, trying to find out, because I was confused and I was alone and I was lost. And so what did I do? I jumped on a Greyhound bus and I went cross country and I ran away and was gone for months. I don't suggest you do that. I'm not saying to do that. Now, this is what I did. It was, that's the way I handled things. But I guess bottom line is you're going to have to understand that, listen, you're going to have to find people that align with you, people that make sense, that have your best interest. That's all you can do. And of course, you got to look within yourself. You got to search within your own soul, and you got to trust in your own self. Okay. But you got to remember too, these are all part of your forging part of your journey. You may be confused now, but eventually you'll have clarity. All I can say right now, Blaiskin, is that you have to make sure that you just keep yourself healthy as long as you can. Try to stay healthy. Align with people that are not destructive, aren't going to lead you down bad places. Don't get caught up in the wrong influences of people. If you can't, don't do drugs. Don't do the stuff I did. In other words, don't ride freight trains when you're cross country. Listen, I'm only telling you because I had a very confused time in my life as well, and I'm just glad to have survived it. Yeah, just understand that it's part of it is everything I talked about is starting to open up. Okay. Not only is your mind starting to change and your spirit, but your body and your hormones are all starting to converge at the same time. And you're starting to go through a lot of things. Urges are starting to take over. Lusts are starting to take over. Confusion of the world, the insanity of the world is starting to confuse you. Everything. Yeah. All right. But understand too, if you see something doesn't seem right, but you're told it, they try to convince you that it is. You're trying to be gaslit into believing that, that woman can really be a man. or a man can really be a woman, or whatever. If you know what I mean, just crazy stuff, insane. There's some insane things going on out there where we're told that we have to believe certain things or else. And if you don't see certain things, that you're somehow a bigot for not seeing it the way the world wants to make it. You have to know what's true, what's right in the back of your heart, and always keep your conviction and just know it. You don't have to broadcast it, just know it within yourself. Okay? And again, you don't have to surround yourself with these things anymore. You can separate yourself from things that you think are out of your culture. You don't have to evolve. You don't have to go that route. You can separate yourself. You can be in this world, but not of it. Okay. Well, I'm going to read some of your comments, people. Well, you had to ask that question. Well, Blaziken, what do you mean by lusts? I mean, well, basically what I mean by lust is, gosh, when you lust, it's your hormones. When let's say you're 17 years old, you're a man, and your lusts are kicking on. Lust is your sex drive, basically. Your drive, your lust to want to procreate, girlfriends, that kind of things. Things are going to start happening. Things are opening up. Your drives are happening because you're turning into a young man, and these are all going to conflict. Okay, because now your hormones are kicking in, your lust, your drives, everything. You're having a lot of things converge all at once, and it's a lot to take in. It's almost like overheating a fuse. If it's put so much electricity, you overdo electricity in a fuse, but right before it burns out, it's overloaded. That's what's happening in your mind right now. Your mind's being overloaded like that fuse. Yeah. Because of your age, because of everything you're saying. You're alone, you're confused, you got lust, everything. That's what I'm saying. But you just have to understand all these things. And conformity is boring and painful. Okay. But I never wanted to be normal, group thinker, or a conformist. Peaceful rebellion. Yeah. That is one of those safe people, weird world. That is one of those weird people. I would always tell, stay safe. Okay. Conformity is boring and painful. My parents didn't care enough to say, stay safe. LOL. Yeah. I think sometimes, well, you were asking. I mean, but like I said, Blaziken, that's when you said you felt alone and lost. And I mean, gosh, I know exactly that feeling. In fact, I've talked many times on this channel about, I've always reached out to young INFJs, especially. Okay. And anybody who's remembers some of my earlier broadcasts, I've always tried to address the younger INFJs because this is such a crucial part of your life. Okay. And I just wish there was somebody like me. I just wish at one point I could have been me going back to talk to myself and what I would have told myself. And I think I basically would say what I just said to you to myself back then. You know what I mean? But I didn't have me. I didn't know. I had to figure out a lot of stuff. Listen, I did have my mom to an extent, but my mom, she had certain things, but she had her own set of issues as well. And, my dad wasn't there, but I never wanted a girlfriend or anything. Oh, okay. All right. No, I'm just saying, I mean, I went through a phase. I mean, I just thought that part of it, maybe you're saying, well, what is your lust? I mean, I went through my hormone changes. I knew I had certain urges going on, and I knew I wanted to find girlfriends. I mean, it wasn't until I was in my mid-20s I started having girlfriends, but they were always short term. I mean, I went through a string of them at a certain age. I went through my Chad years, I guess you could say, but it wasn't, it was a little bit after that. It was in my 20s I did that. You don't need romantic relationships to be happy. So that's totally fine. No, that's exactly true. Cam, that's an excellent point. I mean, I think these are things we find out through our life. I think we're told early on that I think we're conditioned to, to seek out the opposite sex in that way, and to try to. I think that's part of it, but maybe it's not that way anymore. But back in the 80s, growing up, I mean, I grew up in a town where it just, that's what you did. that was part of your growing up phase, you know. But I know the world's changed a little bit. We've kind of subdued that a bit, where people aren't approaching their or the dynamics of the whole world have changed in a lot of ways that they were when I was growing up. But having a partner does not make you whole either. No, you're exactly right. I guess my whole point is that I'm only saying that maybe Blaziken, maybe your lust isn't like mine. Maybe it's not the same. But I'm just saying, I know your hormones is going to rage. I'm just kind of using that as an example. And I think sometimes, your body is going to change. Your lusts might change. If they're not for you, if you have those under control and they're not driving you, then that's good. That's good. But you're being confused with everything else I had talked about. And you just have to get a grip on your own reality. But just understand something too. You know what's right and wrong. There is a certain level of sanity and insanity. And I think the level of insanity in this world right now is off the chart. And it's unfortunate that we're being propagandized and we're being indoctrinated with absurd, even in the schoolroom, in the classroom, things are being taught to our children that are absurd. And unfortunately, that's the world we live in right now. And I think it's just up to us to say, if you see that it's crazy, so do we. So do we. I mean, you don't have to be part of this stuff. You don't have to be caught up in that. You don't have to believe it. All right. You don't have to yell to the world and make an announcement. Just keep it to yourself and just eliminate yourself from people that think that way. You don't have to be around that type of crowd either. Well, you know what I mean? You want to have people that align with you. Okay. Greg, what do you mean? Okay. Blaziken, you have so much to learn, Grasshopper. Slow down. Be easy on yourself. He may not know what Grasshopper is. I know Grasshopper is a reference from Kung Fu. I know what that is. He's saying, what do you mean by Grasshopper? That was from there was a show back in the 70s, Kung Fu, at David Carradine. And his sensei, his old master, he used to call him Grasshopper. Yeah, Grasshopper was a term for basically it was a young, naive apprentice that was, young and new. That's how we referred to him, as a grasshopper. And but I know the reference you got there, Greg. See, that's what that means. It was just from an old TV show. So I hope I answered that for you. All right. He means you're getting ahead of yourself and focusing on mature things that you'll be thinking about all your life. Okay. Interesting point of view. Slow down. You have a lot to learn. Exactly. Grasshopper. Listen, the fact that he's on this and he's asking questions, he's reaching out. Listen, he must see a glimmer of respectability here on this channel. Okay. He sees somebody that actually is getting it, that he's relating to, that he wants advice from. And the fact that he's asking questions means that he's inquisitive, he's reaching. And that's a good thing. He wants to get on the right path. He's confused, he's a kid, and yeah, he wants to know things. But Blaziken, you're 17 years old, you're a kid. I'm going to say you're in good hands right now. We're not just me, but if you look at all these comments we're putting on here, I mean, you got a lot of people that are rooting for you right now. Trust me. Okay. And we're glad you're in the audience right now and you found the right place. Okay. My nickname. Personality. Yay. Kung Fu show was stole from Bruce Lee. Yes. Jethro. Absolutely, man. The Kung Fu was stolen from Bruce Lee. I would think so. Yeah. Because that was right around that time. Bruce Lee was common right there back in the 60s, 70s. He was Kato on Batman. And I think, didn't he die right? He died right in the early 70s too, Bruce Lee. He died like back in 73, I think. But yeah, that was definitely, I used to watch that show as a kid. Anybody that grew up back in that time, we watched that show. I was probably 7, 8 years old, Kung Fu. Boy, what a great show that was, So lucky to be curious at that age. Agreed. Yes, my nickname was Kiwai Chang. Kwai Chain King. That's right, Greg. That was the guy's name. I am Kane. He said he always addressed himself as Kane. And remember, he was a real soft-spoken, slow-mannered guy. He'd speak slow and soft, and he was gentle. He was gentle as could be, but when he had to, he would stand up and he'd kick somebody's butt, with his kung fu, and he was just, you know what I mean? And he was always standing up for the little guy too. Remember that? He always protected people that were getting bullied. And there was always a big bully guy that was always picking on somebody smaller than him, and then he'd end up kicking their butt. Remember that? Every episode. That was the whole thing, right? He was but he was so harmless. He seemed harmless and soft spoken, but man, he'd kick your butt. What a show! That's I am Asian American. Oh, is that right, Greg? Okay, all right. Bruce Lee really was great. Would do. Oh, Bruce Lee really would be great. Did you, Blaze? Yeah. Oh, hey. Sometimes I see these things on YouTube every so often, like even these shorts of things Bruce Lee was doing. I mean, he'd be going on these shows and he'd have people hammer his hand, and he'd say, take the hammer, and they'd be whacking his hand harder, and I mean hammering his hand, and then he'd do this, like nothing happened, like he could train it to where his bones wouldn't break. I mean, he was very in tune with his body, his spirit, his mind. Yeah, he had all that chi like mastered. There's no doubt. What do you mean by emotional intelligence? I always thought it was not because I'm a super awkward, but I don't have many friends for the most part. Oh, what do you mean by emotional intelligence? Okay, you're asking Cam what that is. Basically, it's understanding not being led by your emotion. Blaze can, when somebody says you're emotionally intelligent, is not to make irrational decisions based on emotion. To be smart enough to know that if you have a feeling inside, you don't act on a feeling just based on your emotion. You have to take that and kind of surgically think about it logically into the decision. Maybe you are triggered by a certain emotion, but you're not going to act upon that emotion until you think it over logically. You see, you're using logic and emotion simultaneously to come to your conclusion. Emotional intelligence. Okay? So you're not making irrational emotional decisions based on just that. That's basically what that means, okay? The book that first read, the number one, Fighting Spirit by Bruce Thomas. Oh, okay. Hey, that's right. Because Jethro, man, he's into the nunchucks. You want to talk about that? You still doing the nunchucks, Jethro? You do that as a way of relaxing and things, right? Yeah. There's a way of kind of getting centered in a way. You look cheeky. Who you talking about me? Hey, you talking to me? I look cheeky? Is that what you mean? I was just thinking that too. I don't know. Space Cat M. McGow. Hello there, Space Cat. Now that is a brand new name out there. I'm going to say that somebody. I'm going to welcome you to the show, Space Cat. You look. I'm going to introduce myself. My name's Tom Omega. How are you? And he says I look cheeky. Okay, I know. I get the rosy cheeks going, don't I? Sometime, huh? I don't know. Isn't that a good thing, though? Kind of give me some color. I was trying to make sure you have a little bit of color in your face. Means it's a sign of good health, isn't it? It's just a sign that things are flowing and circulating right. That's all. It's good to have an emotional intelligence. I understand the ability to identify, understand, manage, and utilize emotions effectively in oneself and others. Very well put. My gosh, Vamp, how did you just type that so eloquently, Vamp? To see the way she did. My gosh. Yeah, that is what I do. I don't think I'm too impulsive. That's my only strength. Well, good, Blazekin. Yeah. All right. So you're yeah, as long as you just yeah, just don't act impulsive on emotion. Basically, is what that means. Think over your decisions logically before you just act on something. That's basically what it is, right? Uh, I always be I I will always be the nunchuck artist. Yes. Right. Jethro. Hey, how's the channel doing, Jethro? I checked on you today. I checked on it. I know you have a lot of like videos that you have like playlists of things that look like you're putting them together, like nothing you actually produced, like just different things like you're putting together. I was going to ask you about that, your playlists. I didn't know if but I watched a couple of them. I've seen some of them, but they look like they're all different personality types. Like you said, just not just INFJ. You're kind of trying to encompass all the different personality types, not just focus on the one, right? So yes, so dinner's ready. Back in 20 minutes. Oh, there you go. Blazekin's got to go have dinner. There you go. If he's 17, what if mom is like, Blazekin, come have dinner? And they say, I'm gonna be gone in 20 minutes, and he's gonna go shovel down his food and come on back. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. You know what I mean? Hey, no, I I, hey, not no offense there, Blaiskin. I hope I didn't. You see, sometimes my mom used to call me. My mom was like that. She'd call from another room. Mom, she'd call my name. So that's the way they did. Parents used to yell years ago. Years ago, they don't. I don't know if they do that anymore, but they used to yell from like a block away. Sometimes you'd hear like if your mom wanted to send you a message or she wanted to make sure she knew you'd be like in the neighborhood somewhere, and then so your mom would just yell out the window, Tommy, I want you back before the street lights are on. She'd yell that, you know what I'm saying? And then you just kind of hear it. You could hear it. It's like you knew your mother's voice. And then every so often you'd hear somebody else's mother yelling at their kid. You'd hear like every so that's the way it was years ago, growing up in like the city. Um, and because there wasn't cell phones, you didn't just type on the phone, and you didn't have a beeper. And so what did you do? You just yelled out the window. You yelled out the window, and you just knew your kid heard your voice from a couple blocks away. Yeah, I don't know if they do that anymore or not, but nowadays maybe they just call them up on the phone and they just text them. Yeah, that's what they do nowadays. Everybody's got a cell phone in their pocket. Nobody just texts everything. But no, back 50, 60 years ago, our mothers just yelled out the window to give us a message to make sure we came home. Hey, this is something we don't do anymore. All right. I actually have some good news. I got a job and I'm working on getting a second one. Oh, there you go. So Jethro, you got a new job, Jethro. Awesome. Okay, my dad was always calling saying, Genesis Clagger, get your ass in here. Oh, there you go. You see, dad used to, yeah, usually when you got the whole name, you know, with me it was Thomas Allen and then my last name. It was like when you knew you were in trouble when your parents told you your whole proper name. First, middle, and last name. I got that. Yeah, I knew I was in trouble. Yeah, that's right. I actually had some. Well, that's good. So, yes, my mom would do that. Would be babysitting, and it would be a crazy Asian accent. A crazy Asian accent, huh? Oh, okay. You mean when she yelled at you, Vamp? Like you'd hear her calling at you then, huh? Okay. And the neighbors would tell you your mom was calling. Oh, that's a good point too. There you go, Rusty. Yeah. Hey, I think I heard your mother calling you. I had a friend of mine who always say, "Hey, I think I heard your mother calling you." Like trying to get rid of you. Like, your mother calling you. Just yeah. So if you didn't directly hear it, one of your friends heard it and would tell you, "Hey, your mother called you." So that's right. Yeah, see, I think we all have similar memories. We remember the days. Yeah, we used to just, mothers would just yell out the window at us, Good. So at least you got you have a good steady income then. So good thing, Jethro, you got a job, man. Awesome. I hope, I hope I wish you good luck on that job, Mr. Jason there. Excuse me, Jethro, excuse me. I wish you good luck on that. My friend Babylonia said hi. Okay. Hey, hello there, Jerubi. We got a new name that I've seen there. I'm going to say hello. How are you? Welcome you to the show there. So my friend Balboni says hi. There you go. Yeah, but as far as basically the INFJ personality, as far as just who we are, I mean, like I said, I'm just kind of glad in a way we have people out there like when I see some like 17-year-old kids asking questions, I see the genuine just wanting to reach out, just wanting to just make sense of the world that they're in right now. And I can tell you, he's asking questions. He says he's feeling lonely, feeling out of place, things like that. And right away, I see questions like that come up, and I'm like, yeah, I remember. I think we all been through moments like that. We were all at that age where I think we all were feeling those moments of being isolated, feeling alone, and just wanting answers. Okay, just wanting to make sense of the world. And yeah, again, that's one of the hardest parts of our life, is that age in our life. There's no doubt about it. Okay, so yes, I'm behind the 3 months of my rent, so I'm lucky to have the greatest landlord you could ask for. Oh, you're 3 months behind, huh? So they didn't kick you out. You just been telling them you're gonna get your job. Yeah. Hey, kind of like that. You know that song from George Thorogood? So the other day, I tell the landlady I lost my job. And she said, "They don't confront me as long as I get my money last Friday." Remember that song? And he's got the whole song. He's just strumming a guitar. So then Friday come along and I didn't have my money. And I said, "I'm trying to get a job." It's one bourbon, one scotch, one beer. Yeah. Blaziken reminds me of ourselves at that age, so we don't want him to think he's completely isolated or that his situation. Good point, Justin. That's an excellent point, because soon as that phrase comes out, and I know he's a kid, and I've been saying this right along. This is nothing new. I've always addressed that as being that's the most confusing part, and I've been saying that for months. And I'm kind of glad. I'd like to see more young people come into this and understand themselves and see how he's asking questions. Though he just wants some understanding, and that's all. And that's all we can do is just let him know that. Yeah, one bourbon, one scotch, one beer. Yeah, that's right, man. That's that song. That just reminds me, like when he said he's 3 months behind on his rent and he had to get a job. It's like, yeah, it reminded me of that song, that George Thorogood song there, man. you know? So I just thought that was funny. I love that song. It's so raw. There's something about George Thorogood. He's the ultimate barroom guy. I could picture him being like playing in a dive, like, and everybody, but he'd have a lot of people going to see him, he's like that kind of guy, he's just gritty, he's grungy, and he's always talking about, alcohol though. He's always talking about drinking, I drink alone, yeah, but nobody else, you know what I mean? Yeah, bad to the bone. That's another one, George Thorogood. He's he's always talking about, and of course, like I said, drinking alone. So he's always talking about that, Yeah, but but there's that one song always cracks me up because he's like talking it out. He just talks it. He's not really singing it until he gets toward the end of that one, But if I remember in that song, though, he ducked out the back door. He told his landlady he did get a job. He lied to her. And in the meantime, she's all happy. she's thinking she's going to get the rent money and all that. And then he packs up and he ditches out the door and he didn't pay her, that, I mean, Jethro ain't doing that. I get that. But I'm just saying during that song, that's what he did. And then he went down to the bar and he got drunk, So, I mean, he probably didn't do the best thing, not the most classy thing to do, but it was just a good story though, George Thorogood, yeah, Bad to the Bone. Have you heard the song? Ever had a, we're going to hear bands, have you ever had a triglyceride test? No, I never did. Triglyceride test. Isn't that something to do with like your blood? I thought that was something in your blood, like something to do with like not your triglycerides. That's something in your bloodstream that regulates like your blood pressures and oxytocin. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I might have. I've taken blood tests before, and I think the triglycerides are all part of those standard blood tests you get taken on there. Did that have anything significant? Did you need to talk about triglycerides or something? I didn't know. Well, I mean, we could, if that had something to do with that. So, okay, but evening harp. Hey, we got harps in the house. Hey, how you doing there, hidden harp? Good to see you there, sir. Good to see you could attend tonight's live performance again. Well, it's good to see you back. Yeah, awesome. Are you not working on a Saturday night? I know typically last couple of Saturdays you were working Saturday nights, I thought, Mr. Harp. Maybe you're working later on, I'm not sure. Yes, it is blood fat. Yeah, I knew it was something to do with your blood. I didn't know why you asked that, but yeah, I mean, every time I get my blood taken and get blood works done, I see like the whole printout comes up. They give you the HDLs, the LDLs, the triglycerides are in there, the hemoglobins, the white blood corpuscles. I mean, there's like a ton of this stuff in there. And a lot of times they give you little bars and graphs and tell you what's in there. But it's all in there. But I wasn't sure if that had anything significant to anything you wanted to talk about. If your triglycerides are too high or too low, I think that's a sign of something. I think that might have a certain ill effect in your bloodstream. I can only imagine, right? So, you are working. So there you go. I'm hidden. I'm hidden. Oh, okay. Vamp, what is that? Yes, it's blood fats. Okay, there you go. All right. Oh, by the way, just so anybody knows, I'm gonna try to. I gotta eventually try to get my yard stream going and start getting these live streams so I can actually talk to you people on here. I know there's a bit I got to learn. Like I'm trying to order a webcam. I need a microphone. I'd like to get one of those microphones, you know what I mean? Maybe some earplugs in. So, I mean, I get the feedback. I got to figure out how to do it. And then got to get the whole software, get the StreamYard going and get it all set up so I can go right through the computer and then talk to you people. Now, I got to tell you, Jethro. And I think a lot of you guys are helping me out. I mean, certain things. I know you were saying that it's part of StreamYard. Now, I went on to the App Store, and there's like things for StreamYard. There must be like 15 or 20 different types of StreamYard for different types of things you want to do. It isn't just one StreamYard does all. There's like so many things to choose from, different types of ways you want to do things. So one of them's got to be the one you're talking about, So again, I mean, I got things I got to do in the future. I got to work on. So, but, okay. So, bands, I asked about that. So you would pay attention to the test, especially the test VLDL. Okay. I feel like we're taking a lot of breaths while you were talking. Oh, okay. Gosh. Well, somebody's quite inquisitive about my breaths. Okay. So you're asking about my test, thinking that because I'm taking a lot of deep breaths and something in my bloodstream Somebody here is quite knowledgeable and just can see certain patterns, breathing patterns. Really? Boy, that's quite intuitive there, I must say. Well, I want to thank you for your concern. I want to say, you know, I've been thinking. It's funny you mentioned that, but I think I've actually been thinking that a lot of that has to do with the fact that, see, at night, I fuel trucks. I fuel diesel trucks, and I'm out there running around at night fueling trucks, and I breathe in diesel fuel. I try to avoid it. Sometimes I think, sometimes I think it's getting to me. And when I take a little bit of time off, and I like I say, I take a week or two off, it clears up. I think in the long term, it's not good for me right now, and I'm thinking there's I might have to eventually do something else because I notice I cough a lot after I get out of work, and then I notice I wheeze sometimes, and I think it's because of the diesel fumes I'm breathing in. So if you want to know the truth, that is a concern. It's funny you bring that up about the breathing because you're absolutely right. Listen, I got a few health things that I got to think about. I try to just not make them prominent, but that's something I got to think about sometimes. That's all. Okay. Hey, I'm hoping someday. Listen, maybe eventually when if I can get to a point where YouTube is starting to be like a job, maybe I can. I'm hoping I retire someday and I can have a job being a YouTube guy, doing these lives like I'm doing now, and eventually maybe having people help support me, maybe get some revenue off of TV, like the YouTube ads, things like that. Eventually, I'm trying to set myself up for that. I don't want to fuel my whole life, but I know that's something I got to do is eventually wean away from the diesel fumes, I should say. Okay, but thank you for your concern out there. But that's very, I got to say, that's something I got to watch out for, though, huh? I feel like we're taking a lot of breaths like while you're talking, and so it's noticeable then, huh? Yeah, okay, that's not good. Yeah, I do have a tendency to breathe a little bit, don't I? Yeah. You can show. Can you show your nails? What? My nails? What do you want to? Well, they're not yellow. I don't have. What do you call it? So what's up? What's up? Are you trying to diagnose me? Are you trying to? So band. Okay. What do you want to see the nails for? Huh? Look at that. There's no dirt under them. Huh? Is that okay? Is that what you're talking about? Or do you mean the 9-inch nails I got out? I got these big old spike nails. You want to see the 9-inch nails I got? Or what? I'm only kidding. I'm joking there. No, don't take me serious. Huh? Chat if any would like to plant. Would chat if. Oh, Harp, what do you got going on here? Good night, everybody. Much love. Oh, Cam, you're taking off. Well, good night, Cam. Good night. Listen, if you had something, maybe I was just talking about random stuff. When I start getting off the point of things, check if any of you were a plant. What type would you be? A cactus? Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Yeah, I think I'd be a cactus. I think I established that one time before. I'd want to be one of those big old cactuses. I think cactuses have a lot to do with. I think they have a lot to do with an INFJ personality anyway. I mean, gosh, they sit out there in the hot sun and they have to evolve. They have to hold on to their their moisture inside, and they go weeks without any water, so they have to retain the water they're in. And then they get the flash floods, and they got to be in that scorching sun for hours. So they evolved so they got a harsh life, very harsh life. And then and then because of the fact that they're so full of water in the middle of the desert, they have to develop spines to keep predators from eating them for their water. So they have a certain level of self-defense, and they have no choice but to get spines on there. Yeah, so they're tough, they're rugged, and they're survivors. And after it all, they have the most wonderful, beautiful desert flower. Yeah. And hey, you know that song Hotel California? One smell of colitis rising up through the air. Do you know what that means? I found out that what that means is one smell of colitis rising up through the air. That's the smell of a certain desert flower, you know. Colitis is yeah, it's a distinctive aroma from a flower when you're out in those dark desert highways. Cool wind in my hair, one smell of colitis. It's a distinctive aroma of a flower in the desert. Bet you didn't know that. I just found that out. Well, so, oh, that's adorable. Love it. Yeah, there you go. I laughed so hard. A friend of mine gave me a mini cactus for my birthday, and I left the card saying I love that. Okay. All right. Okay. So, all right. It's Mary Jane. Yeah. Hey, I think the Breakfast Club is starting to. Yeah, I see. I see some of the. Oh, wait. Are you longitude lines in the nails slightly yellowish? No, actually, no, man. I don't have what you call. What are you thinking? I got uh, hepatitis or something. I know hepatitis is things like that. Somebody. So what are you thinking? Just lay it on the. Tell me. I'll tell you what. There. Who's trying to diagnose me over here? Thinking I'm breathing too heavy and maybe I got yellow nails or something. So tell me, what do you think I got? How many? Let me ask you this: how much time do I have to live? Huh? Go ahead, just spell it out. What do I got? A couple months, maybe a year, 2 years? Because I don't know. Sometimes I just don't know how much time I got left to live. I know I look like a young guy and I'm going to live for a long time, but in the back of my mind, I don't know, I could go any minute. You know what I mean? So, so uh, this is your advice. Everyone, push up and squat day after day, help balance blood lipids. Uh, Push ups and squats day after day help balance the. Basically, you're just telling us we have to exercise and eat right. Yeah. Yeah. You know, doctors have been trying to tell us that for years. Yeah. It's just a part of it is just getting that exercise every day, right? Well, I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for that piece of advice. Doing some push-ups and squats. Yeah, and eat 3 dozen eggs a day too. Or what? What should we eat eggs all the time and bacon? I'm only kidding. I'm kidding. Um, all right. I think of my cactus because I don't want to touch. Genesis, Tom, fingernail. Oh, Genesis, Tom, fingernails and eyes are healthy indicators. I don't know all the details though. Although the tongue in Chinese translates traditional medicine is a health indicator. Well, the thing is, somebody was banned, or I'm going to call you banned, okay? He was just basically concerned. He said I had a heavy breath going, and I told him it's because I think of the diesel fumes I've been inhaling, and that is a concern of mine. I have been addressing that on myself, and I mean, unfortunately, I have to do my job. It's a pretty good paying job. It's helping to pay the mortgage in my house, so I kind of need the job. If I was to quit this and get another job, I probably would be taking a huge cut in pay. It's the thing is about it. It's a pretty good paying job, okay, and it's and if I was to, like I said, if I was to lose this job, take a different job, I'd probably make less money, and then I probably would be in different. I wouldn't be making as much, and I'd be struggling. So right now, until I get my house paid off, I have to do that. So, but you're right. I'm kind of concerned about me doing this kind of thing with with inhaling diesel fumes all my at night. That's all. What are you discussing? What plants and what trees? What type it be? Yeah, that's it. Exactly. Oh, so that's all. Um, okay, but well, I got 13 watching. Geez, I got quite a I actually got quite a good following tonight. Actually, there's quite a few that showed up today and sticking around, and I've seen a lot of new people. I do want to thank everybody that's new to the channel that's come in so far today. I do want to thank everybody that's coming on in here that's stopped in, and I'm always trying to make sure that I find new people coming in here as well. It always helps me out, and I always like to make sure we're we are coming in here and enjoying the experience that we got here. So I'm checking something right now. I'm just checking something on my screen here, and looks like okay, analytics. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, look at that. Okay, we're up into the 10. We're up in the 40s now. Okay. Now, if anybody had any other, if anybody has anything they would like to address as far as a concern, a question, anything like that, I would be glad to answer certain things. If not, we will talk about. Okay, let's see. Okay. Oh, oh yeah. You know what, Harp? You would ask me about the Enneagram and things like that, and I haven't gotten around to that yet. I got to do that. I have to do that sometime. I just have. I've been kind of busy with things. I've been having certain things, and I haven't got around to that. I got to be honest with you. But yeah, and that's something that seems to be you want to know what that is. I mean, I guess you're curious, knowing that maybe INFJs have a certain enneagram that's similar to the to that test because of the fact that we have our own alignments, our own functions that we have. Maybe we have a similar enneagram as well, possibly. But the thing is, we're not all the same either. Blaiskin, hey, how was dinner? Hey, what'd you have for dinner? Hey, do you still live at home? Did your mom cook dinner for you? I'm just curious, man. I'm not picking on you. Did you have a good dinner? What'd you have? Mashed potatoes and peas or chicken? I'm just curious, man. You had dinner. But yeah, go ahead. You can ask me a question there, youngster. Okay? Blaiskin. Blaze. Okay, yeah. She made me a pizza. Hey, Blaiskin had pizza. Oh man. Oh, your mom made you pizza? Was it had pepperoni and onions, mushrooms? Good stuff? Huh? All right, man. Your mom made you that? I mean, did she make it out of a box, or did she like make pizza, like put the dough together and put all the stuff on, or does she like, just get it out of a frozen box? Hey, that's cool, man. That's cool. Pizza's always, I love pizza sometime. Hey, it ain't the greatest thing for you, but man, pizza's so fun to eat, man. It's just so tasty. Kind of like ice cream. Love eating ice cream too. Let's see. Today I had shrimp. So Harp had shrimp creole and jambalaya pasta. Oh gosh, boy, that sounds good, Harp. That sounds really tasty, man. Yeah. So, so Genesis, I believe it came out 5 or 6, something like that, back in 20. Oh, that's okay. Talking about your Instagram, and I had a girlfriend who wanted. I was wondering if you. Okay, whoa. I was wondering if you think happiness is an illusion. I used to feel kind of happy occasionally, but since about 13, I have opened my eyes to reality. And I am not certain I can go back to that old self. I'm going to tell you something, Blaskin. You're 17 years old and you're very deep. You're very, very deep. That's a deep question. I was wondering, do I think happiness is an illusion? And you're talking about when you were 13, you saw your eyes were open up. That's a damn good question. Listen, I'm sure the chat, we're going to think about this one. Is happiness an illusion? Now, I think it can be. I think sometimes, Blaiskin, you just got me jumping down a big old rabbit hole. Listen, I think we are conditioned. We are socially, culturally conditioned to think certain things make us happy. Absolutely. I think sometimes we are programmed to think certain things are happy when they're probably not that big a deal, let's say, or certain things that we should celebrate, some things that we should trumpet that are really absurd. Yeah. And yes, so I do see that. I mean, you could see people, parading down the streets, holding certain signs, looking all happy, celebrating something that is absurd and insane. So yes, in a sense, they're being manufactured. We're being, yes, conditioned culturalized into thinking that. Now, I'm not going to go into specifics, okay? You use your imagination. We know what the world is. I talked about the insanity of the world. And I think certain times, yes, you're absolutely right, that we are told that certain things bring us happiness. And certain things that should bring us happiness, actually, we should be thought to bring us sadnesses. I mean, some people say that because we achieve too much, the money that we earn, that the things that we strive for, that we reach for, should be taken from us and given to somebody else, and that we shouldn't feel happiness. We should feel some kind of guilt for overachieving things. Yeah, I definitely think so. But that was a brilliant revelation that you had. I mean, these are some small examples, I think, as to what I think. Yeah, I think we definitely do. But true happiness, you got to understand, true happiness can only have. I think it truly the true happiness we have um, is things that we have revelations in, is our discoveries. I mean, yes, I mean we can be happy when we have friends around, family around. I mean, there's certain times we have certain camaraderie around. Like right now, I mean, we're having a discussion here on YouTube, and we're just hanging out together, even though we're virtually hanging out here. But there's a certain level of like camaraderie here, you know. But it's still a very deep question that he had there. Yeah, but I think you're right. I think you're onto something. I think we're definitely into conditioned into believing certain things are happy when they're really just tearing us up. I mean, hey, the alcoholic thinks he's happy when he's drunk, doesn't he? An alcoholic will think because he's drunk, because he's in his disillusion, somehow that's bringing him happiness, because he's escaping the misery of his life by getting drunk, let's say. But is he truly happy when he's drunk, or is he just forgetting? Is he just in a stupor? And is his happiness at that time it's not bringing him happiness, it's actually making him miserable, because he's abusing his body, but he's under the illusion that he's happy temporarily until he's not. So yeah, if you want to look at it deep in that way, take that for what it's worth. Okay. There you go. Vamp. Happiness is defined by the individual, just like being religious, benefits, etc. Happiness starts with appreciation. As an I, we embrace opposites. Okay. Happiness is starting your day the way you and your partner like, going through every detail in your day without feeling bored, introducing things that your partner considers important. They call him salty hands out. I don't see a way of becoming happy without denying reality itself. See, Blaiskin, for a kid, this guy, he's got some deep, you know what, very deep, yeah. So there's a reason why you're attracted to this. I can see the depth in your questions, man. You know, I got to tell you, I'm impressed with some of your thinking. I mean, you just, I don't know if anybody's recognizing what kind of a depth of that question was. I mean, is happiness an illusion? I mean, you want to talk about just understanding how the mind works, and he's questioning whether or not are we really happy. I mean, I don't know. I tried to answer the best way I could, and I really did. And I think he's got some good points there. I really do. But I'm seeing a lot of your, let's see, yeah, a lot of you texted after that, didn't you? Tom, I can ask an okay about that. Yum, that sounds good. Box pizza to you. That's exactly what I want. Yes, sir, premium gooner. Instinct variances. They call you quick pumped up. Whoa, look at some of the stuff you people are writing. I'm not, there's a lot of like, there's a lot of like, there's a lot of like inside stuff going that's just between a lot of you that I see you're answering. So, bro is the best gooner in the Merca. In Merca. Gooner. What's a gooner anyway? All right, Blaiskin, Greg, I don't see a way of becoming happy without denying reality itself. Ah, see, see, I'm going to tell you something. When I'm recognizing you and Blaze, you're seeing the world for what it truly is, and I think that that's why I'm resonating with you. When I tell you that, I think I'm starting to see that you don't wear rose-colored glasses the way the world does, don't it? See what I had said earlier, the whole monologue about not conforming, about having conflict and feeling alone and isolated because we don't conform. You're pretty much making my point, especially you're at that age of discovery where you're seeing exactly what I said earlier. I see that. I want to tell you that. Listen, you keep embracing that thought that you have because you sound like you're blazing a whole trail, man. That maybe that's why you're blazing, man, because you're blazing a whole trail out there, man. Um, you keep asking these questions. He's deep, but the illusion of happiness. Yeah. Uh, honestly, I've been noticing too. Been noticing that ever since I feel like later on in my life, especially in the last couple of years, since I feel like I've had this channel, since I told you of my experience that I've gone through, since I've been living alone, I'm at a stage in my life where I feel like I've found a state of neutrality. I don't feel happy. I don't feel sad. I don't feel like anything. I feel like I'm right neutral. Like I'm very right in the middle of things, not too high, not too low. And I think that, but I feel peaceful. Yeah, but that's what peace is. I mean, just as we might not want happiness, sometimes people are seeking the thrills of, everybody wants to be ecstatic. Everybody's seeking like thrills. I mean, how do you find happiness? Some people find it by just overstimulating their senses. Okay, you go on a roller coaster ride and you go real high up on that thing, and that thing starts flying and whipping and doing loops and loop de loops. And somehow you're getting your adrenaline going and you're getting that excitement going. All you're doing really. Now, people say at that moment, you see, they all look happy. They get their hands up in the air and they're all happy and everything. Well, they're just really releasing those endorphins, those dopamines into their brain, because of the thrill. But I mean, that's like an excitement right there. Is that a happiness? I mean, it's in a sense, is that a manufactured happiness in a way because you're producing that thrill. I mean, you could take a motorcycle ride in the desert, let the wind go in your hair, and you feel like because of the freedom, you're happy. I mean, these are things. That's a sense of freedom. Freedom is happiness too. Freedom of just. So I think we create happiness so many times within our life, artificially. I mean, not artificially, but we find things to stimulate us. You know, even just eating that pizza for dinner, if it's your favorite pizza, that makes you happy, don't it? I mean, yeah, even just because we're always trying to please our ego. Our ego is what wants to be gratified. Our ego likes to feel happy, likes to feel pleased. I mean, when people praise you, people call you, say you're good looking, or say you're this, you're that, you're strong, whatever. You get praised, right? When people put you on a pedestal, yeah, that makes you happy, doesn't it? Yeah, but is it true happiness? Or is it just inflated? Are you just being inflated? Is that true happiness though? Because this is the kind of thing that never goes away. Because that kind of happiness, that kind of praise, you only want you to have it more and more. It seems like you want more of it in order to find the same pleasure that you had. Then you need more roller coaster rides, longer trips. You need longer, you can't get off you keep going on it over and over again till you're ready to throw up. You know what I mean? You see what I mean? It's almost like you're only, anything that is not intended to be like anything that is stroking the ego only needs more stroking in order to bring you to that exuberance that you just had. Okay. Well, you really set me down a rabbit hole. I want to thank you for that. Okay. So, but the thing is, I guess my point is that, yeah, is that an illusion? So, yeah, that's an illusion of happiness right there. I guess I'm thinking about what you said. These are definitely creating illusions of happiness, as deep as that question was. See, you had to get me thinking, didn't you? You had to lead me down that little rabbit hole there. And I think the world does that. I think that's what it is. I mean, and how do you do that most than anything? Is stroking the ego, is just producing this artificial stimulation in your senses. But true happiness, though, true happiness is not happiness. True happiness is peace and neutrality within your soul. That's just now. This is the true wisdom that I've found over the course of my life. That's your true happiness. It's not to have anything too high or too low. It's being right in the middle. Okay. Oh, all right. Have any other questions? Good gosh. Good gosh. I don't know where that comes from. This stuff just flows out of me. I don't know where this stuff comes from. I try to understand my own psychology. I try to understand human psychology the best I can, and that's what I come up with there. Oh my gosh. So let me see. Let's see some of your questions out there. I feel like I should stop researching MBTI possibilities. It keeps causing me to second guess myself, what makes the problem worse. Gee, Blaiskin, now you're very confused, aren't you? Yeah, basically right, hidden. Okay, okay. Um, well, did I help answer any questions, Blaiskin, or did I just confuse you all the more? I mean, I guess I'm just listen. I'm not going to be the conventional. I'm not going to give you answers that just everybody's going to give you. All right, I'm going to try to come. I'm really going to look for the depth of what you're talking about, the deeper meaning of everything that you're asking. That's all. Okay. Now, as far as just the MBTI, listen, the MBTI, just understanding MBTI, psychology, whatever you want to call it, it doesn't cure you. It's not that cures you. And if you need to step back from that, it's not a big deal. I mean, you basically the most important thing is understanding yourself, but also understand too that we're human beings. You know that we have one main primary function in life. Okay, we have one. We were born for a reason. We were created for a reason. I hope you believe. I mean, do you believe in God? Do you believe we are created? I do believe we were created in the image of God, and ultimately we have a mission, and that is to actually find a relationship with our Creator. Just a spiritual, deep understanding that that somehow we reflect our Creator's world, basically. That's what it is. Ultimately, we were created in the image of God. And I think ultimately we are to basically go through the course of our life understanding ourselves and understanding who created us and where we came from, and understanding that we are to mirror God's image. Yeah, we're here to. I mean, this is my own take on that. Yeah, ultimately. So fundamentally, I think you have to understand what you're here for, what your purpose is here on Earth. And while we're here on Earth, of course, too, is to try to enlighten people for that light that I've talked about. Ultimately, that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to enrich each other, enlighten each other, to understand that that's what we're all about. That's what we're here for. Okay. I mean, of course, yeah, we're here to procreate. We're here to maybe have children, raise children in our image, in our own way. We're here to try to leave the world a better place. We're trying to make sure that it's a better world for our children in their future. I mean, there's other things we're here for on Earth, but we're not just here just to consume. We're not just here just to have fun and play games and collect all the toys before we die. Like, some people have this attitude. No, we're here to find truth. We're here to find truth within our heart, within our spirit. Ultimately, that's what we're supposed to do. Okay, fundamentally, that's the meaning of our life in a lot of ways. Okay, and again, it's a lifetime journey. Okay, so, but I mean, as far as the MBTI, listen, it doesn't cure you. The MBTI is just a tool. It is a guide. It was something that was put forth by Carl Jung. It was something that was just established as a way of understanding that everybody thinks differently. There are different personality types. Not everybody's the same. And he just had a way of just coming up with a way of determining different type of people and how we think, how we have different ways of functioning and how we come to conclusions and how we troubleshoot things, rationalize things. That's all it is. It's just a blueprint. It's just a way of understanding yourself. Does it cure you? No, it doesn't. Absolutely. And it doesn't have all the answers. I gravitated to it personally because of the way it help me to understand myself because I was like you. Listen, Blaziken, I was like you most of my life, where I was always asking questions and always trying to figure out why I was confused and why I had certain. I mean, I didn't ask exactly the questions you do, but I mean, you remind me a lot of myself. Is that you're always wanting deeper questions, and you want to know things that are not conventional questions. Okay, and I can see you're a soul that's searching. You really are, and you want answers and questions. I was like that too. I've always been like that. I think most INFJs are that way to an extent. So, but my point is that you know, I mean, there's so many ups and downs in your life. You're never going to see. You're gonna go through confusions in your life. In order for you to have clarity in your life, you're going to have to be confused a little bit to know what clarity truly is. I mean, sometimes you're just going to have to. You got to suffer through some of these things in order to know what is real. But at the same time, not get lost in them, not let them consume you. I mean, that's where we make mistakes. Where people get blindsided, they get weak, and they can't handle the reality. They can't handle the confusion, so they turn to things to escape things, and they abuse their body till they die young without ever finding the truth. And that's what most of the world is like. And but all we can do is just take every day the best we can and try to keep our mind clear. Now, let me ask you this, Blaziken. I know you're kind of young now, but do you meditate? Have you ever discovered like meditation? Now, that's a way of actually clearing your mind and finding it, like centering your mind, finding like a stillness within yourself and gravitating to that. And that'll help you get a better idea of your thoughts. I mean, there's practices on meditation too. I don't know if you do that. What is meditation? It's basically what I'm saying. Is meditation is basically it's just something. It's like a form of prayer, but it's like a prayer where you're not actually reciting words. I mean, you're actually becoming aware of the stillness within yourself. Now, for instance, I've actually had a video called The Trinity of Consciousness, and I believe we have a trinity of consciousness. We have mind, we have body, and we have soul. Now, we have a brain, we have thoughts, we have patterns, we have, obviously we have neurons and things, and we have the neurons fire between them. We gives us thoughts. This is a physical, tangible brain that actually holds memories and thoughts. And this is where our thoughts come in. And of course, it controls our body. It controls our nervous system. It controls everything. But we have something that is an intangible part of our consciousness. It's an intangible part of our brain, and that's called our consciousness. When you close your eyes, okay, close your eyes for a second. I want you to do this right now. And just think of yourself where you are. Where is your awareness? Aren't you right there? You're kind of right in between your eyes. So you're in your brain. You're in your head. That's where the center of your consciousness is, okay? But the thing is, there's no gland to say, here you go. I mean, yeah, there are glands in our brain. We have certain glands, pineal, pituitary glands that are in our brain that release certain growth hormones through the course of our life at certain times, which allow us to, start, changing, going through puberty and going through certain parts of our life and release growth hormones, which change us. These are part of it. But there is nothing that says, okay, where's that consciousness? There is no place. There's no gland. There's no organ that has your consciousness. But it's there. It's there because you close your eyes, you have it. Now, meditation is basically having, is separating your thoughts, is finding a way of relaxing, centering your body, centering your mind to where you are finding that eye of your consciousness and finding the stillness of yourself and gravitating to that. When you close your eyes, for instance, and you become very aware of your body, of your breathing, of maybe feeling the blood flowing through your fingertips, and it's quiet. And now you start understanding that you're in your consciousness, you're in between your eyes, but at the same time you're looking out through the mind's eye at those speckles and those, like, the lights and the flickering of lights, almost like a projection screen on your eyes. Okay, but this is your stillness. The more you gravitate toward that center, the more you gravitate toward that stillness, that eye of the storm within your mind, you're separating your thoughts, those swirling thoughts. You want to get out of them. And you want to practice this a few times a day. What this is doing is it's going to calm you down. It's going to separate you from your thoughts. It's going to take you away from your programming, your conditioning. See, all your memories, all your stored memories, all the events that you are programmed into are in here. They're in your thoughts. Okay? But your stillness, your eye of the storm, that center of your consciousness is timeless. It's like the eye of a hurricane. This is the best way to put it. You ever seen a swirl of a hurricane? A hurricane swirls around, right? Okay, but there's always that very center of the hurricane that is the eye of the storm. And as that passes over, let's say, a town, the hurricane could be whirling and swirling and causing 100 mile per hour winds and rain, right? And it's cloudy, right? But now what happens is, as that passes over your town, it's still, it's calm. That eye of the storm is actually, and you can actually see the sun coming out during that. So if that eye of the storm, if you ever see it pass over, it's still and it's quiet. And after a few minutes, of course, you go back into the storm and then it starts again. Your consciousness has this stillness in the eye of the storm, and it's up to you to, through your meditation, you need to find that eye, that stillness within yourself. You gravitate to this. And as you gravitate to this stillness within your heart, within your spirit, it's going to open up it's going to help you focus. It's just going to help you get out of the swirl of your mind. If you can step outside of your mind and your thoughts and not get caught up with them, not be caught up with them, like being in the swirl of the storm, let's say, okay, and you get outside of them and you're in the eye, then you're swirling, your thoughts are going to be separate from you. And now you're going to be more peaceful because they're no longer subject to you. And as you practice this meditation, you're going to start understanding that your thoughts no longer consume you. You'll watch them. You can observe them. You can see them without being caught up in them, without reacting to them. Sometimes when you have a thought in your mind about something that happened to you 5 years ago, something that bothered you, somebody irked you, somebody said something to you that bothered you, that made you hate them for that second. And sometimes you have that memory, but you relive it every time. Oh, I can't stand that guy. He said that to me, or, whatever, or, whatever it was that. Now, every time you relive this thing, every time you keep resenting that over and over again. Okay, that's going to keep you down. That's going to keep you subdued. That's going to keep you stunted. You're never going to grow spiritually. And we have many of these things through the course of our life that we have to resolve. The closer you get to your meditation, the more you separate your thoughts and you're no longer caught up in your thoughts, and you find that eye of the storm, your stillness of yourself. These things go away. You have to learn not to be subject to your mind anymore. You can have your thoughts, you can have your memories, but they never, you got to be separate. They can't consume you. Meditation teaches you. It's an exercise. It's a mental exercise that you take that helps you to center yourself and find your stillness. Okay. And as you get closer to that, flashes of insight, flashes of amazing insight into what you were born to know start to unravel. You see, we were born to know things too, Blaiskin. I mean, yes, we were born to learn things and we are indoctrinated. You know, of course, we learn things, we read things, we learn how to read, we learn how to speak, we learn how to hold a fork and eat, right? But we were also born to understand and know things within ourselves that we were that our creator imprinted upon us because we are in the image of our creator. Okay, bottom line is yes. And when we start getting into that understanding, when we start to separate our thoughts, and like I said, you start practicing your meditation, find the stillness of your consciousness, your flashes of insights from that realm will come to you. In other words, when you clear out that spot and start seeing things for what they are, you'll start seeing God will reveal himself to you. He'll reveal his understanding and his wisdom through his own way. Yeah. Like the passage says that blessed are those who are pure of heart, for they shall see God. And that was what something Jesus said. Because you're purifying your heart. When you meditate, you're purifying your spirit. The more you get out of these resentful thoughts, the more you are less subject to them. And the more you see clear, the more you're seeing truth, the real truth. And that's the real, true, authentic healing that you have within you. And it's away from what you've been taught. Okay? This is what meditation is. That's the answer to your question. Okay? I do have one video. It's one of my oldest videos. I've been meaning to re-update it though about, basically I have to do the whole meditation thing. Like I said, closing the eyes and thinking about the eye of the storm. And it's all about breathing and it's about being very calm and being aware of your body. The idea is to get outside of your brain, outside of your thinking and outside of it and trying to center your mind into that, finding that stillness in your consciousness. Okay. But that's basically what it is. Okay. Now, all right. I said a lot, didn't I? See, I gotta say though, Blaze, you're definitely there's a reason you were number 1,000 for a reason. Hey, did anybody know that when I went up to 1,000 subscribers, Blaze was number 1,000. It was him. And this guy's asking some questions here too. There's a reason you were number 1,000. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I believe once you can meditate, you can do anything like washing dishes, cleaning boxes, etc. Okay, Vamp. It definitely helps to it definitely helps to put yourself in a different. I mean, it clears out your mind a little bit. I mean, yeah, some things start to come back to you. You have certain things to face. Originally, things that you have to come to grips with, things you didn't handle in the past will come back to you that you have to revisit. So there are some disclaimers. When you start meditating, eventually things that will bubble up, things that you didn't handle right, things you reacted wrong to in the past will come back to be revisited in it. But it's up to you to watch them objectively, see them without reacting, without reacting, without resenting them. And these things go away, though. They will start to go away. I mean, Jesus even called that repentance. I mean, it's all in the, it's even in scripture, what I'm talking about. The noise goes away if you're, okay, personality pill. The noise goes away if you take some kind of action and drain the thoughts at the same time. Yeah. Yes. Drain the thoughts. I mean, a lot of times you have to face the thoughts, and eventually, yeah, when you stop reacting to them, when you see them without reacting to them over and over again, is when they start to go away, they dissolve, and then you've passed that hurdle. Now you can move forward because your soul is now being changed.
yeah, you're changing. You're becoming more acceptable to the light. Yeah, in a sense. Hidden partner does not. Hidden. My partner does music disturbing. Meant to say, okay, are you still out there? So did okay is okay. So Blaiskin, hidden. I'll stick around for a little longer. One more question before I head out. What was the real thing I should focus on other than existential issues? Job, relationships, creative pursuits, making friends. Oh, all right. Okay. Okay, let's bring it down to earth a little bit. I think you asked that question before, Blaiskin, about jobs, relationships, creative purposes, and making friends, really. Okay, look, okay, you just want to talk about that stuff. Well, you got to ask yourself, what's your most important thing to you? Um, is making friends important to you? Yeah, I mean, at 17, yeah, I wanted to have friends too. And jobs, relationships. Again, I think I've talked to this before. Creative pursuits. Um, listen, you just have to find things that you're good at. All right, you must have a certain talent. There's got to be something very talented that you have that you possess. I think each and every human being has a certain talent that we have, whether it be that you are good with your hands, whether it be that you're good with calculating math, whether maybe you're good at a musical instrument. I don't know what it is, but maybe you got a great singing voice. I don't know. Or maybe you're just a good inspirational speaker, whatever it might be. You got to find out what you're good at, what your talent is. Yeah, okay. And secondly, I mean, yeah, jobs. Yeah, listen, again, I mean, you got to find out. We talked before, Blaiskin. Didn't you say something about being an electrician? I think I talked to you a couple of weeks ago. You said you want to be an electrician. That's a good occupation. You got to get into a good trade that pays good, that's steady work. Nothing wrong with that. And listen, just getting your hands dirty, going to work every day, doing a 9 to 5, or maybe 40 plus hours a week is outstanding. And I think electrician, if you were geared to that, and you're at an age now too where they see somebody young and ambitious, and you're going to get you can get a job. If somebody sees that you are young, ambitious, smart, and eager to, somebody's going to hire you. So it would be easy to get a job. Okay, you just show some enthusiasm and just show up for work every day. Don't be late. Don't call in sick. Don't be one of those guys, and just do your job. Like Bill Belichick said for the Patriots, do your job. Remember? That's all, man. But the thing is, I mean, you're at an age now, you got to get your job. That's all. Okay. I think you got a good head in your shoulders, and I think you're asking a lot of questions, though. That's a good thing. But and existential issues. Okay, maybe that was a little deep for you. Okay, but you were asking though. But relationships. Hey, again, like I said, right now, focus on getting a good job. Focus on making money. Be independent. If you want to get your own apartment or whatever it is, save some money, invest money, whatever. Work on that, especially. Be the best you can. And as far as relationships go, when you show that when you got your head to the grindstone, when you're making good choices, making good money, banking money, don't you're not spending it frivolously. These are all good for you. These are all good disciplines for you. Okay, that's all. And yeah, as far as jobs and relationships go, friendships, hey, you never know. You're just gonna meet people, just out in the wild. Things should happen. You just start hanging out with maybe meet friends at work and stuff, and then you start hanging out with friends of yours, and you start yucking it up. Maybe you go hang out, and you and your buddies will be hanging out, and all of a sudden, guess what? Girls will probably just start orbiting you and your buddies. They just they start being attractive to just guys that look like they get their crap together. Maybe you're laughing, you're having a good time, you're just doing things, and that's all. So yeah, then maybe you're just gonna attract good girls. But again, as far as girls go, I mean, yeah, just make sure you attract good, decent, wholesome women that aren't just out to use you for your money or anything, and not just out to take you for all you're worth. I hope you're smart enough to just know, look for a good woman that likes you for you, that is attracted to your spirit and your soul. If that might be rare nowadays, it really could be. But you just want a woman that is attracted to you and not just what your paycheck is going to offer either, okay? So this is some relationship advice. Again, I'm probably throwing a lot at you here, guy, all right? But that's what we got to do, all right? This is how we find things, okay? All right? All right. So I hope that helped out a little bit too there, all right? But well, we had a lot of chat here, didn't we? Okay, Blaiskin. Oh, so you're still out there, huh? All right. Does anybody else out there in the chat like some of the, okay. I say whatever you might to put $20 away, and that won't know to give it. Someone will trace it, and don't you trust? Okay. But I wonder if it's necessary since everyone else seems to do it. Oh, okay. Blaze, you should see the ones attracted at the gym. Yeah. I've had to report a few. Oh, yeah. Harp. So you're the gym guy. You're the gym guy. What do? They start hovering on you. They start hitting on you. I bet you some of these girls hit on you, do they? Yeah. I know. Harp's a Chad, though. He's a Chad in the gym. I get these women are probably hitting on him, Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Oh boy, do they? Yeah, I know. If you're well built and you're good looking and you're probably 6'2", and you know what I'm saying. If you're the Chad looking guy, yeah, of course. That's it. Everything's superficial nowadays. They just think all they got to do is, yeah. Yeah, then the average guy they treat like a piece of crap, don't they? Yeah. With me, I'm not 6 foot. I'm just shy of 6 feet, 6 feet tall. Although if I do wear a set of cowboy boots, it really adds some height. Then I think it adds a little bit. I give it that illusion with the cowboy boots. I give a couple inches of height, I mean, I'm not short. I'm not tall. I'm not like over 6 foot. I'm not super tall, but I'm not short. I mean, but I'm right there in the middle. But I mean, yeah. Talk about my first day in high school. The modern problems, oh boy, do they. Oh, okay. If you have problems saving money, yeah. Okay. The problem is school. There are 8 different girls who won't leave me alone, and they are too flirty. I find it annoying. Don't really want to get involved with all that. Oh, okay. So Blaiskin, you got 8 different girls hitting on you at school right now? Okay. All right. But you got to remember too, at that age too, girls are always playing games. They're probably snickering to their other friends. Oh, watch this. They're just trying to see a reaction. Sometimes girls are always they're always testing guys. They could be just doing that just to get your reaction, just so they could see what, tell their girlfriends what you did. Oh, he ignored me, or oh, he waved at me, he winked at me. I think he's getting interested. They do that. It's funny how, yeah, from what I've always known, girls are always playing little testy games on you. They always are, And I know sometimes that can be exhausting too. But men, we're geared more toward, we like the facts. We like straightforward honesty. We just want, you got to be direct. Whatever you're thinking, whatever's on your mind, just let us know. We don't want to have to beat around the bush or guess what you're thinking, do we? Yeah. Yeah, we don't like the little games, like figure out what you're thinking. No, just, make your point, right? Yeah. Yes, I refuse. Yes, I refuse to play those games. Well, that's good. That's good. You don't have to play all those games, So, hey, you know what? Sometimes if you play hard to get, if you're too easy, if you give in too much, that's, they're funny like that. They don't like guys that are too easy either. Yeah, they like guys that they have to chase a little bit, or they have to convince. And then usually if you play hard to get, that's when they want you all the more. So maybe they keep flirting on you because you're not giving it to them. You're not giving in. You're not being easy. Yeah, right? That's what I mean. They're funny like that. Girls are funny like that. I'm happy. I'm not a female with the same attention, but I get because I get nervous. Uh, I like that honesty more. Okay, Vamp, you like the honesty more. You know, usually that's something right there that always got to me is that little beating around the bush when women usually never really are direct with you. I mean, I wish they would just tell you what's on their mind or not get you guessing what's on their mind. I mean, I think guys try to tell them that all the time, but I mean, it doesn't take much. It doesn't make, it's really not that complicated. It really isn't. But I would try, I would, I would try to make myself ugly and wear the baggiest clothes in the gym. Oh, jeez. Enjoy the illusion, Blaiskin. You're in it. Oh, jeez. I never understood the games. Oh, okay. Well, not everybody plays them. Yeah. Vamp, I don't think you're the game player. No, I don't think you're doing that, I mean, it's certain types that do that, though. You know what I mean? I get that. You just didn't understand them, Okay. So, what do we got here? Yeah, 10 watching. How long have I been here? I've been here for 3 hours. I can't believe it's already 11 o'clock. I started at 7. Oh, wow. I'm going up close to 4 hours. Can't believe it. I tell you, time always flies, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Yeah. But now, people, listen. Now, eventually, I'm getting close to getting to the partners program. Now, that's when that's after 3,000 watch hours. I'll be able to actually encourage. I can actually have membership. Like I can have monthly. I can have people pay for little memberships and things like that, and maybe start offering merchandise and start offering, like members only, like videos, behind the scenes stuff. I don't know what I'm going to do, what I'd like to do, but I'm just saying that things are going to start happening in the near future where I'll be able to do different things like that. It would be nice if some of you, I could have your participation. I mean, of course, I'd like to make sure it's all worth your while, obviously. I mean, I like to do what I'm doing now, but eventually when it turns into that kind of participation, I'm going to start leaving links onto the description and things. But I was actually wondering, would you like merchandise? Would you be interested in buying, like, let's say, mugs that say maybe the INFJ Experience, or maybe slogans that I have, something creative? I'm just saying, I'm offering, I know that there's certain little like merchandising, t-shirts, hoodies with certain sayings and slogans. I'm just asking questions. And if so, I mean, maybe sometimes your input would help, like what would be a good motto or something like that, or just something like maybe tie-dye that says the experience, or I was thinking this, maybe making something kind of tie-dye and it says like are you experienced, and instead of Jimi Hendrix, remember Jimi Hendrix Experience? He had that song. I'm kind of basing it on that. And instead of Jimi Hendrix put his guitar, just be like me, like maybe wearing glasses or something. I don't know. Just a curious. So you like the Vamp, you like that idea. I don't know. I'm just thinking of things. But listen, I mean, but that's where I'm going with this. I mean, eventually I'm wondering, how do I do it? Obviously I'm still trying to learn the YouTube system, and it's getting very close is what I'm getting at, people. The watch hours are starting to get there. But but I would like to think that I'd have that to offer, and I would definitely like to. But like I said, it's mugs, t-shirts, hoodies, different size, different colors, maybe girls' version, maybe the pink ones, have the guys be more like the black or red, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Different sizes, so eventually, like I said, these are all things I have to think about and look into and see where it goes, I guess that's all part of it. But you like that idea. So what idea do you like? You like the whole idea of are you experienced? Tie-dye? Look, make it look kind of psychedelic-y, but instead of Jimmy, maybe me. I don't know. I don't know if I want to put my image on there too much. Or maybe just I get an idea, not just me, but kind of an abstract. Like kind of like one of those abstract images that you get in your psychology, like like one of those abstract images. Like I'm not quite me. I'm kind of a stick literature or something. I don't know. Just things to think of. You know what I mean? But I don't know. But anyway, people, that's where it's coming down to. It's coming down to. So these are some of the ideas that I think about where I want to go eventually with the program, with the channel, obviously, and also though too. I mean, I know I would like it to be expensive coming from America to Australia, but I bought things from America before. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Meaning just the shipment, because everything comes out of what? Like everything YouTube is it's an American-based um, entity. I mean, wherever the merchandising would be made, though, is where they'd ship it from. But yeah, I know what you mean. If they shipped it to Australia, that's halfway around the world. I would imagine that shipping's probably expensive going that far. Yeah, definitely. But no, but at least you've done that before, though. I've never actually ordered any merchandise myself from anything on YouTube. But I mean, if it was something that caught my eye, I probably would. But I mean, I have ordered like merchandise from other things before, like shirts and things like that. Yeah, but I'm just trying to think of different avenues to go down, though. But so you like that idea, though. So hidden, wow, probably scary. So no, but anyway, that's where I'm thinking of going, though. These are some of the things, and again, I mean, if I eventually, I mean, I see, I'm always thinking ahead, though. I mean, sometimes I'm thinking years ahead, but I'm also thinking short term ahead too, because now all the things, it's taken almost a year. But from the time I started this was back in June, early June of last year, when I started the channel. Now all of a sudden things are all starting to, take shape. You know, I mean, all the watch times there, the subscribership is starting to get there. So now it's like, all right, but now I got to go to this next step. So, but the partner program is going to be hopefully within the next month or so when I'm eligible for that. That is. So, yeah, I would be happy to, and probably to buy a jumper or shirt, maybe mug. It all depends. Okay, I get it. I'm just saying, I'd like to put that stuff out there anyway, and maybe, I mean, obviously, I mean, I know sometimes I see these YouTubers though, and they do stuff like that, and they wear their shirts as they're doing a video. Oh, they're always doing that, or they're sitting there drinking out of their mug. You see them holding the mug that they're like, they don't say it. It's there. They're just drinking out of the mug that they're advertising. So I see you YouTubers do that all the time. I'm heading out. I'll see you guys later. Okay. Well, Blaiskin, hey, take it easy, Blaiskin. I hope to see you again, okay? And take care of yourself, guy. All right? Okay. Yeah. Well, anyway, that's some of the things I'm thinking about in the future as far as that goes. And along with other things I got to do. There's just so many other things I want to do. Bye, Blaiskin. Yeah, he's kind of cool. He's just got some deep questions, though, don't he? I mean, I got a sense that he's really wanting to figure himself out, and he's at an age now where, yeah, that's good. Hey, Vampy. Hey, he calls you Vampy. I love that. Hey, Blaiskin, man, you're all right. You got to come back next live, okay? You come back here again, all right? We want to see you again. All right, you got this. Yeah, but anyway, those are some of the things I got to think about sometimes, Hey, so who did anybody see that latest video I put out? I put one out just I think it was the one called it's got the shush and it's like don't tell anybody you're an INFJ. I think I seen somebody commented on that one, right? That's actually taken off pretty good. Yes, Grasshopper. Yeah, he's a good kid. Grasshopper, yes. So I know where the reference was for that, Greg. Yeah, it was the Grasshopper reference. Very, it's deep. I mean, for 17, asking some of the questions like that. I mean, so yeah, I could tell he's just really. I'm hoping that we're reaching. But the thing is this too: you're planting the seeds. Maybe you're at that moment you're saying things. It's still not really catching on, but we think about things again. Especially INFJ minds. We might hear things said, and at that moment we don't get it. But then, as you know, it has to circulate. And then the thoughts, and then you start thinking about things, and then you start connecting patterns. You start understanding, it's like, oh, then things start making sense to us. Not exactly in that moment. Sometimes it takes hours, days, even weeks when we start gathering it, and then all of a sudden we get it. All right. So I'm thinking that's just like planting seeds. You plant seeds right now, and you're not thinking it's going to be immediate. And that's how I'm basing that on my own experience. So we're like that. Okay. Eventually things will get figured out as you kind of keep going there. That's all. All right. I can't believe, so it's been I'm going on 4 hours I've been here so far. I've had a great, hey, this was a great live today. I mean, a lot of participation, very, very much a lot of participation. And I've had all your regulars are out there and you're starting to grow on me. And I'm seeing a lot of new ones too. I'm starting to see some new regulars coming in. Now, like I said, Greg, I've been seeing Greg out there a lot. I've been seeing, he's still out there. Great. Blaiskin, a wise beyond his years at this point. Yeah, I think so. I'm sensing that too. I have this sense that exactly what you just said. Exactly. Night Blaze. It's really kind of growing on everybody, ain't he? Huh? Well, the thing is, when somebody's asking questions like that, and I'm always saying, hey, ask questions, and it's like, boom, all of a sudden I get what I'm asking for. And it's like, all right, these are, very philosophical, deep ones, So, definitely got a future going on ahead. I hope I gave some good advice. I mean, all I can do here is talk in general, and that's all I can do. But, so, but definitely 100%. He reminds he reminds us, he reminds all of us, like all of us are saying that, like it's all of us he's reminding me of when we were young, aren't we? But the thing is, I mean, there was not a guy on YouTube we could ask questions to. I mean, we might have been able to ask, like I said, parents or, somebody, but it was never quite the same. There was always somebody you tried to gravitate for. You might have found somebody on AM radio years ago. Somebody on AM radio might have been out there that caught your eye. Yeah, that was what we heard back then. Maybe somebody on a radio broadcast. There was a lot. AM radio was basically what YouTube is now. I mean, I think YouTube is actually more so than that. It's actually more widespread, but that's what you had. But you had a lot of people that were like, conservative or like spiritual guides, things like that were on like nighttime on AM radio. So sometimes you found people of diamonds in the rough that way that you could talk to or listen to on the radio. So, but so I guess what I'm going to do here, people, is it's been 4 hours, and I had a great time here tonight, and I do want to thank everybody for showing up tonight. I really do. You really make my night. Again, like I said, I enjoy doing these lives. I mean, I wouldn't be here as long as I was if I didn't. And I just want to thank you all for being there. And It's like you people, the ones that are here, the ones that stick around. I mean, you're like, obviously there's something allures you to this program, and I want to thank you for being here. You know, so what do you got there, Greg? You got here's plenty of time to prep for the dark night. Wish I knew what it was beforehand. Uh, your words resonate 100%, Greg. Oh well, thank you. Listen, I'm speaking from the heart. I'm just, yeah. I mean, I hope so. I hope so. That's why he's sticking around. I think because he sees, he's seen a bunch of level-headed people that probably think like him, and but he's. I guess the thing is, he's not really positive. He can't get a quite good answer. He thinks he's INFJ, but he thinks he's maybe introverted, intuitive. He's in that camp, but I think he got a couple of different reactions or a couple of different results from his test that were not always INFJ. But I think it just sounds like he's thinking like one. Some of the questions he's asking are like that, and he seems to gravitate here. So that means something. That just means that the fact that he's able to respond to like us to our, because you're texting him too, and he's you're talking to him, and I see that you're having conversations, but when I'm just talking. So yeah, he's definitely inquisitive. He's definitely reaching out, but he's at that age now too. Is that imagine if he figures himself out at that age. Yeah. How's your phone battery? Oh, Vamp, thank you. You know what? You're a sweetheart, Vamp, for just asking that. The reason I went vertical today, I went vertical today. I've got the phone battery in, and hopefully the sound sounds good, but I don't have the same microphone. I don't have my one that I go when I go what is it, horizontal with. When I do those, I put the microphone in. It's a better microphone, but this one is just the phone mic that I'm using. So I kept it charged all night. I just kept it plugged in. But I want to thank you for thinking of me for that. Anyway, I'll be supporting you in it. All I'm going to be the first super chatter. Okay, yeah, I'll be supporting you in it all, and I'm going to be your first. Okay, we'll make that agreement. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Again, like I said, I just told you I'm ready to order. Like I said, the webcam. I'm getting a microphone. I'm getting things within my budget too. Okay. So, as a matter of fact, I was looking at that stuff right before the live. I was starting to hit items on that certain deliveries. I don't know if I can say them. That endless river, that big one in South America, that river, that place that delivers everything. Well, that place there, I was looking online, and I basically am looking for my things. But eventually, so I got to hook it up. Got the computer, get the mic, so I can get that. Then I got to, like I said, but you helped me out on the StreamYard. Like I said before, StreamYard has multiple different apps. I mean, there must have been 10 or 15 different StreamYards for different types of things you're going to do with StreamYard, and whether or not some of them are ones you pay for, but some of them are the ones where you could do the live chats and things like that, so that's definitely the way to go. But again, Jethro, I'd like for you to dispense a personality pill that makes me an ENTJ for the next 2 weeks. What do you want to be an ENTJ for? An extroverted, intuitive thinker, judger? Boy, that'd be an interesting one, right? ENTJ, huh? Gosh. The American Nile River. Well, I could probably give them a plug. I mean, I don't know. Should I? I should. I mean, people know what I'm talking about. Obviously, I mean, I could, but we know what we're talking about. I know it's like free advertising. I say stuff like that, but it is what it is. Yep, the American Nile River. Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, that's I'm kind of glad that just to know that, like I said, I'm, attracting some youth out there every so often. I mean, I like to think that they need it the most. And like I said, I especially try to focus on just, like I said, I mean, the confusion of the world. I mean, they were bombarded. This generation is bombarded with more absurd things, more mind-numbing, mind just confusing things than we've ever seen in our life, even from the schoolroom, especially in the United States. I can only imagine it's like that in every country, where we're bombarded with woke ideologies, ultra politically correct doctrine that's like treated like gospel. And if you disagree with it, you're a bigot, you're a hater, and you should be strung up and held from your toes. You know what I'm saying? Just if you disagree with some of this craziness, and that can affect your life. That can affect your thinking, especially early on. You're going to be confused in that. Imagine having to just go through life trying to decipher through that. Either you conform to it and become crazy as the world is, or we see it for what it is, and we just know we can't be part of it. Okay, and that's basically the way I was trying to steer him in saying that you're going to live in a crazy world. We have an insane world that we have to survive through, and not get consumed by. And that's part of our whole awakening is we have to survive a world that is not perfect. Not only is it not perfect, but it's very imperfect in so many ways, and it's yeah. But I think part of our awakening is just seeing everything for what it is. I think as INFJs, though, as we are, the way we're built, though, I mean, think about this, people. The old stereotype is that INFJs are very good truth detectors. They're lie detectors. INFJs can see patterns in people's, the way they talk, the way they shift, the way they smirk, anything. They can detect a lie individually in somebody. Now, after saying that, this is part of the intuition. So we see behind the scenes, okay? And this is one of those things you hear in all your AI videos. All AI videos all say the same stuff. They have these stereotypical ideas of what INFJs are, and that's part of them, okay? Now, don't you know that we can do this on a large scale too? Don't you think we're seeing the world in a whole way? We're not just seeing this individually with just people. We're able to engulf the entire world and see the entire world for what it is, and see the lies and the agendas behind what we're seeing in a mass scale too. Don't you think that's part of what we got? And I know you know what I'm talking about because you do the same thing. So, I mean, that's part of what we are. You see? Now, this is part of the confusion that we have. I mean, like I said, if we're not discovered, if we haven't come to grips with who we are, and we're still on the fence with, you're seeing this for what it is, but we're still kind of on the back, going back and forth in confusion as to what our world is, and not being able to quite piece it together. This is that confusing part. That's what I mean. Sometimes the younger ones are in that, especially the younger INFJs. You can see they're on the fence trying to figure things out, but they know what they're seeing isn't right. Asking if happiness is really illusions. Yeah, you know what I mean? Who thinks of this stuff? Okay? Who comes up with a question like that? Is happiness truly just, fabricated illusions? I mean, you see what I'm saying? Yeah. So, yeah. But bottom line is that's until you've actually accepted and see the world for what it is and actually come to grips and say, okay, yeah, we live in an insane asylum here, and we have to kind of navigate through it. And we try to stay sane is on the way it is, right? Yeah, that video got quick. Which one are we talking about? Are we talking about the one where I said, don't tell anybody you're an INFJ, basically? Is that the one you're talking about, Jethro? Or are we talking about something else? Where are we? I sense when we're important, facts are omitted. I sense when important facts are omitted. Yes, yes. That's what I'm talking about, Greg. Exactly that. I mean, you can tell when or certain agendas are pushed just to perpetuate a propaganda agenda. You can see when things are being pushed in order to, even if it's a lie, even if it's not the truth. Yeah, I see that all the time. Yeah, we're seeing stuff like that on a mass scale. I mean, again, personally, I haven't watched mainstream news in many, many years. I just know it's a bunch of BS, basically. That's all. There you go. You know what I'm saying to you, Magneto is perfect. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Yeah, all right. You're talking about yeah, don't tell anybody you're an INFJ. I just throw that out there. You mean that one? Just, hey, I don't know if that was, as far as I'm concerned, anytime I've told people, especially just anybody, listen, with us, it's who we are. I mean, this is one thing. I mean, obviously there's exceptions. I mean, when you're on a channel and you're talking to other INFJs, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just out there in the world. Nobody gives a crap. You tell them, oh, by the way, have you ever heard of the MBTI? Then you got to explain what the MBTI is. Then you got to say, well, INFJs, it's rare. And then they start, are you sure? Are you sure you know what you're talking about? You see, you're just going to get a lot of flack, right? Nobody's going to care. Or they're just going to just think, you're all the more eccentric just for bringing it up. You see, it ain't going to do you any good. And they're not going to think any higher of you. Your parents, your brothers and sisters are just going to question you and say, I don't know what you're talking about. That's stupid. You're just peddling a bunch of gibberish. You know what I mean? So just don't even bother. That's what I'm saying. Hidden Heart. Hey, Lish. Hello there, Lish. It's good to see her in the house there. How are you? Hey, looks like Harp is excited to see Lish come on into the program here, huh? Well, it's good to see you. Yeah. I did notice you left a comment that you missed last week's broadcast. But looks like maybe you got to the tail end of this one. You got to this one here. That's good. That's good. So, how are you doing, Lish? Is everything going well in your part of the world there? Everything going all right? I hope. So, yeah. But bottom line is, yeah, it's just best just to keep our mouth shut, and that's just on my own experience, doing great. Hope y'all are too. Yes, we're doing all right. We're just having our Saturday night hangout. Hey, just like a Saturday night hangout is what this is. You know what I mean? I guess you could say I've got to extrovert to the max tomorrow on these T-Mobile for services. Oh wait, what, Jethro? Hold on a minute. I know you said you started a new job, right? Now, what are you doing? Are you selling T-Mobile phones? Is that what you're doing? You're working for like Best Buy and you're selling phones? So you have to extrovert to the max? Oh, listen, Jason, it's Jethro. I got faith in you. Listen, you get enough time. Listen, I'm sure you'll be fine. You just put on that. Listen, you're very knowledgeable. You're going to catch on very quickly about what you're talking about phones, and you'll have good lingo, and you got good communication and good customer skills. You know why I know that? Because I do. I always have, and I think we all are like that. There's something about our personality type that is very equipped to be very personable and extroverted feeling. You connect with people. Listen, Jethro, you're going to be one of the best salesmen they got over there. Don't you worry about that at all, man. And the more you get to know about phones, you know what? Just be yourself. You'll be fine, man. You got this, okay? Trust me. You're gonna be. They're gonna be praising you in a week, saying, "Man, this guy has sold like 50 phones." You know what I mean? And just be authentic though, too. People see, You're not a salesman. You're not just a snake salesman. You're just you, man. You're just doing your job, and you're giving the customer the best option and the best product for their money. Not because you want them, just because it's going to pad your pocket, because it's the best product for them. Okay? They'll see right through that. They'll see right through that. Okay? Lish, it's me, Jethro. Chameleons, all. Yes. Well, you know what? Yeah, through the course of my life, I've always had, I don't know, I've instinctively always been good with customers. I used to do tire work at the all the time, and I was always very good. Even if customers were were kind of like jerks, I still tried to look past it, I just kind of ignored it and tried to be the best I could be. Yeah, I think it's just a natural. He'll be natural at that, I mean, he might be exhausted by the end of the day. He might be get real tired at the end of his shift, I'm sure. He's gonna have to kind of, he's gonna have to probably reset his clock a little bit. He'll be all right though, Lish, hi. Just watching the clock until I leave work. Oh yeah, that's right. Hidden Harp's going to work. It must be around 9 o'clock your time. You're on the West Coast? Yes. Extrovert feeling making me exhausted, and I sleep really good after burning myself out from being around people. Yeah, that's good. That's good. You can only be yourself as everyone else is taken. Yeah. Oh, that's a funny one right there. Yeah, because everyone else is taken, so all you can be is yourself. Hey, that's a funny one right there. That's an interesting quote. And at my time, and in my time, it's 1:20 p.m. on Sunday. Oh yeah, that's right. It's your yeah. Okay, 2020 for me. Okay, yeah, yeah. And right now it is 11:21 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm in the Eastern Time Zone, as you know. Yeah. So okay, we got a time check going here. All right. Uh, yeah, but you got nothing to worry about, Jethro. Like I said, just yeah, you'll be all right, man. You'll be fine. Selling phones at now, what is it like? Is it a department store? Is it like Walmart? Would you Walmart, Best Buy, or something like that? Uh, oh, 1021. Oh, Houston. That's right, Lish. You're in Houston, Texas. Oh my gosh. There you go. Houston. That's right. 1021. That's right. So you're like an hour before. Yeah. So well anyway, yeah, we're having a pretty good discussion here so far. I think we cover a lot of different territory here. There's no doubt about that. So um, but like I said before, like oh Greg, oh yeah, that's right. Now 5:20 in Hawaii. Oh yeah, that's right. It's only 5:20 in the afternoon for you. Good gosh. So that must be you're getting ready. It's still the sun's up in Hawaii. The sun's probably still up, and it's probably low to the horizon, and it's getting ready to sink into the ocean. Oh, I'd love to see a sunset in Hawaii. Oh my gosh. I'm just trying to picture how beautiful that would be. I mean, where I live in this world, I don't see too many sunsets. I've seen a few sunrises. If I get close to the water, if I get close to the ocean, I can see a sunset, but not around here, not too many. You're on the West Coast, you see the sunsets all the time though. So not too many sunrises. It is a beautiful thing. Ever see the sunrise? When I used to live at the beach in my hometown, I was right on the beach or the Atlantic Ocean, and I watched a few sunrises. It's like the sun is being born out of the water. It's the only way to describe it. It just shows up, and it just little speck, and it rises, and it just starts coming out, and it's not so bright you can't not stare at it. You can still stare at it even though it's coming out. It's not that bright yet where you can actually look at it, and as it's because it's not fully out, and then it just forms out, and it's really quite magnificent. Hey, get this right. Have you seen an eclipse, Tom? Yes, I have, Lish. I actually went to in 2024, the eclipse actually the one in 2024 in April. It was about 3 years ago, 2 years ago. And I took a day off and I went up to a place called Enos Falls, Vermont. See, I live in New Hampshire, okay? And I drove up to Enos Falls, Vermont, which it was only about 5 miles south of the Canadian border. I mean, way up in Vermont, really like a small farm town. I mean, there's a bunch of farm towns, like cow towns up in Vermont, right? And this was just a little small town, but people were all like gravitating to see the line of totality. They wanted to see that whole line, and I was there too. Okay. And I went by myself, as I always do. I took a ride up there. I didn't rent a hotel or anything. I just kind of I went up there like the night before. I slept in my car, took a couple naps in my car, and I was just getting fast food. I think I packed some lunch. But I did. I waited in this small town, Enos Falls, Vermont. And I waited there for hours. And of course, I knew what time was going to happen. And I had the glasses and I tried to get some shots on my phone. And finally, when it started happening, yeah, I had the glasses, and as it was starting to pass, you could just see like the sliver hit the sun, and it just started slowly going. And what I remembered about it, right? It started getting cold. Now it was April, so it was kind of warm. It was a warm afternoon. Okay. Now all of a sudden, it started getting chilly. You could feel it getting chilly in the air. All of a sudden, it was like I went and threw like my vest on. It was pleasant before. You had just a shirt, and then it started getting dark and chilly. Then all of a sudden, you start hearing birds that typically start singing at the end of the night. They started like chirping, unusual sound for birds. And they started chirping like it was getting night, like it was dusk already, because it's starting to mess with their head. All of a sudden, wildlife is actually, it's like a cruel joke being played on nature. Now all of a sudden, you got these birds that typically are out and about, thinking they're gonna roost in the middle of the day, and you hear them chirping. And all of a sudden it got dark. And then all of a sudden the street lights come on. I mean, it got dark totally. And here I am thinking, I glanced up a couple times. And now this is total eclipse. First time I went to the total eclipse. Now I remember thinking, they tell you can stare at it when it's totality and it won't affect your eyes. But I'm thinking, I'm not taking a chance. I'm not going blind for this. Now I glanced up a couple times at it just for a second or two. And it was magnificent. You see that big aura around and it's glowing and everything, right? And I'm trying to get pictures on my phone. I'm trying to take them. Now, when I got them, they just looked like a kind of like a powdered donut. It was kind of fuzzy. It was just a ring up in the sky and it wasn't defined or anything. I didn't have the really high tech, camera stuff that I could take the good photos with. And and then, it lasted about 3 minutes. It was like almost a 3-minute totality, literally. Okay. And all people were around hooting and hollering and street lights are on. Now it's dark in the middle of the day. I mean, dark, but the sky was still like surreally blue. You could see stars now when you typically can't see stars in the middle of the day, but it wasn't like a black sky. It was like a kind of a blue sky. Like kind of a purplish blue, but you're seeing stars all around and you see that aura in them. And it was just surreal. And then all of a sudden now it starts like going out of totality, like the sliver comes back and then it gets a little light. And then, now all of a sudden I start getting bit by bugs. Yeah. Bugs are starting to come out. Now all of a sudden bugs are starting to feed, typically bugs only feed like in early morning or late afternoon. They have a feeding time. And these things started coming out and biting me. And I'm like, getting bit. Normally I wouldn't get bit without that. So again, a cruel joke is being played. You hear the birds going, you hear that everything's going, and bugs are starting to come out like they're feeding. Yeah, everything's just thrown off by that. Wildlife is thrown right off. So, of course, then it just passed. It passed as slow as it came in. Took a few minutes to pass through. And then I remember but the funny thing is too, I don't know what happened what happened, but I felt right after that whole thing ended, I felt like so drained. For some reason, I almost felt wobbly. Like I remember thinking, like I didn't know what happened. I kept thinking, okay, I kept trying to figure out what happened, what inertia, what did I just feel? Because I felt like I was almost wobbling my feet. I had to catch myself and say, what happened? I felt like I was drained, like I'd never been before. I kept thinking, is that something in the atmosphere? Was that something with the people around me? What did that? I couldn't figure that out. So a little bit after that, I got in my car and started driving home. It took me hours to get home, you know. But yeah, that was basically it. And I did get photographs of the event. I had them on there for a little while, and again, I took tons of pictures of it, and it was just like I said, a fuzzy kind of a round like thing. You know, it didn't really look that good. So, but yeah, that was it. That was but now I think that part of that's crazy, Tom. Now, did that same one? I know that thing. I was going to ask you. That was in 24. We had the total eclipse go right through the United States. I didn't know if part of it went through Texas. I thought maybe didn't it start? Didn't it go through part of Mexico? I thought maybe it went through Houston. It went through Indianapolis, Cleveland. It went up through Burlington, Vermont. I know that's where I saw it. I was up in Vermont where I saw it, and I had to go way up near Canada to get to the path of totality, as they call it. That's called the path of totality. Yes, it did get dark in Texas, but we saw it too. Now in Houston? Was it total? I thought maybe it wasn't completely total, but it got partially because I know it went through. Right? Yes, I know it went through there, but it went right through the middle, like right through the heart of the country, and it had that arcing path that it took, and it took like the whole day just to pass through. I'll tell you, I never forgot that. And yeah, but what got me, like I said, was just the hearing the birds. I mean, I've heard about that, how birds start crowing and they start going to roost and they sing like it's dark. And yeah, okay, so you got it was no, it was bright outside and the shadows were weird, not total darkness. So you didn't see you were not probably in the line of totality, but you were close to it. But you saw enough of it, and I know what you mean. I've seen some of those partial eclipses where it doesn't get totally dark. It gets like shadows get kind of murkier, like they get double vision almost, like shadows. Your shadow looks doubly. It's weird to put it, you know. And I know the temperature drops a little bit. It gets kind of cold, you know, and you know what something's happening, but it still doesn't quite. It's not a complete eclipse. I've seen those before. I've seen partials before. And if you do look through the glasses, though, you'll see the moon's in front of the sun, just enough, and as it's passing through, but there's enough of the sun to keep shining through where it doesn't go completely dark. Yeah, but either way, I mean, it was a surreal moment that I had though. But again, it took me. I think I spent almost 3 hours driving from like my house in New Hampshire, from where I'm living, up to like I said, Enos Falls, Vermont. If you ever look at that on the map, yeah, it's only 5 miles from the Canadian border. I mean, it's way up there. And even for me, it took 3 hours to get up there. So, but it was worth it though, you know. So I had the day off that day. I think I put in for it, and yeah, just wanted to experience that. But I'm kind of glad I didn't stare at it. Everybody kept telling me, "Oh, you could stare at it," but I kept thinking, you know what? It isn't worth it. In a couple of weeks from now, I start seeing that burn hole in my eyes, and it never goes away. Because you hear about people that have lost their sight, or they go blind, or it damages their sight permanently when you stare at if you stare at an eclipse like that. You can be tempted because it's got that aura around it, and you know, to see that aura around that. And but you can be very tempted, but you can burn your eye retina right out. And I said, you know what? I'm not taking any chances. I glanced at it only. And if I did look up at it, I made sure I put those glasses on, those filtered glasses. And that was it. But I still got my eyesight. So, I mean, I must have been doing something right. But that's all. So yeah, that's my. Oh, another thing. Every so often too, I have a on my channel. I don't know if you notice it. I came up with like it's something I use on my thumbnails. It says like the INFJ Experience, but there's an eclipse in there, right? There's an eclipse. It's a total eclipse, and I think I got right through it. It says INFJ Experience, and I think I got my face on there wearing glasses and a hood. I just kind of wanted it to be unique, right? Now that particular eclipse was the eclipse, but it was taken by my brother. Now my brother, right? He's got all the lenses. He's got like all the the photography stuff. He's got all the lenses and he's got the cameras and he pays like thousands of bucks for this stuff. I mean, he's got this astrophotography stuff. He's like, he does professional looking work, but he's an amateur. I mean, he's got like, but he was out there. He was up in, he was way up in like Colebrook, New Hampshire. He was up near Canada too. He was in a different part, but he was in the line of totality, way up in northern New Hampshire when that came through. And he got that image. He actually put him on his Facebook, right? There was like I snapped a picture of it just before it was totality, just a little couple of seconds before, and then the totality. He's got these really good pictures of the aura. So I took that one. I took that picture and I made my INFJ Experience thing out of it. Like, so it's one of those. It's one of those I use on my, like I said, the thumbnails that, like sometimes in the intro and the intro on the video, I put like that image. Sometimes that you see the eclipse in there, and that's that one. It's that one. And so, like I said, that was my bro did that. So, well, anyway, that's an interesting one there, right? Hey, you've been staying with a steady viewer, you've been staying with a steady viewership. Oh, yes. Yes. Are you talking about today, Jethro? Tonight? Tonight. Yeah. If you're talking about tonight, I think so. You're right there, guy. I noticed it's been a good night. I've been noticing it's been consistent tonight. I do want to thank all of you because you know what? I think a lot of you enjoy the show, and a lot of you were telling me also too that there's no other lives. No, not what we do. Not what I'm doing here. Just doing like the personality lives like that. I mean, not consistently like that. But hey, if I'm doing it and I'm more interactive like that, then great. Then that's what I want to do, right? So, yes, tonight. Okay, got that. Yeah. Oh, check the message on your phone there, sir. Okay, Jethro. All right. I left a message. All right. But anyway, yes, I definitely am glad everybody shows up when you do. I definitely am. So, no, but I think we had an interesting night so far tonight. I try to make sure it stays interesting. I do notice when I go vertical though, again, like I said, the algorithm changes. I mean, I get all the regulars, but I get a lot of new people come in too as well. And I notice a lot of people pass through here tonight. Of course, some of you stick around, and I love it when you stick around, of course. But then a lot of people stop in, say hello, how are you, introduce themselves, and then they might go away. Maybe they poke in here and there. You know how it is, right? Not everybody's gonna stick around, And then some people hang around, and then they got to go have dinner. Then they come back, whatever they do, what I mean. So either way, it's cool. It's all cool. I just like that, Let's see. Today my cat woke me up. Nice to know that others share similar experiences. Makes better sense. Okay, so Greg, what do you mean share similar experiences? Yeah, I mean, you mean like the eclipse thing or things like that? Yeah. Again, I think things out of the ordinary. I've always been drawn to stuff like that. I've always loved stuff about not necessarily astrology, but like space and the mysteries of space, just the alignments of planets. I mean, just the whole idea of a rare eclipse, something as rare as a total eclipse. That's the first time I've ever had seen a total eclipse in my life, and I had to drive to it. You know, it was as close as I was going to get to a total one, and I still had to drive a few hours to get to that totality point. You know, so oh no, INFJ stuff. Oh, okay, got it. Yes, yeah. Like I said, maybe it's not as common just to have a live chat like that. You know, but hey, I'm trying to do something different here. That's what it is. I mean, I'm trying to, just try to do something nobody else is doing, and nobody else is willing to do that. That's fine. That's fine. So, but yeah. I keep wondering though too. I mean, like I said, I see the viewership going up. I see the subscribers going up, which is good. And but I do see some of the viewership going up. You know, I mean, obviously, I'm not to that point where I release a video and all of a sudden in like 3 hours it's up to like 14,000 views. I see some of these other channels doing that. I mean, but then again, I think that takes years. Some of these people have been around for years and years to establish that kind of thing. With me, it's almost 1 year. So maybe it's just a matter of doing that and, you know, getting like tens of thousands of subscribers or things, or maybe the algorithm treats you different in the longevity that you have. I mean, everything's got to change, I think, obviously. So, yeah. But okay, so I want to check something here, people. Oh, by the way, so also what I'm trying to do too is I know this is nothing this is kind of something personal though. I'm on a quest now. I need to get my mortgage paid. I mean, I'm doing it. I'm actually doing well. I mean, just on my own. I keep thinking if I can pay it off, in the next year or two early. I mean, I've already got a projected plan. I want to pay it off. But then I'm just thinking at this point here, I can either start thinking about retirement or just, saving money. And then, of course, like I said, I want to I'd eventually like to do this full time. But I mean, if I have a mortgage paid and I don't have to pay this, is all I'm doing is paying property taxes on the house and maybe just insurance, then yeah, then I don't have to work like I am with the same job. But I'm also getting to that age in my life anyway. I'm getting very close to retirement. Yeah. But like I said, I'd like to think this is going to be what I do eventually, full time someday, as far as just a full time job or whatever. Yeah, I don't even think of it like that. I wouldn't think of it like a job. To me, it's more like it's not even a job. It doesn't feel like work. I don't want it to ever feel like work. It feels more like a hobby, like a connection, I mean, that's what it is to me. It's like, because I mean, Genesis, good night, Tom. Good night, all. Oh, Justin, yeah. Hey, I'm glad you stuck around there, sir. Thank you for your participation again. All right, and have yourself a good night. All right, thank you. All right. Yeah, but okay. I know it's getting to that time anyway. Yeah, it's because it's getting to be almost midnight. So, yeah. Good night, Genesis. Yeah. So. Oh wait, personality pill, Tom. Funny thing is, I almost didn't subscribe or watch a video of yours when I seen you on my feed, but being an INFJ, I gave it a chance, and I'm so grateful I did. Well, oh hey man, hey, Jethro? How long ago was that? Was that like 3 months ago or something like that? That was a few months ago, wasn't it? I'm gonna say, yeah, but of course, I'm glad you did too. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you people that turn into you're like friends of mine, without that's all I can say. I don't have a lot of friends, so I mean, yeah, I kind of do that. Well, that's good. I mean, listen, I'm not a perfect guy. I mean, I don't think all I can do is just be myself out here. That's all I can really do anyway. So, but I do appreciate you being out there too, Jethro. Yeah, I keep checking your channel though. But I do notice you're up, you went up a few subscribers. I think it was from last week, maybe. Maybe a couple people checked you out from here or something, maybe. Yeah, possibly. Yeah. Well, anyway, I was your number one subscriber. Number one. I saw you out there. Remember, you said, "Hey, was that you?" I'm like, I got one subscriber. Yeah, that was me, man. So I was the number one. I wanted to be number one, you know? So you got that one, right? So, yes, about 3. Yes. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, but that's basically it. We got a good click here is what it is, and I think it's growing somewhat too. I mean, I see a lot of the Breakfast Club in there, and you know who you are. I mean, everybody's and then I see a lot of I think the Breakfast Club, let's say, is growing. Yeah, I mean, it's like more people are now in the detention room, and we're all hanging out again. All the misfits and everything. That's where that came from. If anybody doesn't know that, who's on here, who knows that we had a I started labeling us the Breakfast Club as it's just a kind of an affectionate term, because if you ever saw that movie from the 80s, you had all those kids out there, the Breakfast Club, right? And they were always and they were misfits. They were all kind of the troubled kids, all serving detention. Remember that? But toward the end, they started getting along, and they started kind of, helping each other out, and they started being each other's support in a way. And I think that was the point of it. So I thought, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Lish. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I'm telling the story again, because some of your newer ones out there. So I thought, hey, that's kind of like what we are here. We're kind of like INFJs. We're all misfits, and always the kind of we're always the ones, the loners, the outsiders, the troubled ones. Yeah, those ones. Yeah, those types. Yeah, that was us, and that's what the Breakfast Club was. And so that was a good movie that was an iconic movie from the 80s. And if anybody lived through the 80s, that was it. So I thought, yeah, we're the Breakfast Club here, So I thought, hey, how fitting, that's all. So, hey, we got Obasi. Hey, there you go. We got Obasi on the line here. Well, it's good to see you coming on in here. Yeah. Hey, actually, we've been here for quite a few hours here, sir. Obasi, but it's good to see you going on here, hanging out as well. So, if you have any questions, any comments, any questions you'd like to ask about anything, I'm here. Okay. And also you have each and everybody here as well. Yeah. But it's good to see you out there. Definitely. And he's always got the eyes, see, get the eyes going out there, like he's watching. Yeah. Hey, there's a merch. Oh, there's a merch idea. The Breakfast Club. Oh my gosh. Beautiful. Beautiful. See, there you go. I was just talking about merch, about how getting close to that. Getting real close. Putting out some merchandise. The Breakfast Club. Yeah, I mean, but how do I make sure that that's not... Well, wait a minute. I don't think that's not a copyright, as long as I don't make it like the movie. As long as I don't make it look like the movie title. I could put Breakfast Club in there my own way. I could still use those words because it's generic, right? Just have it in such a way where, that's beautiful. I like that idea. Maybe put that on a mug, put that on a shirt. Whoa. Oh my gosh, there you go. There's so many. Omega Club. Wow. Hey, there you go. Okay. The Omega Club, huh? Hey, we're getting close. That's why I'm saying that. We're getting real close to where I can start doing this stuff. Yeah, very close. And again, like I said, I have a lot of, part of it is that I'm excited to do it, but part of it says, my gosh, now all of a sudden it's forcing me to have to learn to do this stuff. Set thumbnails and make emails and put the merch out there, and then have like Cash App things, so people want to, pay for them. You know what I'm saying? How they funnel it. I don't know. YouTube must do all this. YouTube must have their own department or maybe it's the store that you do it to. Again, all this stuff is stuff you have to learn. It's like, okay, it's going to force you into figuring out how to do this stuff, But that's cool, It is what it is. I'm creative. Hit me up. Okay. Yeah, no, well, I see that, just coming up with the whole Breakfast Club thing, Uh, oh, okay. Yeah, but I like that though. So the Breakfast Club or Omega Club. Okay. Omega Club. Well, we'll have to think about that one. I'm in creative. Hit me up. Well, okay, Greg. What do you got? Let's see what you got there, Mr. Creative. Well, yeah, all right. Um, Born in the 80s, raised in the 90s, but questioned music tastes. Oh, but questioned music tastes. Hey, I got to tell you something though, Vamp. As far as being growing up in Australia, I can only imagine. You must have had some unique bands come out music wise too. I mean, you had In Excess was an Australian band. That was a band from the 80s. I know that lead singer. I know he died. I think he had an asphyxiation thing. I don't know what happened to him, but that was an 80s band. You had AC/DC, of course. That's like the one of your most famous bands out there, I think, anyway. What's another one? Men at Work was another one. That was an 80s band. There was a bunch of Australian bands coming out that were on MTV. I still remember watching a bunch of them. And yeah, so those were three in particular that I remember from Australia. Yeah. But some of the music was, yeah, I like some of the bands. Now AC/DC, I mean, when I'm really in the mood for like really grungy, like kind of like angst music, I love AC/DC. Like I like Metallica too sometimes. Every so often I'm in the mood to hear like that really heavy metal, depending on my mood. And AC/DC's got that thing about them, you know what I mean? They always did, you know. But yeah, I can imagine there's a lot of bands in Australia that didn't make it big time like these guys did. Those are the bands that actually broke out and made it world famous. But you must have tons of music, tons of local bands that, are just like smaller bands out there like that. I can only imagine you do. Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden is the British band, though. They're not Australian. I believe they're from England, I believe. Unless I'm wrong. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think they're Australian. I have a lot of unique tastes. I go metal to rock to classical to hip hop. I'm the same way. I am the same way. Matter of fact, you know what I did just yesterday? Or I did a couple days ago? I just got this hankering to hear some Beethoven. And I heard Molto Vivace. There's this movement on the Ninth Symphony, the second movement. If you ever saw that movie, The Clockwork Orange, where Alex the Droog had this fascination for Beethoven's Ninth, and it was the second movement just drove him batty. It was Molto Vivace. It was the part that, if you ever listen to it, see, this is what tells me how empathetic music can be. If you ever listen to Beethoven, especially if you listen to classical music, Beethoven was you could tell he had a turbulent personality, especially emotionally. I mean, the guy lost his hearing. He had a lot of issues in childhood trauma. He had an abusive father, things like that. Now, Beethoven, the way he wrote his music, especially as he was going deaf, he had the thunderous way. And if you listen to how part of his one of the things that fascinates me about that movement, the second movement on the Ninth Symphony, is the fact that it starts off kind of cheery. It's just going, right? Like it's just bebopping around. Now it starts hovering. Like Beethoven's trying to think what to do with it. He's got it. It's just hovering. And then then it starts getting angry. Like he says, well, I can't do anything. Well, I'll just add some anger to it. It starts rising. And then it's like, I'm feeling it. I'm just like, I'm doing it. I'm actually listening to this stuff, going through the thing. And then I'm actually going through the anger. And then it goes through the whole rage of it, you know? Then it comes down to that, and then it like simmers down a little bit and it kind of bebops a bit. And then it kind of goes cheery. It's almost like he regretted the fact he got angry. Almost like he got kind of sad, like he's almost regretting that he lost his temper. And then he kind of brings it into a cheer. So I'm listening to that. I'm like, I haven't heard this in years. I haven't heard it in years, you know? And then there's part of the other part too. It's the same thing. He does another stench with the drums coming in and boom, you know, and then it starts building up again. And then it goes boom, and then the drums, and then it goes like almost like it's almost like insanity, like he's ringing the drums, and then it's like angry. It's like almost like losing your mind, like you're crashing, breaking things, you know, almost like heavy metal in a sense, you know. And then it just comes down to a point where it just stops, and then it goes silent again. I'm telling you, it's like a roller coaster ride. I love that one, and I hadn't heard it in years, and I pulled it up on a stream. I says I gotta hear molto vivace. Now in Latin, I believe it's Italian. Molto means much life. Molto vivace. It says much life. You know, and that's what it is. It's full of life. It's got the highs and lows though. But what gets me when I listen to certain, you can almost tell what their emotional state is, and this is one of the things that affects me. It's that the empathy bleeds through in music so much, and you can hear it, especially in that Ninth Symphony. In that one, you can hear Beethoven's frustration. Because he was completely deaf at that time. Like, imagine writing a symphony you'll never hear. Here's what I get about this. That Ninth Symphony was his last. And he's writing it only having memories of notes and memories of how they resonated. And he actually, at some point, would cut the piano legs down, almost down to the floor. He would have it so he could feel the vibrations in the floor he was playing. And that's how he had to write the tones. So he's going by all this in memory. Imagine having an idea that you're playing and you're writing something, trying to come up with a symphony, unable to hear it. And the frustration you're having is you're trying to hear this thing, but you can't. But you got the memory of it. So it's getting angry. That's the way that's the way I translate how he wrote that particular piece, was just the anger that he had, that he couldn't hear what he was writing down. And in a way, I feel the whole, funny thing is the whole emotions come into me. You can feel them all. That's one of the things that just gets me. So, but you talked about that, Lish, about the whole range of different genres that you have in music. Yeah, you talked about, you got hip hop, you got your rock, you got your classical, all of those. You're right. You know, I think it's good to have those different, you know, genres of music, no doubt. What's your favorite song? Hey, Carl Schultz. Hello, Carl. How are you? Is that the German flag? Are you German by any chance, Carl Schultz? That sounds like a. What's your favorite song? I have a lot of different favorite songs. I mean, I don't. There's a number one best favorite song of all time, but you know, there's quite a few of them out there. Like I said, I'm talking about that movement, Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, Molto Vivace. That's one of my favorite movements, and that was all part of, like, in Clockwork Orange, that movie. Alex de Droog was actually, that was one that triggered him. That actual piece that I'm talking about triggered Alex de Droog, and they used that. That was an interesting movie. If everybody saw that one. It was from Frank Sinatra, Ozzy Osbourne, Comecrest, Nightwish, In the Moment. Whoa. Right to Nice, and Have a Range, The Fight in the Moment, but in various moods. I like music I can't even understand. LOL, Lish. Yeah. I like, with me, I think music, I've found out now that music has to resonate with me. Music has to actually flow through me and actually resonate. Like I have to connect with it. Like it's telling my story of my life. These are the ones that resonate the best with me because especially the ones that, again, that I'm picking up the emotion on, if you can believe it. I've always been that way. And now since I've discovered my type and understand the empathetic, tendencies that we have, it made it all the more clear why these things gravitated to me, why I needed these type of genres. Okay. Now, again, I think I related a lot to, and I've said this before, I think the Who Quadrophenia, if you notice about that, that was about that whole rock, that's a rock opera in itself. And it's about it's about a troubled teenage angst growing up in like England, and they had like they were the Mods and the Rockers, and the Mods were like a Who band. The Who was basically the band that they loved, and the Rockers were like the punkers, the punk rockers or something like that. The dirty ones wearing the leather jackets, and they always fought. And the movie, it was all a movie about it too, but it was about Johnny Walker. He was a kid that was growing up, and he had a troubled home, troubled child life. He got thrown out in the house. He was living on the beach, in England, and I related to this stuff. I heard these albums and it was just, but again, it was a lot of it had to do with emotions. Now, Quadrophenia was magnificent. The whole concept of Quadrophenia by Pete Townsend, who's an INFJ, by the way. Yeah, if you can believe it. Pete Townsend came up with the 4 personalities of the Who. Okay, you had Roger Daltrey, Pete Townsend, Keith Moon, that crazy drummer that they had from the 70s, John Entwistle. He was the quiet one. But they all had and he intertwined these 4 personalities into this one character. And he created this character, John Walker, who was a mod growing up in that, back, like I said, during that fighting thing of the 60s, these gangs in the 60s, and talking about the trouble of this kid. He had he had a scooter bike. They drove around on their bicycle, their motorbikes, you know what I mean? But it was all about that. But that resonated with me. So Quadrophenia was one of those bands. But I thought that was brilliant though, Quadrophenia. Just mixing schizophrenia with 4 distinctive personality types in one character. But that resonated with me since I was a kid. And it turns out it was like written by Pete Townsend. Like I said, he was, that was his thing. And also Tommy the Who, another one. Tommy the Who, yeah, he was traumatized as a kid. And he was traumatized to the point where not only did he become isolated, he became so isolated, he inverted inward. He refused to see, he refused to hear, refused to speak. That's how introverted Tommy became. Yeah, and he spent most of his life as that. So he was talking about a trauma that happened to him as a child and watching his father be murdered by his stepfather. It was a twisted tale. It was another rock opera. And that resonated with me too. I mean, it was my name, Tommy. And the fact he was introverted inward. But eventually he became cured. He became the pinball wizard. And he was the deaf, dumb, and blind kid. Sure played a mean pinball, right? So these were things that held on to me deeply. Were these they resonated with me quite a bit, Deaf, dumb, and blind kid, pinball wizard. That's right, Greg. Yeah. Do you like musicals? Hey, does the Blues Brothers movie count as a musical? If it does, then yes, I like musicals. I always loved that Blues Brothers movie. Ever seen that? That's a musical. I love that one. So I think so. LOL. Okay. That's one of my favorite because it's got it's all blues, Blues Brothers. It's got like Aretha Franklin, Ray Charles, James Brown's in that. It's got a bunch of them. Yes, my aunt and my uncle loved them. Okay, what's your favorite song? Okay, so Carl Lesh, I think like I said, it's hard to say what's my favorite absolute song because I don't know if I have many different favorite songs. I mean, I'd have to be like a top 20, 25, 30 playlist of favorite songs that influenced me to the core. You know what I mean? I don't think you could say it's one absolute one, you know. Raquel Welch swimming through pork and beans was it Raquel Welch? I love Raquel Welch. You know what? That was my sweetheart. I hate to tell you, when she passed away, I cried. I literally did. She passed away about 4 years ago. It's funny you put that in there, Robin. It was Raquel Welch. I thought that was, that was his mother or something. Was it Raquel Welch? Yeah, but that would have been around the time she was famous too, Raquel Welch. Yeah, yeah. I loved her too. Shit, she's dead. Yeah, no, she died. She died about uh 3 years ago, I think. She died back in 22. I mean, she was 80 something years old when she passed away. I think she just had like a brief illness. She was 80 something. And but I tell you, I had a crush on Raquel Welch when I was about 10 years old. You gotta figure, I mean, I'm 60, 61 years old. And back when Raquel Welch was in her prime, it was in the 70s, early 70s, mid 70s, and Raquel Welch was stunning. I mean, stunning. She had that auburn hair. She had that pouty look in her face. Gorgeous body. Look, I don't want to get too much into it, but Raquel Welch, she was like the first real woman, like most of us men saw. Young boy, we were boys at the time, and you saw Raquel Welch and just saw that, and like you couldn't help but to see this woman in her prime. And I never ever stopped, my crush on her, and I knew she was unattainable. You know, deep in the back of your mind, you're never gonna have this woman. She's just that unattainable woman. Somehow that's the allure, the fact that you'll never have her. I mean, she was an older woman at the time, but she was beautiful. And I think everybody had a crush. I think many of us did in that era. Now she passed away. I mean, I literally heard that, and I actually literally shed tears when she passed away because it broke my heart. Yeah. If you can believe that. Yeah. Well, it's true. No guarantee I was hurt. She was Elvis' best match. Living beautiful, fire, Raquel Welch alive. Oh, I know, man. I know that. Yes. Yes. So it sounds like you had a crush on her as well there. Saw the Carole King musical live years ago. Probably my favorite I've seen. Carole King musical. I'm trying to remember Carole King. I've seen that. I mean, I've heard of her. Carole King. I'm trying to think of what she sings. She's got a famous couple of like hit songs. Gosh, I can't think of it right off, but I've heard of her. Yeah. Okay, so Robin, yes. You didn't know she passed away then? Yes. Okay. Funny. Nipsey Hussey is my big into Bitcoin. You know who you are. You're the rock out there. Musicals work when audiences were more patient. Yeah, I can imagine so. Sweeney Todd, Hairspray, The Pick, Destiny, Book. Oh yeah, Hairspray. I remember that. I remember seeing that advertised. Hairspray. Wasn't that was something from like the 80s or something like that, wasn't it? Back when all the women were using the hairspray, and they had those bouffant hairs that were all they were tall hair, but they were always perfectly in place. Remember that? The Hairspray. I think that was the whole point of it, that certain era, excuse me, where everybody was using that stuff, right? Can totally tell when Nipsey's talking about Bitcoin. Sounds like to me I wouldn't be surprised if Centron was an INFJ. I'm not sure who we're talking about now. I'm not sure who Sechsky is. Don't know who that is. Got to be honest with you. All right. Okay. Okay. Would anyone want to harm a PDF president? What the heck? Chaz back baby way. We're not going to talk about that. Listen, that's something we can't touch here on this channel. I don't want to comment on things like that because you know what? Even things like that is that can come down as threatening, and that can come down as threatening, and that could actually be have some serious consequences to talk like that. To tell you the truth. So we're not gonna touch that. Okay. So Chaz Bay, yeah, that's not a very good. Okay. Damn, forget about the superstar. Yeah. But as far as musicals, no, I've never actually had a musical that I liked. Like I said, the closest one I've ever liked was probably the Blues Brothers movie. And I do like occasionally, like I said, I always like rock concerts or I like rock albums and things. Yeah. Uh, so it's here on YouTube. Oh, okay. What are we talking? What's here on YouTube? What are we talking about? Leave feed. Oh, I see. Did I hear rock? Hey, Hidden Hop. Are you you must be at work now. Did you get to work, Harp? Did you? Did I hear rock? Oh yeah, no, we're just talking about all sorts of stuff. Just talking about I was rewatching the video from the Kennedy assassination. Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. So we're talking about Kennedy. Yeah, there was a time in my life I was fascinated with that whole thing about the whole whether or not it was a conspiracy or whether or not Oswald acted alone or was Oswald even um, set up that way. But it's been so long now, we'll never find out the truth. Too many things have been covered up. So whatever happened is probably not something we're going to see. I'm leaving for work soon for 7 hours and 47 minutes. What's been here 7 hours and 40? Not here. I haven't been broadcasting that long. I've actually been here quite a bit. What am I on? I'm actually into my 5th hour, people. Yeah, this has been another marathon. Another marathon Saturday night. But you know, people, I enjoy doing these, and I think, yeah, I like being here. So I'm good with it. I really am. As long as you're good with it, as long as you like hanging out with me, I'll hang out with you. You know what I mean? No, Hidden Harp has been at work. Oh, you've been at work the whole time. Yeah, I know you got to work there. I know that. So, hey, I work at nights too. I just don't work Saturday nights. You know? Well, I mean, I kind of work Saturday night. It's kind of like work, but it is, but it isn't. You know? I like to think of it more like it isn't. You know, this don't seem like work to me. To me, I'm like I'm hanging out with you know. This is a hangout here. I'm going home in 45 minutes. Well, that's good. That's good. At least you're getting out, you know. But as you know, I mean, I rebroadcast this thing. This is always rebroadcast. And, I notice it always gets more views as well. But no, I mean, it's good to see. I think one thing I think we all have in common, I noticed there's certain themes. I mean, we like a lot of things in common. Of course, we like deep talk about spirituality and we like things about psychology and about ourselves, but we also have our soft spot for our music. And I noticed that a lot of times we start talking about music with INFJs. And yeah, that's something that is we take our music serious. There's something about our INFJs where it's therapeutic. It's therapy for us. It's soothing to us, and it has so much that fills us in so many ways. And that's one common theme I've noticed that we all have. And of course, we're all different. We're all different. We're all unique. So we have our own genres. We're all our own interests in our own music. But I think the way we relate to our music is very similar. I really think we do. We have a certain affection for our music in so many ways. I know I do, and I've always been like that with my music. And if there's something that resonates with me, I don't know. I don't care how old I was. I mean, some of the music I listened to when I was a kid, back in the 70s, if it resonated with me, it stuck with me forever, my whole life. And I still tap back into my old music over and over again. Hey, that's something that I think we all have had in common there. Oh, I see. At Vampy. Yeah, so Oh, nice and soothing night. Yes, okay, got that. You should you should study Carole King, then Tom, and you want another Biggie Nelson. This Nielsen. This guy died after one concert, and he influenced so much. Oh, you talking about Nielsen? Nielsen Schmielsen guy? Is that the guy you're talking about? Um, he died after one concert, and he influenced so much pop music too. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I've heard some of his music. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what he had. He had a string of hits. I thought he died young though. I thought he died in his early 50s or something. Thank you, Lish. Work is almost over. Yeah, I'm the same time. Now, Carole King. Yeah, Carole King. I think that she's more of a Broadway singer or something, isn't she? Carole King. I mean, I'm trying to think. I know I've heard the name before. I just can't think of like her hit songs or anything. Beatles. Oh, the Beatles. Oh, you want to talk about a band? The Beatles are like, I think they're very, oh my gosh. The Beatles are like, there's something about that band. They're like over talented. They're like exuding talent. That's unbelievable. In fact, they have their own category. Sometimes you get music courses that just study Beatles because they're so unique. I mean, they were a rock band, a four-piece band, but they had such unbelievable impact on music. Have you ever heard Eleanor Rigby? The only thing wrong with that song is it is not long enough. That's the only criticism I have. As that music starts, and it's just as it goes, it's like you're blown away. You're hearing it, and then it's only 2.5 minutes. It's like, man, you're only mad because it ended. That's how mind blowing that song is, and yeah, but I mean, it's so impactful. Talking about all the lonely people, and it's all about loneliness too. I mean, who would think of that? He's got these two scenarios. Father Mackenzie, he's a sermon, but he's got no audience. And then you got Eleanor Rigby. She's this spinster living in a church. You know what I mean? And they come together, and he buries her. And that's all they had. Nobody was saved. Nobody was there with the grave. I mean, it was a sad song, but it was, and it was a story. It was sad, yet it was tragic and short-lived. Just the way it was as short-lived as their stories that converged, and it was so impactful. I mean, and there wasn't much to it, you know. And of course, you just had like the chamber music, like the dun dun dun. You had like the cello and the violins. That song blows me away every time I hear it. It's just look at all the lonely people. Yeah, something about that Beatles right there. It's like I said, it's just too short though. Gosh, it's like it starts, it blows you away, then it goes away. Eleanor Rigby is amazing. Nelson wrote a Beatles tune too. Okay, Nielsen, yeah, he's wrote that song. Yeah, I'm trying to think of. I know what you're talking about. I've heard Nelson. I know he had a few hits there. Carole King, James Taylor collaborated. Oh, Carole King and James weren't they married? Maybe that's what it is. Wasn't Carole King married to James Taylor or something, or was it Carly Simon? I can't remember what it was. I know all those ones in there were part of their own. They had their own clique over there, right? He has an essential. Michael, their whole family, that sweat, essence, and talent. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Eleanor Rigsby. That's crazy. I've got to say, I've heard that different version of it. It's crazy. Yeah, no, that's one of those. Every time I hear that, I want to hear it again, and I'm just mad. It's it ended so quickly. That's all. So. That's what I mean. But they're ooze with talent. Actually, some of the best albums. I mean, they have great albums. I mean, just Rubber Soul from beginning to end. I love that whole album. Day Tripper, Michelle's on that album, Norwegian Wood. And, it's just, my gosh, some of the albums are unbelievable. Yeah. Definitely love the Beatles. I had a brother Jim. My brother Jim, my late brother Jim, he passed away back in 1989. And, my brother Jim he grew up right in that era. He was a huge Beatles fan. In fact, he's the one who originally turned me on to the Beatles, was my brother Jim, my late brother. So every time I hear the Beatles, I can't help but to think of my brother. And all I can do is just think of all the good moments that he was alive, because he died young, tragically. But I still remember some of like him playing the Beatles albums on his old record player, and his tape deck, and when we took cruises around the car, me and my brothers and stuff. And he always knew this stuff about the Beatles, stories about John and Yoko and the feuds the Beatles had together. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So I can't help but to think of my brother Jim. My mother and sister died in a car accident a week ago. Can you say a prayer for them, please? Oh, a week ago. Well, I'm very sorry to hear that. I am. Yes, of course. I'd like to, let's say a prayer. I mean, I have a moment of silence. I'm really sorry to hear that happened, and I only hope that God looks over them, and hopefully that you can find some kind of solace in what happened. And being that it's so close to what happened, I can only imagine that's filled you with a lot of grief. I can only imagine. Chioalan. I'm trying to come up with your name. Yeah, well, I just hope that God takes them and into His arms and accepts them into His kingdom. Okay, so yeah, sorry about that. Really. We got one here from Lish. May they be granted the highest rank in heaven. May God give them the strength in your hard times to hold you in comforts. Well, that's beautiful, Lish. That's absolutely beautiful. Yes, I feel so low now, and it's been hard, but I thank you for your prayers. Yeah, I can only imagine that losing family like that is it's gotta hit hard. Especially it was only a week ago then too, huh? Well, listen. I mean, I've lost family myself, not quite like that. I did lose my brother 30 something years ago, and it was to a tragedy. And sometimes things don't really hit you right away. It doesn't hit you for like. Sometimes you don't accept it. Even during the funeral, you might feel it. With me, my brother, it didn't hit me for like almost over a month when I realized it. Then I broke down in tears that I lost my brother. Yeah. And I mean, it happened a long time ago, but yeah. But it's got to be something that you're never gonna quite forget, and it's gonna be something that, yeah, you're gonna have to live with. But just all I can tell you is that don't focus on the fact that they're not around anymore, and focus on that, and try to always remember them for the wonderful moments you had with them when they were alive. Just try to remember some of the defining moments that your mom and all the ones that inspired you, all the things that you remember. Keep that in your heart. Don't just think of the fact that they're not here anymore. And that's all you can do is just honor them in that best way. And the way to you honor your mom in that way is just remember all the great things that she gave to you, and all the great lessons that she taught you. But you'll never forget your mom. I mean that's. But that's all. That's all you can really do. You got to just remember them from all the wonderful things they did for you. Okay. All right. And I know that's kind of difficult. It's still early on, and you got a lot of things you got to you got to grieve in. But take as much time as you can, and just always remember, if you have to reach out to certain people, I mean, if you have to, then make sure it's just people that are going to support you. And if you have to, if it's close family members, then. But if not, it's going to be something that you're going to individually have to deal with within your own heart. That's all you really can do. Now, for the longest time, I got to tell you the truth. My brother Jim, I mean, when he passed away, I mean, he fell off a cliff, and we didn't find him for 3 weeks. He fell off in Utah. Whether or not he jumped or not, I don't know, but we like to think that maybe he didn't. But he might have even jumped and took his own life. So we don't really quite know. But he was up in Zion National Park in Utah. But for the longest time, I was both very bitterly, I was very angry at him, and at the same time, very sad that he was gone. I had mixed emotions. I was angry because I was 24 years old. My brother, one of them, I was a good brother. I got along with him, and he died the way he did. I was angry that he let himself get that close to the cliff, that he let it happen. But also sad the fact that I'd never have he wouldn't be my brother again, And I had to deal with that for years. But I had to, so I kind of had that split kind of emotion, like half angry, but half sad that he was gone at the same time. But things you got to wrestle with. I mean, you're gonna wrestle with it a little bit, but all I can say is that, all you can do is just grow from it. You got to make sure you grow from it and don't get weaker because of it. Make sure you come out of it stronger and more resolute in yourself. Okay, that's how you honor them, by making sure you become stronger in the process. Okay, I hope that helps out a little bit. Oh, amen, and strong hugs to you. That's very difficult. They do live in our heart. Stay strong and remember them. Good advice from everybody. 3, yeah. Yes was a. Oh, okay, Greg. She was a lyricist behind so many hits. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Now, are you drawn to the MBTI type by any chance? Or are you just, I just happened to see us and figured you could, reach out a little bit? Because I like I said, I mean, if that just happened a week ago, that's very fresh on your mind, and sometimes you're, it's tough to reach out to people and sometimes just reaching out to people that you're not really knowing, but. I don't know. It's hard to really put into words what goes through your mind when things like that happens, and it's something we don't envy. We don't envy, but well, Yoko Ono destroyed the Beatles. Hey, my brother Jimmy used to say that all the time. Hey, that's a known thing, isn't it? Well, Yoko Ono destroyed the Beatles. Yeah, I guess it was all part of it, wasn't it? Wasn't it something to do with Yoko and I thought it was Linda McCartney. The story is that Yoko put the bug in John's ear that you shouldn't have to share the rights to the music. If you're writing the music, it should go to you. And that whole thing where they signed that contract that said that they had to split the rights of the music, and and then that caused a big rift between John and Paul. And then they started fighting, and they just started bickering because of that. And then they split up. That's the way the story goes. Is that Yoko used to put those little bugs in John's ears that he was better and he should get more of the credit for everything. That's all. Okay. Well, I'm going down to 4 viewers. I don't know if people are getting tired or what, but. We're kind of losing a few people. We've got a few people here still, but maybe it's getting late, maybe not. But But after saying that, I'm gonna start winding down this broadcast a little bit. Maybe not right away, but eventually, you know. So, but Vamp, what do you got? Chilliard, it's okay to understand the feeling. Every feeling is valid. Don't think yourself as weak, even if you feel numb or angry or upset. It's okay to feel like this. Things take time. Yes, exactly. Exactly. That's very good advice, very good words there as well. Okay. Yoko Ono did the same to my ex best friend. um, I really don't quite know what. Listen, I don't want to talk bad about anybody. I really shouldn't, but um, I mean Yoko Ono, John loved her for some reason. I don't know why, but he did. You know, he found love in her, but that's all I want to say. Okay, yeah, I shouldn't say. I'm not going to do that. I don't. As much as I'm tempted to say things, I don't want to do that. Femme filler, she is and was. uh, okay. I mean, hey, the old saying is love is blind, and sometimes love is deaf too. Okay. Okay. Let's just go with that. I don't know what else to say. You know what I mean? So, but as far as that goes, I mean, yeah, it was a shame, but indeed, I believe so too. uh, yeah, but there's a lot of stories. Yeah, funny thing is, but my brother Jim, he knew all that stuff. He knew all these stories. I remember him being like that. He always tells stories about, to me and my brothers too, my other brothers, and he'd play the songs, and he'd always come up with stories, and he'd talk about the split up and how they broke up, and yeah. So I heard all the stuff about him because that was my brother Jim, So when I think of the Beatles, I can't help but to think of him, think of my brother Jim. Funny thing is, he'd be turning 68 years old this year. Yeah, I can't believe it. He'd be retired. He should be retired, enjoying his retirement now. And he'd be 68 years old. He'd probably be, yeah, just enjoying his retirement, doing his thing, maybe whatever he'd be doing, But it didn't happen, But, it is what it is. You got to see the footage on the Uber, or YouTube. If Chuck Berry and John, I did. I saw that. It's when, Chuck Berry and John were singing something. What was it? Was it? I can't remember what song was it. Was it Johnny? Johnny Be Good. I think they were singing Johnny Be Good version. And for some reason, Yoko just decided to add a little bit. Let's just say, never really went that good when she added her input in there to it. No, not really. I just never could figure that out. Yeah, even Chuck Berry kind of looked a little surprised, like, he was trying to keep his composure, but my gosh, I mean, yeah, not good, right? Listen, my mom was the same way with her ex-boyfriend, like the one she got feelings with and had told her numerous times about. But once I did tell her about, for some reason, even he would come back. Oh, okay. But for some reason, even he would come back. Oh, are you talking about your mom? Your mom's ex-boyfriend, you mean? Like that? Okay, so you had certain vibes about the guy, and you tell your mom that, you didn't trust the guy or whatever. You had certain little, insights into who he was, but he kept coming back, and she kept taking him back, kind of thing. Is that what you mean, Vamp? Yeah. Yeah, that's something that Yeah, she was screaming like a banshee and lost it. Yeah, I know that. Well, I'm trying to be kind as I can. I really am. I'm trying, uh, I can't help myself, Part of me says, listen, I don't want to say too many horrible things, but she really loved John. She was a screaming stuff on purpose because she was his idol. Yeah, I could never figure out quite why, even on like Double Fantasy, if you listen, there's some songs that are great. I think what is it? Imagine is on there, and then you got one song that just has Yoko just not even coherent, just screeching and just making noise, like purposely trying to sound awful. Yeah, I don't know. Not very appealing, was it? Yeah. Uh, yeah. Yes, the ex-boyfriend would keep coming back to the house, wanting even through cheating on my mom with another woman. Your mom didn't throw the guy out, or was your mom just so infatuated with him that she was blind to that? Sometimes that happens. Unfortunately, sometimes that's what happens in these relationships. You see it. It's on both sides. Sometimes uh, that's why it's not good to be obsessed with people because they start treating you awful like that, and you just don't see it. You get blind to it. Yeah. Sometimes I see men do it to women too. Sometimes women get so infatuated with a man, you see them doing that. Yeah. Uh, Obscene displays of stupidity. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Wild noises. Yeah. Okay. Well, unfortunately, I mean, yeah, that was what it was. But hey, at least at least there was always an off button. I mean, yeah, but well, anyway, so people, I mean, I'm thinking I'm gonna, it's getting close to 1 o'clock. I can't believe it's been that long. I can't believe it's been all that long. I mean, sometimes I think of things to say. We have a lot of things to say, and sometimes what I like about this too is the fact that sometimes I love the fact that we just kind of unleash a little bit and we start talking as if we're good old buds. This is what I love about this click. Sometimes you know is sometimes we stick around. We're like the ones just. I mean, I don't know if you call it small talk, but it's not just that. It's just that sometimes that's what happens when you get good old friends. They hang around and then they start talking about stuff like this. Just little things like Beatles and Yoko and whatever. So I gotta say, I gotta like that. Robin Band. Okay, what do you got? One. Am I where you? What? What is that? I'm not sure what you're acting at. 1 a.m. Where are you? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, it is 1 a.m. my time. Actually, it's close to 1 a.m. in my time, actually. Eastern time zone, that is. You're not in the Eastern time zone, are you, Obasi? Aren't you in that's Robin. Robin, are you in the Eastern time zone by any chance? Because that's the only time zone, because we're all in multiple time zones here. And some of us are in tomorrow afternoon, right, Vamp? Yeah. Yeah, it's late tomorrow afternoon in Vamp's world right now. She's way ahead of us in time. Mountain time. Oh, Obasi, you're mountain time. That's right. Obasi, if I remember right, you are from Montana or something, if I remember. You live out in the mountains up there. Was that it? Or are you from yeah, you're from the Midwest. It's Wisconsin. Okay, all right. Somebody was from Montana last week. That's right. Wisconsin, the land of cheese and freeze. Oh yeah, that's right. You met some of the most harsh winters up there, up in Wisconsin. Yeah, I mean, yeah, You're right up there next to Canada, and you're right up there as far north as you can, almost in the United States, pretty much. Except for Alaska. Alaska's probably it's got its own temperate zone as well. At least I stood up for him, and the funeral showed up. And the last time that I addressed it as a friend and family. Oh, Van, what happened? What funeral showed up? Did somebody die or something? Oh, Obacy, you're from Colorado. Yes. Okay. You know what? Please, you got to forgive me. I knew it was out in that area. I was trying to remember. I try to remember everybody's geographical location. I remember that now. Colorado. Somewhere out in the Aspen or Denver area or something like that. Either way, you're up in the Colorado Rocky Mountains. Beautiful. I've never actually been up there. I've seen pictures of it. It looks magnificent. I mean, just the Rocky Mountain ranges. It's huge too. Isn't that one of the largest Rocky Mountain range? I mean, it's like, I think it's like, I mean, I wouldn't say it's the longest. I know the Andes are one of the longest. The Himalayas are one of the biggest, and they're out in like the Asia. But the Rocky Mountains are one of the, I think they're like one of the most widespread mountains. Like they're just, like they take up several states, and I think they're like, like what is it, like 2,000 miles across, and then it goes way up into Canada, and it stretches down through parts of Mexico as well. I think it's one of the largest Rocky mountain ranges, something like that. So that's when my mom passed away in 2000. Oh, okay. Is that what that was in 2007? Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Alaska is a harsh cookie. Come and visit. It's amazing. I tell you what, here's what I'm going to have to do. If I get to be like a big old YouTube star here, okay, maybe if that ever happened, if I become a big YouTube star, I'll travel. Okay, I'll make these conditions, and I have to go to Australia. I have to go to Australia and visit Vamp for one. I have to, if I do this. Okay, I've already said that. In fact, Jethro said if he gets to be the big star, we're traveling down there. As a matter of fact, if he's still out there, I'm not sure if Jethro's still out there. He said if we get to be big YouTube stars, we have to go to Australia. And we'll have to take a trip out to Colorado. How's that? How far are you from Rogers Campground? What's Rogers Campground? I'm not sure what that. Oh, we're talking about Pinball Wizard and the Beatles again. Oh yeah, we're still talking Beatles. Okay, yeah, we can talk music if you'd like. I mean, yeah, we'll talk about all these different things. One of the toughest things I had to do at 19. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, it was that. Okay, we got all these different things coming in, like different conversations coming in, huh? The Beatles were all stars. Tense apart. Music buffs. Evidence I can't relate. And it was great because I gave a lot of people a chance to see them. Yes. Deaf, Dumb, and Blind. Oh, Greg Meredith. Oh, somebody must be looking at some of the files, or maybe going into the chats, looking at them all. Oh, Obacy, it's in New Hampshire. I got two festivals out there. Oh, you do? Oh, you do the festivals. Oh, you said something about Rogers Campground. I'm not sure where Rogers Campground is. What town is that in? If you're familiar with New Hampshire, then if you have a town. I mean, I know some of the towns in New Hampshire, obviously. You'd have to, but Rogers Campground, not sure where that is. Is that up near Laconia? Now that's obviously the big old bike show. They got the big Laconia bike meet that goes on up in Laconia once a year. That's right on the Wares Beach or Lake Winnipesaukee. Yeah, that's the stuff I got up here in my area. Yeah, I got all the. Oh yes. Oh, sure plays a mean pinball. Oh, we're talking about the Pinball Wizard. Okay. Yes. Hey, he plays by sense of smell. Did you know that? Yeah, he doesn't see the lights are flashing, but he plays by sense of smell. Go figure that one out. Playing pinball with smell, huh? Okay. Yes, piece of Banshee Scream. Oh man, we got a lot of different things going on there. We're talking about Pinball Wizard, the Beatles, and the festival in New Hampshire. Lancaster. Okay, Lancaster. Oh gosh, that's way up there. Lancaster is up. Yeah, that's up off of 93, if I remember right. It's up a ways up. Yeah, and that's up going toward. Gosh, I mean that's up going right near Vermont up there too. Yeah, that's up a ways. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm still here, Jethro. Okay, no, we were talking earlier. I'm still here, Jethro. Oh, I see. Sandra. Oh, Sandra Scully. Okay, there you go. All right. When you get mailbox. Oh, welcome back, Jethro. Okay. Hey, we were talking earlier about Jethro, about if we ever get to be big YouTube stars and stuff like that, and we get a bunch of money, we got to, we said we'd travel down to Australia, so we have to start, visiting everybody, Well, yeah, that'd be the condition. We'd have to do something like that, right? Yeah. That'd be the condition, if But again, that would have to be. I mean, I guess it's possible. Gosh, I mean, some of these people out there, they get to be these big YouTube stars, and they get all sorts of they make things lucrative. I mean, I guess it's possible, but it takes a lot of work. You just got to know things. You just got to put out really good videos, good content, and no connections. And I think things just snowball. Things just happen for you. That's all. That's all you can do, really. Beatles didn't play many concerts. What's interesting is when why they even came to the U.S. It's one man that caused them to come here. I forget his name, but Twisted Love, like Yoko John kind of thing. I thought the whole idea of coming to the United States was just the fact that, that they were. I know they were the first ones. They were the first part of the British invasion. Isn't that right? Yeah. Yep. This is why I'm getting 2 jobs. Oh, we got here. Hello there, Sandra Scully. All right. So I'm getting 2 jobs. I'm going to save my butt off and invest and do the YouTube thing. Oh, okay. Yeah. Now, what do you plan on doing as far as the YouTube thing goes, Sandra? You got any ideas? You got a certain niche? Got to find a niche, whether it be personality things or, I was actually thinking too. I like to keep this channel. Obviously, this channel is very like my baby. You know what I mean? You're all my. But also, I'm thinking if I get established and I get to the point where I know my stuff. I'd like to get another channel or 2. If I could, but I'd have to have more time to focus on it. At that point there, I'd have to be, that would have to be like a job to me where that's all I do, I'd like to get to that point someday, but hey, it would have to be, sorry, my cat stepped in the phone. I was saying I can send some blank postcards on postcards mailbox. Oh, okay. Are you talking about that postcards to my place? What are you talking about, Vamp? You talking about postcards? Yeah, is that what you mean? Just trying to figure out what you're talking about there. Or are you talking to somebody else? Sometimes you're talking. I'm not sure who you're talking to, Vamp. Yeah. No, but that's one place. I tell you though. As interesting as that is, obviously that would be a very expensive. Just to get down to Australia, but that would be a wonderful place just to visit. It seems like it's almost like a parallel United States in a way. Maybe it was at one time. I don't know what it's like now. I've never been there, obviously, but from what I read, it was very much like. Think about it. The United States broke away from the British colony. I know that still the. Australia was a British settlement as well. And, so was the United States. Obviously we had a revolution back in 1776 and, there was a war that just broke away from British rule. But still, they were both colonies of Britain. And, but Australia was in its sense, was in itself for years, like kind of like the Wild West. It was like that whole wild tundra, kind of like the Wild West was here in the United States, down in Australia. And it was settled by the English, and of course they populated everywhere. Now that's the main that's the main spoken English. English is the main spoken languages down there as well. And so, but I know you have a lot of the Aborigine influence down there. The native cultures of the Aborigine is still down there. Populated by prisoners. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Obviously, very good point. It was more of a, at one point, that's what it was. Actually, it was Dansmeal Island, which was also Tasmania, was a big prison colony as well. In fact, the thing was is that they would just, there wasn't like, they would just literally leave these hardened criminals, they would send them there. And I mean, they didn't like build, they were just left on the island to fend for themselves, basically. They were just put there. So they weren't like locked in cages. They didn't build prisons. They weren't putting them in jail on that island. They were just left there because they'd be out in the middle of nowhere, and they were put on these islands. So just see some pictures of my place in my area in the state of Queensland. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have to. That's something I got to do. I got to establish some kind of a PO box. That's right. I'm going to do that. There's so many things I got to do. That's right. I should do that. I have a PO box, and so I can have like things sent to me and things. That's another thing I got to do, Vamp. I'm glad you brought that up. Somebody else had mentioned to me that they want to send me like a book, and I thought, yeah, I got to get a PO box so I can have things sent to me, and I'll do that sometime. Again, that's another thing. There's so many, like I said, there's a lot of work I got to do, but yeah, that would be awesome. Now, I did actually go on a couple times. Went on Google Maps. I kind of looked at Queensland just on the the Google Maps, get an idea of some of the terrain. Yeah, I mean Australia is big. I mean it's its own continent. I mean it's the only island that's its own continent. You know, I mean obviously we have what, 7 continents, and Australia it's an island, but it's its own entity. So it's massive. It's like its own, lush area. And it's rich in resources too. There's a lot of like, isn't there a lot of like there's certain areas that have some forest, but a lot of it has a lot of shrub and desert area and things like that. I mean, it's mixed with all sorts of different terrain. It's got a variety of different um, land, basically, kind of like the United States. North America's like that too. I mean, North America has temperate forest. It has confiturous. What do they call that? Forest. Yeah, basically like my area up here, we have a lot of the forest. So does Canada. Obviously, we have all the foliage and everything like that. But then you get out in the Midwest and you get nothing but desert. You get the desert areas. You get down into Texas and the mid plains, and now you get just nothing but like fields of plains, just flat land for like thousands of miles in every direction. Yeah. So there's a lot of similarities. It's almost like a very much a parallel in a lot of ways to the North America down under. It is very much like that. It's almost like a parallel United States down there in a sense, I mean, think about it. You're on the opposite side of the earth. You're on the southern hemisphere, and it's in a way it's a perfect parallel, like a perfect balance in a sense to the United States, and it's another English speaking country as well. So yeah, it's got a lot of things in common there. Yes, very true. Yes, you. So I mean, I've always thought of it like that. I've always been amazed, thinking that it's kind of like that. How Australia, and the thing, what's the beauty about in Australia too? You go down there, you wouldn't have to learn a new language. You'd fit right in. I mean, yeah, you'd have this crazy Boston accent that I got, this New England accent, this, but it would be really interesting, wouldn't it? Right? So my phone service is messed up, so I have to use my mom's YouTube. I've been dealing with the U.S. Cellular T-Mobile merger, glitch of the system. Oh, Oh, Sandra, so you're having an issue with your phone service then, huh? Australia, America, Florida, LOL, Obacy. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Well, yes, very true. Everything wants to eat you there. Oh, out in Australia, a lot of things want to eat you in Australia. Well, do they have that many things? I mean, gosh, they must have massive snakes down there too. Yeah, I would think you go up in parts of like Kodiak, Alaska. You got grizzly bear and polar bear and there's things that want to eat you down there too. So definitely. Like me, I could say I'm 40 minutes from the main city via public transportation, but car in 20 minutes. Oh, okay. I could say I'm 40 minutes from the main city via public transportation, but the car's in 20 minutes. Oh, okay. Uh, Sandra. Um, I'm Jethro. Okay, all right. You know what? I didn't make the connection. I'm kind of dense. I got a lot of things I'm looking at. Jethro, I just figured it out. Sandra is Jethro. All right. Your personality. Okay, your personality. You're having trouble with your phone. I get it. I finally sinks in. Okay, I get it. That is Jethro. You are okay. Why did it take me so long to figure that out? Do forgive me there, friend. All right, massive bug. All right, all right. Okay, you were talking about the bug you had in there. You're on a different phone. All right, I get that. All right. He played by intuition. Oh, we still talking about the pinball wizard. We got so many things going on here. You know, people are still talking about the Beatles, about Yoko. We're talking about Australia, and we're still talking about Tommy, the pinball wizard over here. Unbelievable. Yes, he did play by intuition, didn't he? Yeah, he was intuitive. Yeah, go figure. Well, that's why he was so good. He could never fall either, right? He was a master at the pinball wizard. Go on in. Florida has a tropical climate. Not to mention, most people don't realize it was all swamp. Uh, uh, Rob, okay, I take it, Robin. Robin, you must be from Florida then, right? I believe isn't the largest part of Florida. I mean, the highest peak in Florida is only like 640 feet or something like that. And I believe it's in the part. It's actually in the Tallahassee Panhandle area. Is actually the highest part of Florida. So most of, like you said, you're absolutely right. Most of Florida is like just almost like it's almost like a swamp. I know the southern part, you have the Everglades down there. Don't you have Lake Okeechobee down there? Oh, yeah, that Lake Okeechobee. Is that what they call that thing? That's one down by Miami, right? Yeah, and that's like in the heart of the Everglades National Park or something like that too, right? Yeah, that's quite an interesting place. Now, listen, I've been down to Florida. I was passing through Florida back, back about 30 years ago when I went to Brazil. I visited Brazil. I went to Sao Paulo State, Brazil, and I had to go through what was it? Miami X Airport. That's it, Miami X. So I went through there. That's about as close as I've actually been to Florida. So I passed through there. So, so no, had friends that lived there in Florida. I'm straight up the highway in Wisconsin. Oh, Wisconsin. Hey, we got somebody else from Wisconsin. Obachi's from Wisconsin, right? WI, right? Is you talking Wisconsin? Is that what we got? Got hit by lightning in Florida on vacation. Oh my gosh, you got struck by lightning for real? No, Obacy's from Colorado. Wait, that's right. I'm making this. No, Obacy, you're Colorado. Somebody else said they were Wisconsin. That was, oh my gosh. Not Obacy. Oh, you lived in Milwaukee. Okay. Used to live in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Okay, got that. See, I'm getting everything confused over here. You got to forgive me, people. I'm trying to keep track of all you. I'm trying to keep track of all your stories, and I'm trying to. Sometimes I'm getting all jumbled up over here. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's all. uh, I guess that's what you do, right? You try to keep things going there. Oh my gosh, you got hit by lightning. I hope you're all right. You didn't. It didn't. Obviously, it didn't kill you. Well, I can't say that word. It didn't unalive you. It didn't take your life. That's good. Maybe I can't say that. I don't know. I gotta be careful what I say out here. You know what I mean? But I was in a car on a turnpike and got hit by lightning. It actually happened every single day there. Oh, so it hit your car. Maybe that's a good thing. I guess the safest place you can be is in a car because you have those rubber tires which ground the car, which keep it from basically what's that word called? What's that word where energized? Yeah, you can energize your car and get fried in there if you're not, right? So, but the car is not energized because it's got the tires hitting the ground, keeps it from doing that. Yeah, it's weird how electricity works, isn't it? Yeah, good. Oddly, never grew up in that. Only Colorado. Grew up Chicago. Okay. The car thing is crap. Absolutely horrible story. Yeah, that's something else, huh? Getting hit by a lightning. Gosh, my gosh, I tell you. A Cadillac exploded 45 minutes on the turnpike before me. Oh, boy, I tell you, some of you people have some horror stories. I think all of us in some way have had some horrible story that we have deep down. Now, you're telling us right here. Yeah. It's unfortunate like that we've gone through a lot, haven't we? Yeah. Each and every one of us has had our things. A Cadillac exploded just a few minutes earlier. Uh, my friend got a pest control guy out every 3 months, so we avoided getting creepy crawling things. My cat tends to see them out and not fuss by them, as I used to look for them as a child. Oh, the creepy crawly things you get in Australia are like nothing we've have up here in the United States. Yeah, there's something about Australia's wildlife and bug life, animal, anything. It's like everything is unusual in like almost like they somebody described this to me in school as to why Australia has such odd animal life is because of the fact it's so isolated from anything. They say it was part of the Darwin theory. Whether this is true or not, maybe it is somewhat during the evolutionary process of animals. I mean, a lot of times these these animals and these species have an ability to, you know, expand. They might expand their territory. They might take thousands of years, but they expand their territory into other continents and other subcontinents, and they might evolve different ways. They evolve different patterns because of their uniqueness. You know, maybe they evolve certain uh, adaptabilities to the changing climates, things like that. Now, Australia is one constant. Australia is segregated. It was separate from the rest of the other mainlands. It didn't have a way of connecting like most of the other colonies had a way of connecting in the mainlands. So even if you look at North America, and it even connects with parts of Asia, when it became like that whole Bering Strait. At one time, the Bering Strait you could cross, you could uh, walk across basically. So even the Americas had a connection to the rest of the world in a sense. Australia was a unique continent where it was isolated. It was its own entity. So these animals that were there, that stayed there, evolved and they stayed evolved. They never branched off. They stayed basically in that one environment where their evolution changed. It didn't change. It took on its own unique design. And so you look and see how Australia's animals don't look like nothing else on the rest of the face of the earth. I mean, you got kangaroos, duck-billed platypuses, um, koala bears. That's just to name a few. And I believe all their insect and their other species are also, not conventional either. Like they're their own unique species down there in Australia. That's what it was described to me as to why Australia is so unique in that way. Okay. I don't know how I know that. I think that was explained to me back by Marlo. What was his name? The guy from Mutual of Omaha Wild Kingdom. Maybe it was that guy. I don't know. Ed Chiconda. I complain on the tow truck. Okay. Robin. So how we doing? Hey Pranda, how you doing, Pran? We got Pran out there. How we doing this week? And we're doing fine, sir. How are you, Pran? Good to see you. I guess there's a lot of night owls out there today, huh? Yeah. I complained to my tow truck driver about my luck. He got mad and told me about death before me. It sincerely happens every day. Oh, is that what happens? Gosh. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I forgot. I got to remember. Robin Banks is actually. Wait a minute. No. Who was Jethro again? I'm trying to remember. Jethro was. What was that one again? I'm trying to remember where. Oh, Sandra. Oh, Sandra. Sandra was actually Jethro. Okay, I'm trying to remember who that was again. I'm getting a little confused. Vamp Etcha Condra. Oh yeah, the Tasmanian Tiger was from Australia too. Yeah, the Tasmanian. How about the Tasmanian Devil? That little thing there. Yeah. In fact, they had a Looney Tunes character called the Tasmanian Devil. Remember that guy? Oh, he was angry. I remember he just spin and I guess that thing he's a little terror, but he's got no fear or nothing, and he's very aggressive to everything that goes near it, right? Yeah. Oh, extinct. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of things that went extinct. Dingoes will eat you. Oh, dingo. Yeah, that's the wild dogs they got down there, the dingo dogs, right? They're basically like their version of what? Coyotes or wolves? The dingoes, they're wild dogs. I guess that's their version of a wolf. And yeah, they're in packs, and yes, they will. Yeah, they'll eat you. Yeah, I heard dingoes are pretty nasty too. I heard they're. I heard they're actually dangerous, very dangerous. Those dingoes. A dingo ate my baby. Oh yeah, wasn't that? I didn't know the Taz was real. Cool. Yeah, no, the Tasmanian Devil was based on, yes, the animal from Tasmania, Damsmeal Island, whatever you might want to call it. Yeah, no, it was based on that. I mean, they made it a little bigger, but it's just a Tasmanian Devil. I think it's in the badger family. I think it is. I mean, it's not like a rodent. It's more like like a wolverine or a badger, which also have nasty tempers too. Yeah, as well. So, but did it though? Opportunistic and super smart, cry like coy wolves. Oh, okay. All right. So we know a lot about these dingo dogs. Huh? Yeah, that's another thing, right? These coy dogs. Yeah. Now, was the dingo, is that actually a wild dog that was in there? Or was a group of dogs that went feral when they were introduced to the colonies back in the day? Were they introduced to Australia in the, whatever, 1800s when the British were using that as their colonies? Or is that just a natural dog? I think it's an actual wild dog in Australia. I don't think it was introduced, but I mean, it could have been. I mean, see, I don't know everything. I know a lot of things. I don't know everything. So you got to educate me sometimes. You know what I mean, people? Badgers are amazing. Watch them climb chain link fences. Yeah. Opportunistic and super smart. Yes, exactly. Like coy wolves, huh? Yeah, I can only imagine. Yeah. So we're talking about them dingoes, huh? Kind of like the coyotes, right? Yeah. Yeah. Coyotes are like our version of wild dogs, but I'd say coyotes are, yeah, they're like the same way. Coyotes in the North America is the same way. They're opportunistic and they're smart. They're very cunning and crafty. The coyotes. but almost in a diabolical way is the coyote. Yeah, and they're opportunistic. I think a lot of the wolves are like that. The coy wolf. Yeah. Oh, well, I did tell a story about the. I did tell a story a couple weeks ago. I could tell it again if you'd like. I could tell you a story about something that happened a few years ago to me. All right, we're talking about dogs and stuff like that, right? I got a story for you, people. Right, back about I'm going to say it was about 4 years ago, and I was still in the tire business, and I had done tires for like years. But I used to do the big tire work. I used to do the the OTR tires, which is off the road. So I did all like the tires on the bucket loaders and backhoes and end dumps, big heavy equipment, machinery. And I was on a transfer station up here in New Hampshire, just doing a routine job on a Saturday. In fact, it was one of those Saturday jobs. Now, the whole transfer station was closed for Saturday. And so they allowed me to go up there and work on their equipment. So I'd have a key. I'd have a key, I'd lock the door and I'd lock it up on the way out or whatever it was. Now I'm up there by myself on a Saturday in a transfer station. Basically, a transfer station, yeah, they're transferring like garbage. They're taking it off the trash trucks and they're putting it in they're transferring it. So yeah, it's trash. So that's what this machine was. It was a it was a machine that was basically pushing the trash, reclaiming it, but it had solid fill tires on it, so I had to rotate them. I just had to rotate the fronts to the back to keep them running even. So I'm doing my job, and I do this all the time. So I'm doing all routine. So I got the machine up, and I'm doing my job, and and it's early morning. It's probably, I'm going to say it was late summer, probably early September. So it was like a nice, cool, crisp, maybe early autumn day, maybe late summer day, all right, on a Sunday. So I'm doing my job as routine as I would. And all of a sudden, I see this dog walk up to me, right, which I think is a dog. I look over, and it looks like a kind of a German Shepherd dog. And he walked up to me, and now he's standing about maybe 5 or 6 feet away from me, okay? And I'm looking at him thinking, I was about to start talking to him. I'm like, hey, how you doing, buddy? Like you talk to a dog. Hey, what's up there? And as I'm looking at him, he's looking me in the eye. And then I realized this is not a dog because I saw the wild look. This was a coyote, but he had that look in his eye, that not domesticated look. Dogs have that domesticated, docile look in their eye. You know what I mean? And I didn't really notice this until I saw this dog, the difference. Because typically you look in a dog's eye and they got those warm, friendly, inviting, loyal eyes dogs have. This did not. This thing had those wild eyes, like sizing me up eyes. So me and this dog locked eyes, and this coyote, I should say, we locked eyes. And I'm staring at him. And he's staring at me back, and I'm thinking, what do I do? Is this thing going to attack me? I start thinking to myself, is he rabid? Is he coming after me? Is he going to attack? What's he doing? Why does he want, And so I thought, what do I do? So I just thought, stare him down. Stare him down. I'm like, what can I do? So I didn't want to run. I didn't want to show fear. I didn't want to panic and look away. I just thought, no, I can't do that. I got to stare him down. So I did. And I stared at him. And we locked eyes and I just looked at him. And this went on for about maybe 8 seconds, 9 seconds. We just locked eyes. And then I remember thinking, I tried to get as intimidating as I could, just tried to give him that serious look as I could. And then he broke eye contact and he just started walking away. Do forgive me sometimes. And so he started walking away. He just took off, right? And I watched him. I wanted to see where he went. And I watched him. He walked up to another coyote that was probably, maybe 40, 50 feet away. And then they disappeared behind a building. And then at this point here, I'm like, what was this coyote doing? Why was he here? I kind of understand that I'm in a transfer station. There's garbage in there, and there's scavengers. So I kind of figured they're probably looking for food. They're in a dump. And I'm thinking, all right, now why did he get so close to me, and will he come back? So of course I kept the tire bar. I grabbed the tire bar at this point. I kept working, and I just kept my eyes open, looking, thinking, well, is he going to get more coyotes? Are they going to try to surround me? Well, I didn't know. So I grabbed the biggest tire bar I had. I grabbed the skidder bar. That was a big old heavy thing. And I'm thinking a tire man is pretty good and crafty with a tire bar, because he uses those bars every day, and he could pick a tire clean off a rim pretty good. And I was like that. I had done it for years, and I was like masterful with a tire bar. I thought, I'll whack these things if they come near me. I'll whack these things. Oh yeah, I will if they get too close. Figured I kept that. So I kept that thing. Anywhere I walked, I kept that bar with me. I didn't see him after that. I didn't see him. But so that's all I could do, man. I had to stare him down. I stared that thing down, just a wild animal. And I saw that savage look, that savage wildness in his eye. I never forgot that. All right. Well, he kind of sized me up. I could tell he was sizing me, trying to figure me out. And he's trying to, like I said, the opportunity. They're opportunists, and they're thinking, calculating. And he thought, no, this is probably not worth it. Let's just go find something easier, kind of thing. That's all I took it as. And the thing just moseyed off. So anyway, so I thought about that. So, all right, well, I stared down a coyote. Well, I got that under my belt now, you know. So that's all I could do. But I was put in that situation that's what I had to do. You know what I mean? So, well, I figured I'd tell that story again. That was one of those that I never forgot that happened, you know. I have a lot. I'll bet you do. I'm sure we all, especially if you live up in Colorado. Greg, are you from Colorado? Or Greg, no, you're from Wisconsin, right? Is that Greg from some? Wait a minute, I'm trying to remember where you're from. You're from all over the place. But I'm sure we all have certain hunting stories. I'm sure if you ever been hunting out there, and I've heard a million hunting stories from, I'm not a hunter, but I know a lot of them up and around here in New Hampshire. And I've heard tons of hunting stories from different, old friends or like customers I used to hear stories about, So I heard a bunch of them too, But that's just one of mine, But I haven't done tire work now for about 4 years. I finally got away from that, but that was it. Good old Marlin. All right. So I just thought I'd tell you that. Yeah. No, it's its own species. Okay, well, are we talking about the dingo? Okay, I was asking that question earlier, if the dingo was the dog that was brought to Australia and dropped off there and went feral, or if it's its own species. So it is an actual wild dog in Australia that lives there. Okay, that's what I thought. I wasn't positive, but I thought that's what it was. Okay, but it's not quite. You know what it almost reminds me of? I mean, it looks almost. They don't call it a wolf. They don't call it a coyote. It's a dog. I mean, they're actually canines. I mean, wolves are dogs too. Coyotes are dogs. Even fox. We get the red fox up here in North America. I mean, they're all canine, but they're not considered dogs. I mean, even though they are the dog family. But that dingo is called a dingo dog. Yeah. They're similar the way I showed you in a few magpies. Showed a few magpies known to terrifying birds. They're in Australia. I've got a few stories. One story that one stole my boss's lunch to remove from store. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I love foxes. Now, do you have foxes in Australia? Like a version, like an Australian fox? I would imagine you do, right? I mean, obviously up in North America, we got the red and the gray fox. Depending on what part of the country. I mean, I think there's more gray fox probably up in Canada. Red fox, you get them here in like, even around here, like the New Hampshire, New England area. I've seen red fox myself. I mean, I've seen them like cross the roads a bunch of times, more than once. You see them you're out at night driving and things run in front of you in the road. I see them cross the road all the time. So I got red fox up around here. Dingoes were domesticated by Aborigines thousands of years ago. Oh, well, imagine that. You would think the Aborigine, gosh, I mean, they would have a way with domesticating dogs. I mean, they were man after all, and they probably found a way of friending them. I mean, yeah, men have been doing that for pretty much everywhere on Earth all their life. I believe even the Native American Indians, didn't they have? I think they befriended wolf packs as well, if I remember right. And then maybe they had lone wolves. Go figure. Maybe they had domesticated some lone wolves, and they became friends with wolves. I mean, they're still canine after all, and there is a connection with man and dog, and that seems to be legendary. And of course, yeah, there's the way of domesticating the dog. Yeah, in fact, that was the first animal that was domesticated by us, that became friends with us. And of course, I think you had pigs and you had like cows, and there's certain ones that seem to gravitate toward being easily domesticated. But I do believe you're right. Absolutely right. The dogs were the first one. Ancient species from Asia. Oh, okay. Is that what it was? Okay, yes, but introduced. Oh, so they were introduced thousands of years ago. That's what I was asking. I didn't know if they were native or they were introduced then. Brought to Australia 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. Thousands of years ago. Okay. 3,000 or 4,000 from Asia. That's right. You had that whole chain of group. I mean, you had like Indonesia, Thailand. You had a connection that, all the way through Borneo, maybe like Komodo, the Komodo Island chain. And of course, that all led right down. You could see the chain of reactions where these colonies would have, or these boats, they would have taken boats or whatever just far enough to get into Australia. So Australia had accesses before the explorers actually started discovering all the continents, I believe, right? Yeah, you're right. Apex predators of Australia. Okay. Are we talking about the dingoes being an apex predator? I would imagine them being that they're in massive packs, and they must, and they hunt in packs, they're probably very dangerous. Yeah, when they surround you, they'll engulf somebody, even humans. Yeah, they do that, and you hear about these things happening, right? Yeah, apex predators. Now, they must have some other apex predators down there too. You would think they would have like, gosh, I mean, what else do they have that's really? I mean, maybe Vamp could tell us what they have down there. I mean, do they have like cougars, forms of lions? Do they have like big cats down there? I know they have their. Oh, they don't. Okay, so is like the dingo like the most apex predator you got down there? I mean, not really. I know you got the emu, probably the largest bird, second largest bird. You got the emus down there. We talked about that before a couple of weeks ago. A taxidermist on chat said this. Dogs look up to us. Cats look down on us, and pigs look sideways. What's up, cuz? Oh. All right. All right. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. And pigs look at us sideways. Well, the thing is, they have their eyes sideways on their head too, right? They don't have yeah. But that's an interesting one. So that's how that goes. I never heard that before. Dogs look up to us, cats look down on us, and pigs look at us sideways. Yeah, I guess there's a pun intended to that. They look sideways at us, right? Got to be a pun there, I'm sure, right? What's up, cuz? Who's cuz? Hey, huh? Am I your cuz? Yeah. Yeah. I got cousins out there. I've got cousins out. They don't talk to me much. That's funny thing is, you brother man. Oh, okay. How you doing, Zach? What's up, Zach? 80 Metal. I believe you're the. I believe that's the first I've seen your name out there. How are you, Zach? What's up? Say hi. Yes, yes, we're saying hi. Doing good, man. Okay. All right. Okay, cuz. You just gotta give me the cuz thing. All right, yeah. So what brings you into the chat, huh? What's up? Got something you want to talk about? You happen to have the now I would imagine that the algorithm is the algorithm has the INFJ experiences basically maybe lead you in here. I didn't know if that was it, or maybe it was just something totally random. I mean, we're just talking about stuff right now. We're just shooting the breeze right now. We're just talking about everybody's parts of the world that they're from. You know, I mean, we're from everywhere. We're from all over the world right now, and we're just shooting the breeze about where we're from. Just our world we're from. That's all. So where you from there? What's up? Where you from there, Zach? You from the US of A? Or are you from 80s metal? So are you into 80s metal? Good deal, huh? Oh, okay. Yeah, just curious, man. Louisiana, yes, sir. Okay, Louisiana. Okay. As in the Baton Rouge, New Orleans. What are some of the other big cities down there? I'm just thinking of someone like the areas, Louisiana. Never been there. Obviously, I just know the terrain. I know you got what is it? Like I said, gosh, the Louisiana Superdome down there. New Orleans, yeah, New Orleans, yeah. David Duke. Oh, David Duke. David Duke. That's a blast from the past. Oh, wasn't he from down there too? Oh, David, yes. Oh, is that his picture or something? What does it look like, David Duke? What does that mean? I'm not sure. Okay, that is Sandra. That's Jethro right there, David Duke. I gotta remember that. That what you're doing over there. Louisiana. Well, that's good to hear from you there, huh? Livingston, Louisiana. Oh man. David Duke is in the chat. That's not David Duke, is it? Why is he saying that, huh, Zach? Why is he calling you David Duke? Does he look like him, or is that David Duke's picture? Now, if I remember right, I'm not sure if I quite remember, but David Duke, I believe, ran for the Republican nomination back in 1996, was it? But the thing was, he was supposed to be like a KKK, like chapter, like participant or something like that. I'm trying to remember something like that. I can't remember. I knew that. I know I'm sure he's just oh yeah, he's making that up. I didn't know hey, come on, Jethro, why you call him David Duke, man? Does he look like that? Maybe that's it. Or maybe David Duke was from Louisiana. I don't know. I don't know what the connection is. I mean, hey, that's all right. I'm sure he's just joking with you. He ain't serious about that. Nah, he's lying. Yeah, that's all. No, there's David Duke up there in the chat. Oh, there is. Oh, okay. So you're talking about somebody else. Okay. Is that what that is? Oh, all right. You don't think it's the David Duke, do you? I mean, who knows? You never know. You just never know. Somebody could be an alias. Somebody could be. But hey, it could be anybody. Could be anybody at all, right? So, but so anyway, you're into 80s metal. Is that what it is? That's what it says on your handle there, Greg. Yeah, you into like Winger? How about White Snake? What was some of the 80s metal band? Like, remember there was Cinderella. Would you call Motley Crue one of those 80s metal bands? Listen, I grew up through the 80s, man. I'm sure. I mean, there was a ton of them. I remember all those 80s metal bands. There were a ton of them. Some were good. Some were like, they all had the distinctive sound about them. There's no doubt about it. So, yes, someone else is there up in the chat. Okay, so do we have David Duke in the house? Are they still there? We have 4 watching, 6 watching. Yeah, I noticed some of the participations a little bit. Metallica and Slayer. Oh, okay. And also you got Rat, Ozzy, Judas. Oh, see, yeah, that's right. See, I only came up with a couple of them. I did. You're talking about all those. I remember Rat. Rat. Hey, you want to hear a story? I got a story for you. Both these bands too. Hey, I grew up in Lynn, Massachusetts, and the notorious. It's actually got a poem called Lynn, the City of Sin. You never go out the way you came in. When I asked for water, they gave me gin. And the women say no, but they always give in. Lynn, the City of Sin. You never go out the way you came in. That was my hometown. And that poem was written about it many, many years ago, you know. Well, anyway, so, anyway, there was a Manning Bowl. There was a place called Manning Bowl, big old football arena, high school football, but they had bands come there. And all these hair bands were coming there in the 80s. Yeah, back in the 80s, they started having concerts there. So, back in the day, right, Rat and Motley Crue were in Manning Bowl. And of course, I didn't have a ticket to get in. I had a whole bunch of friends of mine. We didn't have tickets, right? So we just kind of hovered around the stadium and we could hear what was going on. We always heard the things going on. You could hear the music coming out. So even though we didn't have a ticket, couldn't get in, we still kind of hovered out there. And at one time we climbed up on a trailer. You know, we climbed up on a fence and there was a trailer outside just to get a higher view. And of course, I remember Motley Crue did that thing where who's the drummer there? Who's the drummer for was it Tommy Lee? Tommy Lee. He does this drum solo and he's got his drums like going sideways. He's got the whole platform elevating and they're going up sideways and he's got his whole drum kit all held in and he's chained in like he's like roped into his chain, his seat, you know, and he's doing a drum solo like almost upside down. Like things just kept going up, and he does this drum. Then it almost was like going upside down almost. I'm like, wow, look at that, you know. So I guess that was part of what he did. He did these drum solos where he was always on that platform. That was one of his things, you know. So then finally, I mean, we heard Rat was in there. So later on, as the concert's unwinding, we just kind of walked in because, you know, what the heck, everybody was letting out. So we figured now people are leaving. They all paid their admission. Everybody was there. So we walked in. We got to see some of the encore. So we still got to see part of the band for free. Just kind of went in there. But that was part of being like, I guess, locals in the hometown. So, hey, you know. But the thing was, just about all those bands came through Lynn, Mass, my hometown, back in the day. So I got to see all of them. Yeah, that was cool, man. I don't know how old you are, if you probably remembered. So it was Tommy Lee. So I don't know if you grew up in the 80s. I'm assuming you did, maybe, or not. But I remember those whole times. I was probably right in the middle of it, you know, and couldn't help but to see bunch of these bands coming through my hometown, you know, the Lynn, the City of Sin, as I called you. Ace Frehley, super cool. Motorhead, Def Leppard, Humans Are Apex. Oh, Motorhead, yeah, Def Leppard, that's right. That's all your bands. Yeah, all those bands were. I remember all them. Ace Frehley, though. Hey, didn't Ace Frehley? He was with Kiss, and he went solo, didn't he? He went on his own, and he just died passed away last year, I believe. Something happened to him. I think he had something happened. He had a brain injury, and then he died like a few weeks later or something like that. So I know we just lost Ace Frehley. Just lost him last year. So in 20, definitely not my mom and dad. Oh, okay. So so Zach, you're a kid then. You didn't actually see him on hand. You're still into the 80s stuff. Your parents did. So, all right, I get that. Yeah, see, your parents are about my age. I get it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's good. That's good. At least, I mean, like I said, I just was just reading the handle what you got on there, and I figured, you know, all right, well, you know, I mean, I wasn't like at the time growing up, I wasn't really super into the hair bands. I mean, I had certain likes that I mean, I was more like a little bit old fashioned. I mean, I heard them, they were all around. Of course, I couldn't avoid them, they were everywhere, Poison and Cinderella and, Rat, all them bands. And of course, they were all passing through town. There was one summer, I swear, like most of them came through town. I think Guns N' Roses might have passed through there. Aerosmith. Now, Aerosmith was a Boston-based band anyway, so Aerosmith was always in like the Boston area doing something somewhere. But yeah, you always heard about them. But they like to play local. Aerosmith liked doing that because that was their roots, was the Boston area. So yeah, but anyway, get to see different things go on. Just some of the memories I had. Funny thing is, unfortunately, some of the friends I had, some of the friends that I'm talking about, some of them have already passed on. I've lost a lot of like just old friends of mine, already. I mean, they were all about my age now, but not all of them survived. Just things happened to them. They had a life, whatever lifestyle they did, just caught up or whatever. But that is what it is, right? Yeah, it was big, huh? Okay, Yipper, Ace Frehley, supposedly the Kiss. Not sure. New York Groove. Oh yeah, New York Groove. That was on Ace Frehley's solo album with Kiss. They each put out a solo album back in the '80s, and Ace Frehley had that hit, New York Groove. That's right. I remember that. I'll tell you, people. I don't know how much longer I got. You know what I mean? I tell you. I know I'm getting old. I could go any minute. The other day, my insurance company, they sent me a half a calendar. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. See, a half a calendar, right? I'm kidding over there, people. That's a bad Rodney impression now, isn't it? Huh? Greg, I don't hear many people getting hurt by dingoes on the news. I think they are protected. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, you're not gonna. I'm sure it's like an old myth. I mean, I'm sure there was a few attacks years ago, but nobody's getting killed by dingoes much anymore. I'll bet, huh? Yeah. All right. So, all right. I bet you. I wonder how many. I wonder how much live stuff is going on YouTube right now. I mean, I wonder how many. Actually, there could be quite a few, right? Yeah. Who knows? It depends on what's going on. YouTube, as massive as it is, it's got to have quite a bit of a support out there, right? Yeah. Travis, we got somebody else out there. I'm trying to find some brand new names here. Listen. I have my wonderful core, my breakfast club out there, and but I also have some new people coming on in here too as well. Travis, who's that? 06I 1978 solo. Oh, that was the Ace Frehley album. That's right. Exactly. Yeah, I do remember that. In fact, all of them had their own solo albums coming out. Every one of them. Even Peter Criss. Peter Criss had his own album out. Who remembers that guy? I mean, I think he's still around, right? I think he actually got replaced. He left the band first, and then they had somebody else take his place. So yeah, there was a. Well, we're still talking about the dingoes in Australia, huh? Oh my gosh. Oh gosh, a girl was eaten by a dingo recently. Oh my gosh, where was the incident? Me, I do. Oh yeah, okay. Oh yeah, me, I do. Who was that? Oh. What are we talking about, Zach? Me, I do. What does that mean? What are we talking about, huh? So all the new people coming on in, are you just kind of randomly passing through, or did you make a connection to the MBTI type by any chance? Grand Wizard. What does that mean, Grand Wizard? Who is that, Greg? Who is the? What are we talking about, Grand Wizard? Huh? What's that all about, huh? Okay. Oh, Peter Criss. Oh, is that what they called him, Grand Wizard? Yeah. I know at the time he was regarded as a very good drummer. You don't hear him put in the conversations now as far as like best drummers in the world. Usually you hear like names like Neil Peart come up, um, Keith Moon, okay, uh, Carl Palmer from Emerson, Lake and Palmer, John Bonham. You hear about these drummers coming in. I mean, I'm not gonna forgive me if I'm not listing them all, but but Peter Criss never comes in as the like one of the best drummers of all time. I mean, you got a lot of them. Even Ginger Baker from the Cream back in the day came out. Was one of them. But Black Sabbath. Let me crash on your couch, bro. I don't know about that. Beef Stromboli. What kind of name is that, huh? I think I've seen that name one time before. Beef Stromboli. What is that all about, huh? Black Sabbath, Deep Purple. Yes. We're talking about all sorts of bands now. Sabbath and Deep Purple. Yeah, we're talking 70s now, huh? Yeah. I remember listening. I grew up listening to all that stuff. I mean, I was never like. I hear it now, and it's like it brings back memories of my childhood when I hear all these old metal bands. I mean, that's one thing about music as well is the memories it invokes, especially if you heard a certain song way back when you were a kid, and it always invokes certain memories because they're timeless, and because they're always played again. And sometimes the first time you heard something, if something happened during that time. You heard that song, it will invoke a memory, whether it be a great memory or a tragic memory will be invoked because of these songs. So that's why there's something so much caught into the psyche of music as well. All right, because of the memory thing that it has. Yeah. Robbie Stewart, type O negative. What is that all about? What are we talking about over here? Ghost Rider, Robbie Stewart, Fraser Island. Sorry, wrong year. What are we talking about? I don't know. There's a lot of random stuff coming up there. Oh, type O negative. What are we talking about? Oh. Yeah. Dying on acid during a drum solo. What? Inagata-Navita. You talking about Iron Butterfly? Who did that? Dying on acid during a drum solo? That's too much. Every Saturday, 9 o'clock, they play Inagata-Navita. Oh, man. What happened to the water all of a sudden, huh? See, something changes after midnight. I noticed that the crowd changes a little bit, doesn't it, out there, huh? It gets a little more laid back. Let's just say, let's call it that. Even I get a little more laid back. Well, listen, people, I kind of chameleon to the audience, as you know. I try to, I guess that's just what I do, you know what I mean? And, if you're going to talk about certain things, but, we're going to talk about metal bands and Dingo Dog, we're going to do that too, But, yeah. But we can also get deep with psychology and stuff like that. But we're gonna go with what you got going on here. We're hanging out over here. I got to hang out with Pete Steele. He was an amazing man. Okay, whoever's Pete Steele, never mind my guy. What? All right. So Ghost Rider. Who are these? Who's coming in here? Robbie. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll tell you, what time is it? I can't believe it. It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning. I've been here for quite a few hours. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, people, what I got to do is, I'm going to be here for a couple more minutes. I mean, at some point, I'm going to have to. I have no choice but to, yeah. Pete Steele was the lead singer of Ope, was type O negative. Is that what that was? Okay. All right, now things are getting pieced together. I've never heard of type O negative. Honestly, I didn't hear about that. Hey, have you listened to videos about Carl Jung or listened to Carl himself? Yes, actually, I have. Now, that is Jethro. Yes, Jethro. Actually, Jethro, it's funny you mention that now. Actually, I've been actually looking for those certain ones as well. we'll talk about Carl Jung. And that's why, if you notice too, like a couple of times I put shorts out and I'm referencing like integrating like the childhood traumas into the shadow and things like that. And that's where some of that came from as well, is the fact that that's what I was going with. And, but yeah, but I've been listening to that as well, definitely. He's very deep. He's very, very deep. And, I mean, he extensively looked into the introvert and of course the empath, and he talks a lot about the empath struggles through their life, and how they. But these are things that Freud never touched. I mean, Freud was all he lumped everybody in as just everybody was basically formed from a lot of their self consciousness and their subconsciousness, and that's where everything. But really distinguished that people were different, like Carl Jung did. That's some of the differences that I'm reading. Also, did you know that after Carl Jung, I guess it was a kind of a dramatic break, a parting when Carl Jung departed from the Sigmund Freud teachings. When he actually left the Sigmund Freud, I guess it was more like he was shunned in a way, because he kind of rejected a lot of what Sigmund Freud was saying. He not rejected him, but he broke away very radically from his teachings. And Freud obviously was very, very rigid in what he was believing, what he was teaching about his psychology, and Jung was just completely radical about it, and he was rigid about it himself. So I guess he was basically ostracized. He was thrown out of it, and I guess he went into a state of depression for a few years because he lost a lot of his support. He lost a lot of his credentials because of that. Because Sigmund Freud basically, condemned him in a sense, and Sigmund Freud does that to anybody, and right away, yeah, everybody's gonna just look down on him. So that's what happened to Carl Jung. I guess he went into a depressive state for many years, and during this depressive state that he was forced into, is when he went into his depression. He went into his soul searching mode, and he started looking deep within his own psyche during this moment, because he thought he was losing his mind. He even said that he thought he was losing his like I said, he just thought he was going crazy. Now he started gathering a lot of his insights from this experience, and I think at this point here, he started understanding all the suffering that the depression suffering, and where it leads us to, and where it leads our mind into. That was so it almost did him a favor without doing him a favor in a sense. But literally, Carl Jung, all of his insights that he learned was from that. So, but yeah, you're right, though. I have been listening to a lot on that, but that blew my mind too. It's just that Carl Jung, how he was, I didn't realize that it was that much of a dramatic break from the Sigmund Freud wing of that, you know. I thought it was more of a kind of a mutual parting, like, oh yeah, all right, good to see you. Yeah, I'm going to work on my own. It was more like, hey, get out of here. You're not following the code. You know what I mean? You're not following my rigid ideology here. You dare to go branch off to what you want to talk about. You see what I mean? It was kind of like that. So, but yeah, but I found that to be something. But no, you're asking if I've been watching a lot about Carl Jung. Yeah, I'm trying to learn as much as I can about his teachings. I mean, he's got some fascinating stuff out there. And I definitely think he was onto stuff, no doubt. I think he surpassed, I believe in a way, I think he surpassed Sigmund Freud in so many ways. I mean, I understand Sigmund Freud is still revered, is like what, the godfather of modern day psychology and things like that. I don't think I think Carl Jung kind of deviated from that. He kind of took another route, a totally other route, the way he went. But he also opened up a lot of avenues. Inadvertently, he opened up so many different concepts to the psychology, And of course, as you know, I mean, yeah, he mapped out the whole different types, different personality types. I mean, that was radical. I mean, Freud never did things like that. So yeah. But that was a good point. I'm glad you got me thinking about that one there, Jethro, old friend of mine. All right. Where are we? Where are we? That was okay. So that was Sandra. Hey, do you listen to videos about Carl Jung or listen to Carl? Yes, I have. So I have done that. All right. You look a little bit like David Hasselhoff. Oh, who do we got here? Quebec. Yeah, David Hasselhoff. Somebody told me that. Are you talking about me? Talking about me? Somebody told me that way back in the 80s. Looked like that the guy from Knight Rider, right? Is that the one? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. My bad. My bad. I called. What was going on? Yeah. My bad. I had a call. What was going on? Dang, he sort of does look like that, huh? Oh, so look like Dave. What is it? Hasselhoff, huh? I mean, is that a good thing or what? You know? I mean, hey, somebody says I look like Tim Robbins too. Somebody mentioned that one of my shorts that hey, I would look like Tim Robbins, and I thought, yeah, I don't know, the guy from yeah. I mean, in fact, my aunt, I had an aunt that used to say that too, but I don't know. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, you know, but that's all right. Robin, instant David Hasselhoff is handsome. Oh, David Hasselhoff is handsome, huh? I know, I know. I can't be that good looking, right? There's no way I could be, right? Yeah. So, Rhett, hello. Hey, Rhett, how you been, Rhett? Where's Rhett out there? Rhett 13? Hey, how you been? Hey, Rhett, where you been, man? I haven't seen you in about a month. Hey, how you been? Everything going well for you? It's all right, man. See, I'm trying to remember some of the old names. Listen, I try to make a photographic memory of everybody I can. All right. So it's good to see some of your old friends are coming on in here. Hello, how are you? Do you think INFJs make good coaches? I think so. I think so. I think. Now, you talking about like a football coach, basketball coach, like a sports team coach, or like a life coach? What do you mean? Like what kind of coach we talking about? But either way, I think I could see that. I think they would excel at that kind of role because of the fact that they're very hands on and they care about who they're dealing with. They actually they connect. They're not just doing it as a duty, as a job. They want to connect with who they're coaching. Okay, and they're going to put their heart into who they're coaching, and they're going to give it their best. Yeah, so I absolutely believe that, Brett. Okay, so hope you like that answer, huh? All right. Just imagine me as a coach, huh? Just think of that. I mean, how would I do as a coach, huh? I'd be pretty cool, right? You know, I'd have to be rigid about things, right? But I bet you I would be all right, right? I would think. I keep thinking something was walking out in my backyard. I think I'm seeing ghosts or something. I mean, gosh, I look like I don't even have a cat in my house. There's nothing in my house. I I just did a double take, like, oh gosh, well, it's like 2 in the morning, spooky. Oh, I'm seeing things now. Yeah, I'm sorry, kid. Uh, no, no. If you're not Jewish, huh? No, I'm not. I'm not that. No, I'm Irish. I'm Irish, actually. I'm half Irish and I'm half Jewish, But I'm too cheap to go out and get drunk. Oh, I'm only kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking. Come on. I can't crack racial jokes anymore. Hey, that's can't. Oh yeah, you can't do that anymore, especially on the internet. That's enough of that. Huh? I'm not a racist. Who's a Oh, what do we got? Hey, look at what do we got going on there? Racist. Who's a racist? Oh, we got some trollers in there. Is that what we got? Are we weeding out the trollers? Oh, I'm seeing stuff about racists up there. Oh man, what are you talking about, man? Who we talk outwardly racist? What do you? I met the Hoff. Oh, you met the Vamp. You met the Hoff. Now what? Lock your doors. Have you ever heard the Skinwalker story? I've heard of that stuff, and I listen. I don't believe in spooks. I don't. I'm not like the who was it? The Cowardly Lion believed in spooks. Well, I don't. Okay. I mean, I'm far too. I mean, I think I just saw something out the corner of my eye. I wasn't seeing nothing, you know. The Hoff was pretty cool then, huh? Okay. Well, that's good. The Hoff was pretty cool then. We're talking about the David Hasselhoff guy, right? All right. I wondered where you went, Lish. Oh yeah, Lish. Uh, we were good at being supportive and hyping people. Yeah, so we're talking about being a coach and all that stuff. Yes. Okay. Great. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what we were talking about. What was that whole thing about being a racist? Who was that all about? Talking about, I don't know where that came from. Okay, we got the thing about got Rhett asking about coaches and Vamp. Rhett, hello. Not a bad thing, people. He's an interesting person in real life. Okay, we're talking about what's that? David Hasselhoff? Is that the guy? Yeah. If you're not, oh, I see. That's where it happened from. He's not. If you're not talking Jewish, or what is that? Racist? That was the same one. I don't know what they're talking about. There's nobody. There's nothing like that going on over here. You know? Yeah. So, yeah, but I'm going to say that. Yeah, we're. Yeah, but as far as like Carl Jung goes, that was an interesting comment you got there about that. No doubt. I think Carl Jung, but by no doubt. I mean, I'm trying to learn a lot about his findings. I find some of the things that he's talked about. It actually helps me to understand too when he describes the introverted intuition. Now he had to understand something, people. You had to understand something. I mean, being that introverted intuitives, and of course, as you know, INFJs wear that, and there's only 4 types. And introverted intuitives, I believe somebody told me only make up 5% of the population. So that's 5% of the population. You got to figure what's that? 5 out of 100. That's maybe 50 out of 1,000. So I mean that's a low statistic right there on average. But you got to figure that there's a good majority of the population that if they don't have that as a dominant function in their arsenal, let's say, if they're the sensing types, if they're not the intuitive, that they're sensors, and if they're extroverted sensors or introverted sensors, whatever that might be, that or even extroverted, intuition. I mean, I guess the introverted intuition is a low number. So understanding where Carl Jung was coming from, you got to figure only has a limited participation of people able to even conceive the idea of thinking in that way, of the abstract, irrational function that it is. Yeah. So that could have been one of the reasons why it was not resonating with masses. See, Sigmund Freud, I think, was supposed to be too overly encompassing with his his psychology. I mean, he basically made what everybody was broadened. I mean, he didn't have too many different segregations the way Carl Jung did. So, in order to convince people that extroverted people, introverted types, introverted, intuitive, whatever it might have been, you were only able to reach certain amounts of people to see what he was seeing. So maybe that was one of the things that got him ostracized from that, because he was not able to convince a broad enough audience as to the scope of his genius, let's say. Okay, how'd that sound? Huh? But I think bottom line is, but being that we are introverted intuitives, and now understanding the way he saw things, knowing how that function works, we're able to explore this in our own mind. Because I know that when I hear it described, when I hear how it is talked about and how it works, I see that, because I can vision what my mind does. I see these images and patterns and these caricatures and these symbols in my mind, like I'm sure most of us all do. But not everybody can see that. So this is a limited, selective group that's able to even fathom that kind of depth of psychology. That's why this is one of the main reasons why Carl Jung's psychology is questionable. Not questionable, but not it's not it can't appeal to certain masses of people because they can't see it. Like I said, it's like trying to describe an art museum that certain people don't have access to. Okay, I'm trying to tell you about this wing of an art museum that you could never go into. That's what it's like. So, if you're pretty much if a lot of people can't see that concept, how are you ever going to accept it? How are you ever going to want to understand what it is and have even any interest in that? So I don't know. I mean, that seems to be why it would have to be why it isn't as accepted as it is. Okay. I think I hear howling going on outside my door. I don't know. I hear some like sounds, but I don't know. I know it's late at night. Hey, sometimes I hear things out in the woods. I mean, I hear animals at night. If I get the doors open, you never know. Talking about all these dingoes and all that. Now you got me hearing spooks out my door now, people. But then again, hey, it's 2 a.m. where I am in my part of the world here. Yeah. Can you believe that? I feel like Art Bell. Remember Art Bell always had, or was it George Norrie? He always did his late night shows and he talked about creepy stuff like that too, didn't he? Huh? Hey, see, that's what it does to you. That's what being out in this, being up this time of night does. No. Studied INFJ extensively. Okay, Greg, you did that. All right. So, Lish, I lose people when I start talking in metaphors and symbols and flipping wordplay when expressing what I'm describing currently and with the past experiences or even intuitive concepts. Well, because of what I'm talking about. And this is one of the reasons why that happens. This is why we're so misunderstood. Okay. And that's why I even tell you, it's like, a lot of times you just have to kind of keep quiet to it. When you start having these things, when you start piecing things together, it's almost just best to kind of keep it to yourself. Okay? You can't talk this way to many people. They're not going to ever see what you got going on in yourself because of what I just described before, because it's such a select group that's able to process this kind of thing. So it's groups like this is that we can talk to about it. Okay? Because we're all seeing the same thing. We know how our mind works. But 95% of the world, 95% of the world doesn't see what we see. Okay? And I'm talking about I'm encompassing all of us introverted intuitives, okay? INFPs, INTJs, INTPs, and INFJs, all of us. There's only 5% of us can see that. That's why nobody's able to really, that's why it's not as widespread. Okay. See the percentages? This is why it goes on. Okay. Okay. So coin the word. I want to become a personal trainer. Hey, well, there you go. You want to be a personal trainer, Rhett? I got full confidence in you doing that. You make sure you as long as you put your effort in your heart and soul into what you do, you can do anything you want to do, okay? How about that, huh? Okay, what else do we got here? Studied INFJ extensively. Carl versus Sigmund was typical logic versus intuitive. That's the reason they split. People might not understand that it's actually really simple. Okay, that was yeah. Okay, good point, Jethro. I can remember that's Jethro now. Well, that's what I'm saying. Okay, I kind of went in depth, but like I said, Jethro, like I said before, I guess it really stung him. I guess it put after that whole break, he was expunged from a lot of the psychology world. He was he was basically given a bad review from Uncle Sigmund over here. And a lot of people looked down on him and said, okay, he wants nothing to do with that. So he lost a lot of his credentials after that. He went into depression because of that, from what I was reading. So that really hurt him. So that was my point, what I was trying to make. All right. And but what else do we got here? So synchronicity. Oh, hell, here we go. Synchronicity and Division was one of the most difficult books for the brains to soak up. Wow. I learned a lot from Jung, too. The most synchro you experience, niche closer to your living. Robin, Robin. Synchronicity and Division, huh? That sounds like an interesting book title right there. That's another thing. Something about the synchronicities. I mean, these are all those little like coincidences that we think are happening. Like places like we might dream a certain thing, or like think of a certain thing, and then a week or two later we see the very thing that we dreamed, but we may not understand or remember where we seen it from. But somehow it was we've seen it before. Not necessarily deja vu, but synchronicity. Yeah. Young believed that things like that were like these were like things that were not accidental. Yeah. Um, I mean, I think through the course of my life, I've seen little synchronicities in my own way. And some of the strangest things I've had happen to me. And I don't know if Carl Jung actually spoke of things like this, but I've talked about this before, where I've actually had almost like a connection, a time connection from myself, my younger self, my younger self to my older self now, where I've actually envisioned myself what I'd be doing years from now. And I've said the story before, but I'm still bringing it up because even now, every night when I do my job, I feel like I've seen this. Even 40 something years ago when I was a kid, I would envision where I was working. And I remember driving a truck, and it was always dark and murky and shadowy. And I always thought that's just because that's an imagination. And then when I got to be doing the job I'm doing now, I work nights. Yeah, I work nights, and all of a sudden it's dark, murky, and shadowy. And I said, I've been here before. And all of a sudden I start having conversations with my inner child is myself. I started discovering the integration of my own inner child as I was actually envisioning who I was in the future. It felt like I had this interdimensional conversation like this. I was looking over myself all this time without even knowing it. Like I would have memories and thoughts of things were trying to communicate with me, trying to guide me, not knowing it was myself 40 years later, talking to myself because I envisioned this time. And then it kind of like, I thought, is this part of what synchronicity meant? See, these are the studies I have of myself. Now, I can't prove these things. I can't physically manifest that, how they work. I just know that they have. Like somehow there was these connections I had. I don't even know how to put it into words, but I mean, that's, I believe, what he meant by synchronicities in a sense. And I've experienced them, in fact, recently. Just like I said, this has all been fairly recent, within the last 2, 3, 4 years, maybe, that I've had these. And again, I don't tell anybody but this chat right here. I don't tell anybody but us, because I know we understand our mind and how it can work. And I bet you might have similar stories, maybe little things you can't quite figure out what they were. You can't quite put them into words, but they happen. I mean, that's the only way to describe it. Like conversations I've had, like I've thought certain things at that age, and it was myself telling myself that. I mean, just giving myself some kind of inspiration, or telling myself not to do certain things, like being my own parent from my own time dimension. Again, people, all I can say is this: these things go on in intuition. You don't know how deep it could be. That it can actually travel even time portals. I mean, I don't quite, I can't put it into words, but it's all psychology that we can't quite ever prove or understand. But I've experienced it. That's all I can say. I know maybe some people might think that's crazy talk, that's insanity, whatever, making it up, imagination, but things like that happen. That's synchronicity. These are deep ways of looking at what synchronicity is. So, I mean, I know I've told this story a couple of times. I've actually had this is not the first time I've told this, and I've told it several times only because it's so like baffling to me but these things do happen. To me, I did. Well, what do you okay, I'm going to read some of your comments here. What do you okay, let me see. I'm going to try to get Hasselhoff to mention, let's see. Like it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy type thing. Yes, in a way. Yes, that's kind of like what it is. But it's all in communication with yourself in a sense. But it was right around the time, I swear, I felt like, even without understanding the integration of the inner child that we had to partake in, this is part of our authentication as well, is that we not only authenticate our shadow, but our child. Our child has to be basically brought out into the consciousness from our own unconsciousness as well. That forgotten child that we forgot about. That little boy, little girl who we were, that we had no one to turn to, and we've all had it. And this is what made us who we are. Those moments we became introverted because we cried in the dark. We cried in our bed. Wondered, somebody help me. Of course, and as you know, we emulated certain heroes in ourself and our subconscious in order to emulate. We picked up bits and pieces and fragments of characters, of heroes, of people that would have helped us. Maybe cartoon characters, maybe they were Western heroes like the Clint Eastwood types. Okay, we saw the way they gunned them down, and that's how they handled it. We saw these in our psyche. Maybe we're 4 or 5 years old. That's how Clint Eastwood would handle it. Well, I'm going to be Clint Eastwood. He's going to be part of my Frankenstein syndrome. He's going to be one of my characters I take, that I learn from. But then there's another character over here. See, we might have picked up, and I've told you I've actually came up with that whole idea, is that we Frankenstein our own characters, our own psyche takes on roles. I mean, it could be our uncles, it could be our brothers, could be our parents, could be our fathers. It could be just people we've heard about that we've taken on. We stitch them together as a Frankenstein syndrome. But also, I mean, that's a damaged child that's trying to glom onto something that they want to turn to. That's how deep our pain became as a child. Now, my point is that child is always repressed. That child is in your psyche. And most of the time, as we grow up, we forget we had that child in our psyche. We forgot about that child. And that child is still in the corner, still crying in the dark. Yeah. And sometimes we end up molding our adult life because we haven't resolved this inner child issue that we've had, right? Yeah. We project our insecurities on other people. We start lashing out at other people because they might have touched on a certain subject or a certain soft spot within us that instantly brought us into tears, that brought us back into that vulnerable child's position almost again. Yeah, you know what that happens, right? Well, that's part of the subconscious shadow children that we have within our psyche. Now, this is what Carl Jung talked about. But it is part of our integration. Now, I think part of our whole authentication is we start finding these things out within ourselves. We start understanding that this is how that as you face your inner self, your inner demons, your inner shadows, your inner child has to come out and put into the limelight as well, back into the consciousness. Now, that inner child, you actually have to have a relationship, a bond with your child. I mean, it's subconsciously, because that child needs love. Yeah, this is what Carl Jung said, that somehow we have to activate certain things. I mean, he even got to the point where he tried to activate his inner child. He tried to go into the subconscious, and he tried to start replaying with blocks and like sitting on the like a sandbox. He actually had his students do this kind of thing where they would revert back into childhood play, whatever it was that they did, so that they could rehash bringing this child back into the consciousness in order to face this child, in order to bond with it. And then at some points, he was even having some of his students, like telling their child, it's okay. It's okay. You have permission to do something, like the way the parent should have, or explaining a situation to a child that they didn't understand. You see, the answer that they want, you have to become your own inner parent. Yeah, that's what Carl Jung was saying. That was part of the integration of the child. Yeah. So yes, these are some of the things in a sense, during my whole dark night of the soul, things were like these things were starting to happen to me just before I even knew what that was. Like I said, that whole time warp I had with myself, that whole memory was going on, and then I found out Carl Jung was talking about this stuff. So this happened before I thought, oh my God, I was doing that anyway. I started seeing this inner child thing going on, and it's like it's always been there. It's always been there. But that's part of our healing. This is all part of that journey. That's all part of your shadow integration. That's part of your inner child integration as well. It's all one of the same process. Yeah, it's like we have to have that relationship with our child. We have to somehow bring it into the consciousness. We have to remember those moments we were vulnerable. Remembering those moments we cried alone. Yeah, remember the moment that Tommy was 15 riding that freight train through the mountains. That was one that hit me the most, is that I was riding that freight train through Montana. And that was one of the vivid ones. And that was one of the moments I went back to when I was in my work mode. Tears are coming down. I said, oh my God, I've been here. I've seen this. Somehow, did I talk to myself? Did Tommy have a message in his head? Tommy, go home. Don't do this again, from me. Maybe something spoke to Tommy in that moment. I don't remember. But somehow I had to integrate with my child. That was one of those moments I did. Yeah, this is what we have to do. This is where we heal ourselves. And that's exactly what Carl Jung was talking about. Yeah. So, well, Jethro, we had to ask if I've been listening to Carl Jung. Yeah, these are some of the things. This is how deep the guy got. Yeah, very deep that he had gotten. What's your accent? I don't have an accent. I bet if I heard you talk, you'd have an accent. I talking about my accent? Oh, gee. No, I thought I told you, Red. I'm from New Hampshire, and I grew up in the Boston area. I spent most of my life growing up in a city just outside of Boston. So this is like a New England Boston accent, is what I got. I know. But then again, it's also me traveling around, going to California, riding freight trains, and just kind of bumming around for a bit too. And I picked up a lot of different accents along the way, and it turned into who I am. So there you go. How's that, huh? Where are the mountains beautiful? Oh yeah. Well, when I was looking at those mountains through the boxcar door, yeah, they were nice and beautiful. I still remember looking one direction, seeing probably a half a mile of that train one direction, and looking this way and seeing a half a mile of the train the other direction, being right in the middle of it, saying, beautiful. Yeah. But I was going through the mountains, but that was back when I was a kid. Like I said, 15 or 16 years old, that was a long time ago. Yeah. Those are some of the memories I had, just some of my troubled times I had, but okay. So I made it home, but before that, the wind blew me, and I got some tacos. Hey, there you go. Hidden Hop likes his tacos in the middle of the night. He's a taco guy. Yeah. So, but I hope anybody who heard that about the integration of the shadow, whether or not that's something we practice or what, how deep it can be. But bottom line is, people, psychologically, INFJs, I'm going to tell you right now, the INFJ experience, especially introverted intuitive INFJs, we are a damaged personality type. We are bred, we are constructed, we take on a damaged child. That's what our makeup is all about. Yeah. Now, you got to figure too that, depending on how you were raised and things, as you know, childhood trauma can affect anybody, but it had a certain effect that brought us inward, that made us introverted, made us isolated, and we found our solace there. And we always tap back into that. Just as that child that was crying in the dark, crying by themselves, how many times do we go back to our bunker zone and we find dark places, find dark, empty places to huddle into, to cry all over, even at our age? So we are a damaged people. And part of healing us, not the part of healing us is actually bringing these moments into our consciousness. We have to see them for what they are. We have to integrate these things. As Carl Jung said, this is part of his teachings, was all about that, the integration of these, bringing these subconscious hidden shadows that are shadows. He called them shadows for a reason, because they were hidden. They were in our psyche, but there are always these archetypes that are in them, in there, deep in there. And he called them that for a reason, because they're pulling the strings, they're manipulating, their influence is always speaking in our ear in a way when something happens, and it derives our decisions and our reactions to people in our life based on them. So by bringing them into the limelight and exposing them, they're not exposing them, but seeing them, meeting them, and you have to embrace them in a way, and somehow they have to be dealt with. You have to kind of like correct what the damage that was done. And that means becoming your own inner parent to your own child, which you have to do. We have to become our parent in a way, because now we're grown up. We know ourselves now. Now we can tell the inner child and give that child the comfort that we couldn't back when we were that age, and nobody else was doing it. So we have no choice but to, again, be our own parent, be our own everything. That's all we know. That's all we've ever known. But that's how we heal ourselves too. That's how we get over these things. Okay. And it is painful though. Obviously it's painful, because a lot of times you're going to see these things come back. All these things are going to come back, and you're going to have to deal with them, but you have to almost let them come out, and you have to let them out all over again. Let the tears flow, let the pain flow. But at the same time, by this time now, the child is not left in the corner. It's almost like you have to be watching your child, embracing your child, have a relationship with that child psychologically. Yeah. And when you have that communication with them, that's where we start to get a grip on ourselves, in a sense. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's read a little bit of what we got here. The most damaged part of my psyche is probably introverted feeling, and I don't let it meet my introverted sensing. Oof. You've talked about that before with me. Yes, you've talked about that, Hidden Harp, that you are your introverted feeling is the most damaged part, and I think that's common, because that's that part of us always telling us we're just not good enough, that we're just not smart enough, we're not good enough, we're not anything enough, aren't we? Yeah, That's that part of us that's always has low self-esteem because we're always cutting ourselves down. Yeah. You're right about that. That's a damaged part. That's part of your whole repressed, almost believing like that you see other, maybe in your past you've always seen your brothers, maybe your sister, maybe you got a brother, you got a twin brother. I don't know. Was your brother favored by your mother? Did your mother tend to like side with him, favor him a little bit, or did she used to praise him in front of you? Talk about how I wish you could be more like your brother. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes this stuff happens. Sometimes our parents do that. Now look, I know that happens, and sometimes they triangulate the parent. Parents will do this whether they know it or not. Mothers will do this. They'll start doing that, triangulate their siblings against each other, and they'll start praising one while basically telling the other one, you should be more like this one. Why can't you be quite as smart as this one, as outgoing, as popular? And then they're always going to put them on the pedestal while you're just never good enough. Then you're going to believe it. So then that FE is going to take over in you. And that whole thing, that whole subliminal programming that you had is just going to follow you. And you're going to have that self-esteem issue until you recognize that. Until you recognize that's where it came from. Okay, you got to somehow, like I said, bring this out in your consciousness. If that's how it happened to you, that is. Okay? Because that's what the root of that's going to happen. That's usually where it is. Now, I know you said you fought with your brother, and you talked about your mom in the past. Listen, I remember you, guy. I remember our conversations. Believe me, I do. Not that I'm trying to, but I do. Okay? And I don't know if you ever said that, but I know you said you have, you and your brother are like polar opposites. Maybe mom, did she favor him? I don't know. I'm not happy he's that way. She can leave me alone. I got the lot from both sides of my parents. Okay. Wait, she says he's not the favorite, but he is. See, there you go. I told you that deep down, she doesn't have to say it. You just know it because of the way things are going, because of the dynamics. Yeah. See, I kind of nailed it. I figured that's what's coming from. Okay. Now that's what's coming from. And you believe this whole thing. You're just not as good as anybody. And that's where your FE's failing right now. Yeah. All you can do at this point here is you don't want to just make little chants and just pep talk yourself. A lot of times they'll tell you, the therapist will tell you, well, you just got to feel good about yourself. You got to just tell yourself you're great. Just tell yourself you're better. You're great. You're strong. You're whatever. That ain't going to work. You can't just pep yourself into it, man. This has to be a change within yourself that you have your confidence back. For one thing, like I said, you have to look at where the source came from, and that's where it's coming from. Now, it could be other sources too, but I mean, mainly a lot of it, these things happen from our parents and how they early on intervened in our doings in our life. And if you're feeling like you just feel like your brother's the favorite, like he got better treatment then that's where it's coming from. So now that you're aware of this, somehow you have to integrate this in, it's gonna take a little bit of time, but yeah, you're gonna have to kind of just allow yourself to heal up, and just knowing this, but it's got to be your realization. It's got to be something with not just because I'm saying it, not just because I'm saying it, but this has to be something that you deep down in your psyche, you have to figure it out, and you see it for what it is. Okay. And you have to bring that into the surface. You got to make that unconscious part of you conscious, see it for what it is. And at some point when you're in your meditation mode, when you start seeing these and rehashing these, when you start resenting your mother for putting him on the pedestal, let's say you do, you resent mom because he liked your brother better. Yeah. You said that, and that's what you believe. You have to do this without hate. You have to relive these things and relive her saying this, relive these moments without anger and without resentment for it. Okay. It has seen these things objectively. Okay. and just understand, not try to convince yourself you're better, and not try to, brainwash your mind. No, but you just have to make sure you don't keep rehashing it with hatred in order to resolve this kind of thing. That's all I can say, man. Okay. Um, Personality, if it counts for anything, I kind of like being the black intuitive sheep in a sensory family. Well, you kind of like being that. Well, the thing is, yeah, okay, Harp. I think in a way, it's kind of like by default, that's what you are, right? And you kind of got grown good at it because, yeah, you're that, that brooding. I don't know if do they consider you being the brooder? You're always the brooder type. I was the brooder in my family. They always called me the brooder type, and I always had that look on my face anyway, that resting a-hole face. And I always had those eyes, and I always stared right through you. And of course, little do they know, that's just who we are. That's just our face. Okay. But yeah, my mom used to think I was the brooder type, always thinking. But I say this because honestly, Harp, I felt like my mom did that with my brother too. My brother Paul. Yeah, he was always she would do just that. Well, everything I described, I think she did a lot of that too. She used to kind of praise him and call him all this, and me, I was never good enough, So I'm saying this from my own struggles part. Okay. Again, I've had 4 brothers. All right. And I know you got a twin brother, you told me. So I figured it had to stem from somewhere. And if all these things are because we're damaged, and all these things because we have a lot of damage. Our type is damaged. I told you that. Our personality type is a damaged type, but it's up to us to repair our own damage. We can repair it. It may take, like I said, it takes a lot part of our life. It takes a good part of our life, but a lot of it has to do with this acknowledgement and facing it without resentment, seeing it for what it is and reliving it without judging it over and over again. But that takes practice, and that takes a lot of our meditation and separating our thoughts and finding that stillness within us, like I've talked about before. So these are part of the things of how we're going to heal ourselves. Okay. That's all I can say. Yeah. And you gotta start just practicing too. When you start hearing these things and your FE tell you, your FI, your FI, when you hear those internal voices telling you you're not good enough, all you can do is look at them for what they are. Look at what the state they're trying to put them in. It's like you have that other entity. It's like your mom is still in there, kind of pulling the strings. Our mother has a way of getting in there. Yeah, our parents have a way of pulling the strings because they're our parents. They're our main influence as from the time we are born to the time we are toddlers, everything. And they have a big major influence in how and if they have their own string of issues, if our parents have issues, what are they going to do? See, a lot of times our parents are damaged too. And this is generational, just like I said, dominoes. My mom had damage. She had her own trauma from her own family she didn't have resolved. Now she has a family. So what is she going to do? A lot of times, what is she going to do? What is your parents who are already damaged are going to inflict their own damage upon their children? They're just going to carry that over. They're not trying to. They love their children, but they don't know any other way. They're damaged too. They haven't resolved their own issues, so they're going to pass it on to the next generation. Yeah, that's right. So you can't hate your mother for doing that. A lot of times we hate our parents because of what they did to us. We have resentment for them, and that's what holds us back. That's what keeps us in this state of not growing past it, of not moving past it, because that hate is a sin. That hate is a twist. It's a shadow, and when we are repressed by these shadows, we never move forward until they're resolved, until we tear those shadows down, until those shadows are exposed to the light. So we have to understand too, our parents, yeah, they were victims too. Somehow we have to know our mother was doing that because her mother did that to her. And her mother's mothers did that to her, and her fathers, whoever it was, generations of parents of being, you know, raising parents with their own issues. Yeah, we're all damaged. Sometimes, sometimes more than others. So it's all about what it is. But it's easy not to already being asexual. Oh, you're talking about that again. Oh, okay. But it's easy not to already being asexual. Okay. I know that's where the fact that you just don't have you don't have any connection, or you're not, yeah. Now, have you ever had a girlfriend before, Harp, at all? Have you ever had at least any relationship at all, and maybe like one or two, and then decided, okay, you know, I didn't know, or if it's never been. I mean, that's typical of INFJs too. Like I said, yeah, sometimes we're not really the romantic types. We want to be, we can be actually, just not long term. Trust me, I can be very romantic, very, very loving. It just doesn't last very long. I can't stay in them very long. You know what I mean? That's all. That's just, I can't hold them because it tears me up. Tears me up every time. Okay. I had three girlfriends. Yes, I thought so. I figured you might have. You know. Okay, George. Blothen Connection. What are we talking about, George? That's a new name I've never seen before. Now, what is the Blothen Connection? That's something. What is that going on there? Hidden Heart. Okay, Vamp. Hidden. Is there no shame in that personality preference? I don't either, or my partner's accepted that. Oh, okay. There's no there's no shame in that personal preference. I don't either. Yeah, no. Listen. I'm not going to shame anybody for that. Definitely not. I mean, listen. I mean, I think it's just that you don't have a. Yeah, I get it. I get it. It's just that you don't have a desire, or you're not spreading your seeds. Basically, you're just not doing the deed. You know. But sometimes, I mean, that's a good thing, because a lot of times when we're in those moments, relationships take a lot out of you. Unless you're in a healthy married relationship, sometimes that's very trying on you. Just being in those relationships, especially when they get the sexual ones. They drain a lot out of us, and plus they're very taxing on our psyche. I mean, that's why. I mean, I don't want to sound too conservative, but a lot of the reason why marriage was instituted in relationships is the whole bonding thing. That's one of it, because it's just to make us monogamous, and so that we could work out those urges in a healthy marriage. So that's what it was supposed to be instituted for. I mean, human beings, we're supposed to be like that. You ever see those old ducks? You ever see those ducks, that are always mate for life? You know what I mean? Yeah, you see those, you always see one duck, or you see those mourning doves, certain birds, ducks, geese, they're all monogamous, and they mate for life. Even eagles do that. Eagles, certain hawks, there's certain bird families. Yeah, they find a mate and they mate for life. They're not just rogues, and they're not just getting. I mean, I'm not saying every bird's like that, but for the most part, but I think we're geared to be monogamous. We're supposed to be monogamous, married creatures, and we're supposed to. So but hey, it doesn't always happen. I mean, sometimes the whole emotion, the whole development, the whole relationship behind just does not jive with certain people. And I think that's very common with INFJs. I'm one of them. Listen, Guy, I'm going to give you I mean, yes, I've been married, I've been divorced, I've had relationships, but I told you before that they don't work well for me. I don't have good luck with them, and I can't hold on to them. And that's my story. So yeah, it does happen. So I think that's part of our damage, whether or not that's part of our damage or part of a curse, or whether or not we're being preserved in a sense. Because you know what? Sometimes you see marriages that become so dysfunctional, so crazy, so like hatefully dysfunctional, and people can't get away from each other. And you see them screaming in their backyard. I mean, sometimes, I mean, I hear them in the distance, a couple of blocks over. Sometimes you hear arguments going on, screaming, and you know it's like, up, they're at it again. You know, couples better. And you'd say to yourself, as crazy and dysfunctional as marriages get and relationships can get, sometimes I'm glad I'm single because I'm not caught up in that kind of thing. And they always seem to end up that way. So in a way, we're blessed and cursed by by what we got. But when I see things like that happen, and I see the dysfunction and see all the entitlement and all the everything that goes on with a relationship, sometimes it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to have remained alone in your life. Okay, so you got to look at it that way too. Don't always look at it as, hey, you know, it can be a blessing in that way because you have your autonomy, you have your peace. You're not having to battle a dysfunctional wife, a dysfunctional marriage. Okay, I'm not saying they're all going to turn that way, but a lot of them do. You know. It's me, Jethro. I'm just curious. You're pretty wise, Lish. Oh, okay. What's going on? So Lish saying some good. Oh, what do we got? Randy K. Yeah, we got some names out here that I'm starting to see. Hello there. Anybody who's new to this broadcast, who's hearing me out, I want to welcome you. My name's Tom Omega. This is the INFJ Experience, and if you like to found any kind of insight into what I've been saying, I want to welcome you to the channel. Okay. So I do see some new names out there. All right, and please feel free to hang around, subscribe to the channel if you'd like as well. Okay, and I'd like to think that we could make something happen here. You know, we could keep you interested. All right. Sandra, I'm 30. Oh, I'm 35. Okay. Oh, yeah. Perplexing. Oh, I'm very perplexed. If you actually ever need to explanation. I had a problem with my phone. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oh, okay. He's got to explain himself. Yeah. Jethro is temporarily. Jethro is Sandra Scully, right? That's right. I forgot. That's up to him to say that. He's had a problem with his phone. Jethro, you're like yeah. We definitely we got to know who you are, don't we, guy? You know. I know you told me that. I knew that, but let's see. Present the case before all the judging types here. Present your case before the judging types here. I don't know how we keep the magic alive. I guess we're both introverts. I'm holding in my laugh. I'm not holding mine in. I'm laughing. I have no choice over here. Okay. Okay. So let's see. What do we got here, Peter? The Lord is not slow in keeping his promises. Some understand slowness. Instead, he's patient with you, not wanting anyone to perish, but everyone to come to repentance. Oh, all right. I see what that is. Lish, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, okay. All right. Some swans mate for life. Yeah, that's right. That's what I was talking about earlier. Inner alchemy. See, I missed all these. I get so wrapped up in a monologue. I like to see what you're posting out there. I don't mean to ignore you, people. I just get so caught up in what I'm talking about. You know me by now. Come on, you know me, right? Okay. Blothen connection. I wasn't sure what that was. I had okay, that. And I wasn't silly. I could pick up the energy. Tommy, can you hear me? The who? Oh yeah, we were talking about Tommy. Yeah, that's right. That was another one of those those rock operas that affected me that I really related to. Yeah, Tommy, trauma kid, introverted so much he was deaf, dumb, and blind. Talk about introverted intuitive. He went completely into his mind, but he became wise. His introversion, his own mind became his own building of wisdom. Yeah. What does that sound like, huh? Why do you think I gravitated to that way back as a kid, even? Now, again, that's a rock opera written by Pete Townsend, and he's an INFJ. I instinctively just gravitated to these because I related to it. Even Pink Floyd. I told you too. That was another thing. Pink Floyd music was another genre that I liked. I like Pink Floyd, The Wall. Another one. This is another landmark rock opera that was told my life. Hey, Roger Waters, INFJ, talks about a burnt out rock star that does what? Isolates himself inside that wall. In fact, the album cover was a wall. Yeah. And, he talks about, his mother being, his mother was part of his wall. She built the bricks, his father, the school system, all in all, you were just another brick in the wall, right? And he builds up the wall. And then on his concert, he's out somewhere and he gets all messed up in one of his, Sid Barrett kind of. Sid Barrett, he gets into trouble and he decides to complete the wall while he's in his hotel room in some concert tour that he's on, and he loses his mind. Yeah, basically talking about the Sid Barrett thing. Have you ever heard about Sid Barrett too? Yeah, I'm sure that's a lot of what the wall was about. It was based on him. Yeah. But that gravitated toward me. All right. So that was another one of those albums. And that was one of my albums back when I was a kid. Yeah, I gravitated to that. I thought, yeah, I'm like that. I always subliminally build walls. Yeah. And what do we do? What do INFJs do? The bunker zones. Yeah, we create our bunker zones. We subconsciously isolate all the time. Yeah, just the way Pink Floyd The Wall did. Another one. Brilliant rock opera. So yeah, that's how I gravitate. Music has to gravitate, has to tell my story. And those are the ones that did. All right. Okay, where are we? I'm going back to the very beginning. I just had to look at some of these. Hidden Harp, I understand that. Okay, I'm listening to this podcast. I currently make me jelly. Isn't partnering very well. Wish kids for INFJ are great if we have our lives where we want it. Okay, I get that. That's okay. That was Jethro saying that. Yeah. That's awesome, Vamp. May your union be blessed. This type of knowledge of God. Okay. See, that's another thing. See, each and every one of you have a deep spiritual connection. Yeah. See, this is all the stuff we have in common, all the stuff that I talk about, the psychology stuff. Believe it or not, I think, even people have asked the question, was Carl Jung, was he spiritual? And I think I read somewhere that he didn't like the idea that, typically religion looks at the external God. Okay, God is outside. God is in heaven. God is the external heaven, deity looking down on you, let's say. But Carl Jung, I think part of his teachings, part of what he believed was the internal God. And God was internally within us. God was in our mind. God was within, guiding us within us. The way I talk about the God code, and basically the way I understand God, the way I think we grow our way of understanding God as INFJs. If you are spiritual, if you believe in something higher and that we're being led, typically what it is, it's within our own introversion, it's within our own stillness, and again, it's within that lone speck within our psyche. And you know what I'm talking about, Pat. Now, I've talked about that earlier in the program today. I talked about that lone stillness within us. You know what I'm saying? That psyche where we have that spot that's alone. You know, that part of us that says that we feel alone even when we're amongst other people. Yeah, that little area in our psyche that is totally isolated, that's lonely there. That's that's usually a place of discomfort. It's a place of sadness for us. We've found this many times through the course of our life, haven't we, people? You know, that lonely little part. And sometimes we gravitate to that. We know no other way. We know no other place to go. Is that lone spot within us? That's part of our isolation, and sometimes we drift into that part. And most of the time, we're totally isolated there, completely isolated. We feel totally alone and sad and just completely almost depressed there at times. Now we try to figure out what that spot is. Now my point is that eventually this is where you find God. You find God there. You want, because you're looking, you're searching, you're trying to find it. That lone spot that you'd say, well, how could God be in something completely vapid as that? Well, he finds you there because that's where you are looking. Because you're looking for something. You're looking for some kind of solace within yourself. That's all you have to look at. We look for solace. We look for some kind of comfort, some kind of camaraderie. We can't get that anywhere in the world. We're introverts. Even people do not quite fill us. I mean, we can have company, we can have friends, but they never quite fill us. We're constantly alone. Everybody is alone. We really are. But that stillness that we find within us is where God lives. Okay? But that came to me as a revelation. And I never forgot that. In fact, I've told this story before, is that during one of my moments, my bouts, where I had nowhere to go and I don't know what it was. But yeah, I was lonely. I'm sure tears were flowing. And I was in one of my lonely, dark spots. But I said, God, where are you? God, why do you make me suffer? Why? Why would you leave me alone? Why do you want me to isolate? I mean, I don't know what I was saying exactly, but basically it was tears are streaming down. Yeah. And a voice came back to me. Not a voice, but a knowing. It was God said, I have to leave you this way to find me. Yeah. And then it dawned on me, that's why we're alone. People, we're meant to find God. INFJ, we're destined to find our soul, our creator. And once you find solace within your creator, that empty spot that you have becomes filled. When you authenticate, when you finally found yourself and you go through the dark night of the soul, and it's a struggle. Yes, I won't say it's not an easy path, people. In fact, it's a perilous journey. It's a perilous journey that you have to take. You really do if you want to authenticate, if you want to change. But when you get there, when you finally go through this dark night and you survive it, you'll just find peace within yourself. But then that spot, that lonely, isolated spot, that vapid spot that you had is no longer that way. It's full of light and peace. Yeah. And now you tap back into that. You want to go back to that spot within yourself. You may be alone, but you're not alone anymore. You're not lonely anymore. You are filled. And that was the spark of your spirit that was finally ignited, that you finally made contact with, that you finally became whole with after your dark night of your soul, after your authentication. That's who you were meant to be. And that's what I've said at the very beginning of this. Our whole drive, our whole purpose for being who we are is actually to mirror back God, is actually to have a relationship with our God. I mean, after all, we were created in the image of God. And it is basically, that's one of our fundamental gifts that we were given is that we were given life, we were given consciousness by God, given free will by God. And eventually it's up to us to find that and fill our heart. And it may take most of our life, but that's what we try to find. That's our purpose. It really is. Okay. Free Palestine. Oh, we're not bringing Palestine in here, are we? Okay, I guess you know what. This is not quite the platform for the political stuff. I mean, I know people can do what they want; they post what they want. But I mean, not that I'm saying it isn't against it. But I mean, this is not the place for it right now. You know, that's not. Yeah. You're probably right. Okay. Bam. He will probably be like, "Oh my God, what are you watching? And who is he?" So we have some new names here. Dennis Rudchild. Have you ever been to Harlem, New York City, or Panama? I've gone through a bus in Harlem. Yes, I have. If you're asking me that question, I have. Yeah, back when I ran away from home, and I left Boston, and I bought a bus ticket. Took a Greyhound bus, and the first stop went through New York City, and I believe that bus got emptied off, and I think I got onto another bus. You know, they had to refill the bus, clean it out, whatever it was, and so maybe they had a layover. But I still remember driving through Harlem on that bus. Yeah. And it was just blocks and blocks and blocks of, yeah. I just knew it was Harlem. Yeah. So I've been there. Okay. But no, I've never been to Panama. No. Never been to Panama. Although I did hear the song Panama by Van Halen. Yeah, Panama on their album 1984. I've heard that album. I've heard that song. But never been to Panama. No, but I have been to Brazil. So I flew right over Panama. And I know Panama is right there at the whole canal. Yeah, they basically Panama was created by the United States just to have a jurisdiction to control the Panama Canal. Basically, it's just to have some kind of say that it was in U.S. territory. Basically, that's what it was. It's just but I don't know. That's kind of random. Asking me if I've been there. Okay. Who was that thinking before Van Halen? Who was I thinking before Van Halen? What? I don't know. Who were you thinking before Van Halen there, Van? I don't know. Carl Jung quoted when he was asked if he believed in God, he said, "I don't believe, I know." I saw that. I saw a short on that. In other words, I don't believe, I know. Like he's convinced is what he was saying. He doesn't just believe in God. He's convinced. He's just not, it's not a belief. It's an acknowledgement that he knows. That's how sure his faith was. He's basically saying his faith told him there was a God. Yeah. As far as Sigmund Freud goes, yeah, as far as he goes, he was completely an atheist. I think everything was just, with him, it was all scientific. Yeah, that was another part of the, I don't know how much he evolved beyond his breakaway with Freud, but I mean, obviously, Carl Jung just, he evolved in his life and to become who he was. I mean, he wasn't even just as we do as INFJs. I believe he was INFJ. He wasn't the same man he was when he was 45. When you see some of those old clips of him when he was like in his like 80s, when he was an old man talking. I mean, yeah, these are probably just like near the end of his life. But yeah, he was deep. He was already very at his wisest point. He was already discovered almost everything he needed to. I mean, I'm sure he wasn't perfect or anything, but yeah, he was an ongoing evolution through his life. But again, he learned everything he learned from himself. He was his own greatest experiment. yes, he had written down a lot about some of his patients. He started getting patients and things like that. Even some like celebrity patients, people were paying him like lots of money to work on them. You know, people with issues with psychological whatever trauma issues, things like that. And but he worked with a lot of people, different people that and he got that's how he got famous. I know that much. Uh, yeah. Okay. Ha ha ha. My caseworker's name is Helen. Oh, Helen. Okay. Helen. Okay. Van Halen is the cat's ass. Yeah. Hey, I listened to a lot of Van Halen growing up too. Gosh, of course I did. And I remember that stuff. They were like when they first came out. I mean, especially Eddie. I mean, they had a certain level of heavy metal that was just really incredible. Yeah. And of course, you know, Eruption. I loved the albums 1 and 2, man. I love those two. Almost as like they went hand in hand too. Van Halen 1, Van Halen 2. They were awesome. Of course, Van Halen, the Eruption, you know. Eddie was just Eddie, you know. He had that certain style of guitar that was him, you know. I got her into the 16 personality types. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Looks like Harp and Vamp are having their own little private conversation, which they do. Hey, like I said, I a lot of that. Sometimes I'm thinking, oh no, they're talking to each other. Then they're just kind of on their own, having their own conversation. Yeah. Has it right? God is everything. Brahan Spinoza has it right. God is everywhere. Um, yeah, yeah, definitely. I love the INFJ. I love the INFJs. Well, yeah, because you know it's almost like uh, the way I describe it when I'm on these chats, and the reason I like them is because I see your texts. I see some of the way I interact, and yeah, I just feel like I feel a bond here. I mean, I know it's through this internet and it's through this electronics and stuff, but I still feel it. I see your text, even though we're everywhere. People, we're all around the world. We're everywhere. We're thousands away, miles away from each other, hundreds of miles away. But I feel, I still feel the bond. I still feel the love in a way. I really do. So it's hard to describe, you know. So, but that's what I got going on here, you know. I can't believe I've been here almost 8 hours. This is the longest live I've ever done. I keep looking at it saying, okay, I keep talking. But I've got into so many different dialogues too. And sometimes like that last one I got into, it's like everything that I've accumulated, all the things that I've been learning. And not only that, I try to intertwine some of what Carl Jung's teachings are and what I've learned from him. And he is brilliant, but I also try to intertwine them with my own experience. That's all I can do. I think that's what I think it is. I always try to make sure that if Carl Jung was doing that too, he was an INFJ, and of course I believe he was. I mean, people have told me that he was definitely an IN, introverted, intuitive, and he studied himself. I think I was getting into that before. He used himself as his own guide to understand intuition, to understand the in-depth of his introverted intuition, his need for solitude. He spent a lot of times retreating into his mountain cabin. He had a mountain cabin in Switzerland where he lived. He was Swiss. And he spent a lot of time up there. And sometimes I think he went there for like weeks, months at a time. And he would completely like isolate himself, like a monastery in a sense. And he went out there on his own deliberately. And he wanted to get into the depth of his solitude. And he deliberately surrounded himself with nothing but absolute flawless nature. And he wanted nothing but himself, just nature, the world in his mind. And that's it. And he wanted to go deep into his own mind. So he did that. That's the way he studied himself. but he knew he had that need for the solitude, the introversion, and he knew how important it was to have that alone time. And so he immersed himself even more so in his alone time to discover what he discovered about himself. And that's where he found all his inspiration. So he was. So I figured if Carl Jung can do that in his way, if he's doing that, that's how he found it. I mean, I feel like we as INFJs, I feel like sometimes that's what our life is. That's how, because our life is a learning experience. I think that's how we experience our life. I mean, especially us that want to figure ourselves out, want to find a deeper state of consciousness, find a deeper state of awareness, whatever it might be, or just plain figure our mind out and end the craziness in our mind. Because half the life, the first half of our life is just that, where we're blind, not literally, but we're blind in our, we're chaotic, we're confused, we have our mind just going in different directions, pulling us in different directions, and really not knowing we have a need for solitude. No, we don't know that. I mean, we don't really even realize we're introverts. I didn't even know I was. I didn't know what that meant. I just knew there were times in my life where I would draw the curtains in my apartment and I would just stay. I would stay home, and I wouldn't want to talk to anybody. I wouldn't answer the phone. I wouldn't talk to anybody on the phone, and I would stay there for a weekend. I mean, yeah, if I had to go to work, I'd go to work. But if I would stay there for a longer time, I would have. I would have probably. The only thing that got me out of the house was the fact I had a job to do. Yeah. So I think a lot of us spend that time. Sometimes that's what we need. But I just knew I gravitated that instinctively. But the first half of our life, we spend in chaos in a sense. And then the next half of our life, things start falling into place. Well, they should anyway. They should fall into place. And depending on how you're soul searching, we're always trying to better ourselves anyway. It's in our nature. It's in our nature to try to heal. Only because that's the only sense of relief we have. It's the only sense of peace that we have, is looking within ourselves. But at the same time, we're trying to make sure that we finally figure out how to make our mind less chaotic, less crazy. Something that we have control over. I mean, maybe not necessarily control over, but just have a sense of peace into. Okay. But I'm here to tell you that, yeah, it does finally happen, But again, some of the greatest part of your life as an INFJ is your older part, though. Because that we were meant to find this. I mean, this is the stages in our life, is the latter years of our life, because everything starts to fall into place for us. And it really does. It really does. Okay. The mountain cabin sounds lovely. Yeah, that's what he did. That's what he did. He had his cabin and he spent a lot of time up there, like he was meant to be. I'm back. Can't believe you're still here. Oh, Cam, yes. I can't believe it either, Cam. I don't know. I keep telling myself I'm going to wrap this up. I'm going to give it up. I should go to bed. And I keep saying that, but I don't. And I'm surprised I'm still here myself. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my gosh, it's 3 a.m. As long as you people are still out there, though, you see, that's what's keeping me here, because you're there. That's the bottom line. Is what's keeping me here. I'm feeling you there, and I feel like I don't know. I feel drawn to be here because you are. If you can believe that, as corny as that might sound, that's what it is. Right? Life is a dream, huh? Is it really? Is it really? Sometimes people say to me at work, I'll say, hey, how you doing? And they'll say, oh, I'm living the dream. And I'll look at them real real sullen, I'll say, yeah, well, nightmares are dreams too. Just to be funny. I mean, I'm not trying to be down. I'm not trying to be toxic. I just say that, well, yeah, well, nightmares are dreams too. So is life a dream? Yeah, it's a dream, but nightmares are dreams too. Once you wake up once, you die. Jeez. Does everyone organize workstation? Does everyone organize workstation? Oh, I don't know. What do you think, huh? Where are we? Okay, where are we? I just oh, there we are. Living the dream. Had a coworker that said that every single day. Oh, that what nightmares and dreams too, or like living the dream. You mean that? Yeah. I just added my nightmare part to it just to be funny. I only did that once just to be funny. I wasn't trying to be a jerk, but you know. So I noticed they don't tell me life's but a dream anymore. uh, Jung and Freud both coined terms that describe their own experiences: ego, id, and synchronicity. Yeah. Ego, id, super ego. I believe, yeah, there was ego, super ego, and then the id. That was the three of the Freud things. And I know synchronicity was Carl Jung's thing. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I definitely believe in the ego and things, but he also believed that a lot of our stresses and things were because of the repressed shadows that we had as well. Yeah. But he also, the thing was is that he talked about the shadows. They weren't all destructive. I mean, they were dark entities within us, and they are dark entities, but they're not all destructive. And basically what he says is integrating certain shadows into us. I mean, even that selfish side of us, empaths. He talked about the empath, and because of the fact that they're so selfless. And the idea is that they want to preserve their own self by integrating the shadow. It was in a way of preserving their own selves, becoming just a touch bit selfish, keeping to themselves and not going out of their way and letting themselves be depleted by people. And that was a way of helping to, yeah, just to help them regulate. So they weren't so exhausted all the time. They weren't always giving of themselves all the time, which they had the tendency to do. Yeah. So that's what he meant by that empathy, the empath integration of the shadow. Um, but of course, it works in other ways too. It does. I mean, there's certain things. I mean, put it this way, people. There's certain things in nature that need balance. Now, here's a prime example. I mean, you got the sun and the moon, right? You got the earth. The earth is a perfect sphere, right? And it is always one half in light and one half in shadow, perpetually. For eons, it's been that way. And I've used this example before. This is nature's way of balancing out the shadow with the light. But we have to have the equal amount of shadow and the equal amount of light in order for our earth to function, in order for it to maintain a health. Too much light and too much darkness on either side would kill the earth in its own way. One would make it cold and desolate, and one would burn it to a crisp if it didn't have the balance. So our psyche needs that same balance, right? Now you look at this, inside our body, inside our digestive system, we have biotics in our system. We have bacteria that's in us that's constantly, like, we have germ bacteria that live in us, but we have healthy ones and we have unhealthy ones. They call them the probiotics. Yeah. Now, these, you can almost say, like, in our digestive system, we're allowing certain germs and bacteria that help break down food even more so. They're actually healthy for us, and that gives us added health. But who'd think a germ, something that is dark, something that is like a shadow entity, a shadow life in a sense, actually is there to balance you in a physical way, in your digestive system, let's say. Same thing with your psyche. Same thing. See, you can use subtle ways of describing how it works in physics and in nature, in science, and how it works in your psyche. Because, yeah, these certain not nuance. I don't want to just start throwing out words. Yeah, these are necessary evils. You heard the old saying, necessary evil. Certain things we have to have on the earth. I mean, yeah, that's what we have to have. I mean, so I guess darkness, as long as it's regulated, I mean, we have to have these. I mean, as a balance to our psyche as well, and that's where they come from. Just my way of describing it, I guess. Not yet. I haven't checked him yet. Okay, what are we talking about? Okay, so Lish and Vamp are just having a conversation. Lish in the design. Okay. When I think of my shadow, think about ENFP. Oh, okay, that's right. The ENFP would be the shadow. That's basically our shadow function. That's what it evolves into. That's right, Lish. For us, it is ENFP. However, it seems as people who have my shadow function figure out that I'm unusually attracted to them, even though they get on my nerves. Oh, oh, okay. Well, think about that. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I mean, all INFJs, that's our shadow right there. That's our dark one. That's the one we slip into when we're basically unhealthy. That's our unhealthy slip. We become the ENFP. Yeah, we become extroverted, more outgoing, and we become more spontaneous. When you think about that. And yeah, that's exactly what gets us into trouble. How many times I've slipped into that and I've started getting into trouble and I start compulsively buying things just to fill voids in myself. I've done that over the course of my life where, yeah, I'd start spending money, start recklessly doing things, yeah. Buying things that I thought I was going to use and then did it out of compulsion because I was spontaneous and I was trying to just, attract, like, let's say, attract the girls and things like that, thinking you're going to be cool, get this motorcycle over here, start doing, things like that. Yeah. But I've been down that shadow zone several times, but it wasn't until I realized what that meant that I started prying back into my history. Way back before I was oblivious to what MBTI was, and said, whoa, so that's what that was. I remember there were bouts in my life, times in my life where I was getting reckless. Yeah. And starting to do reckless things. And that's exactly what I was becoming, was the ESFP, like you said. That's a very good point. And then, like I said, but prying back into the history, remembering things you did as a reference point. And then it all started making sense what that meant. Yeah. But the thing is, each and every personality type, when they go into their shadows, I guess what their shadow function is they basically flip the two end functions are flipped. That's how we do it with the INFJ. I mean, now if you're an ESTP, believe it or not, imagine being in the shadow with an ESTP. You become introverted and in judging. You become a little bit in your shadow zone. So you become the ISTJ if you're the other type. And then I guess at that point, but that would be one of your compulsive shadows. So somebody that would be extroverted, deeply extroverted sensing type, all of a sudden becomes more like an introvert. They start retreating from people a little more. That would be their shadow. That would be an unhealthy version of them. And they become what? A little more like less spontaneous. And they'd start becoming more the planner type. They would be more meticulous about things. That would be out of their character, though. You'd think, oh, that's an improvement. But for them, that's a shadow. That somehow starts to put them into a spiral and they start living unhealthy at that point. For them, it would be. So I guess every type has that shadow. That's their dark side shadow. But how do we come out of those? I mean, eventually those shadow zones have to be broken, though. I mean, they can last for who knows how long. I mean, I bet you they could last for months and years, depending on who you are. They can last for decades, maybe. I mean, how long could somebody be stuck in a shadow zone like that? I guess it depends on how long they're living unhealthy. Okay, it depends on how long they're willing to go down that unhealthy path of theirs, and how long they're not willing to go down it, but how long they're like actually just kind of almost a prisoner to, in a sense. Because sometimes we actually get so involved in our dysfunction and our that we become prisoners to ourselves, to our own destruction. As much as we might try to get out of it, how many times have we become like substance abusive? Now, I mean, naturally, right away, you look at a substance abuse or like an alcohol addiction, right away, you become a slave in a sense to your own addiction. You do, right? Because for one thing, you're addicted to the substance itself, but it goes beyond that, because I think you can eventually, through the strength of yourself, you can break the substance addiction, the actual physical addiction to it. But it goes beyond that. It's more of a psychological addiction. I'm convinced that I think, there are certain, drugs and things that are habit forming, like, I know cocaine and heroin. There are certain things that are highly addictive, but I think it's more of a psychological thing than it is mental. Although I know alcohol, people that get the DTs, the delirious tantrums, as they call them, yeah, that becomes almost like your body is craving the whole alcohol if it gets to that point. But my point is we become slaves to our own shadows, and sometimes we know we're just being destroyed, but we get into a vicious cycle we can't get out of them. Yeah, and that does happen from time to time, and that usually people end up just abusing their bodies till they die, or they abuse themselves to the point where they just destroy themselves. Yeah, and that's where they end up going. But that's one of the tragedies about it, is that that's where it could lead. But my point is, I guess I was trying to make a point about the shadows. Yeah, we somehow have to recognize it. Something has to click. Something in our introspection. Now, that's one thing that being that we're INFJs is that we're highly introspective, and actually probably more than any other type. We're the most introspective type. Sometimes we look deep in ourselves and we start saying, "This is wrong. There's something wrong with me." These are roadblocks that we have. I think this is one of our blessings in disguise, is the fact that yes, we have a deep lone spot in ourselves, but we also have deep introspection, and this is one of our saving graces, or at least it should be. And time again through the course of my life, this was one of the things that finally snapped me out of my shadows, was that I had to face myself and question, why am I doing this? Why do I keep doing this? This is killing me. I can't keep going down this road. And finally you go into a bunker zone, let's say. It'll force you into it. You'll have to force yourself into that, where you have to withdraw. And you go into your zone, you go into your bunker zone, your isolation, and you tell yourself you're not going to smoke the cigarettes anymore. You're not going to do whatever it is that you're doing, or whatever behavior you're into doing. You got to just pull yourself back and stop doing what you're doing. But again, I think that's part of our introspection that we have a very strong one of. And again, that's saved me many times. You described me perfectly, Robin. Okay. I did, huh? Well, almost like I kind of know you without knowing you, right? Almost like I've done these things before, right? I'm sure that's why I resonate with a lot of people, because these are things we've all go through. I mean, we are human beings after all, and we forge our journey, and our journey is not perfect, and I guess, as you can say, I mean, that's what it is. We're always falling, we're tripping, We're the type, we're our species, our human nature is to stumble through life. Psychologically, that is. I mean, not literally tripping, but we do. But our saving grace is all we can do is stumble less and find a way to not stumble as much along the way until eventually we don't stumble anymore. And if we do, maybe we stub our toe once in a while. You know what I mean? That's what we have to do. We just have to know that we're never going to be perfect, people. We are human beings. We'll never be perfect, and that's something we cannot do. All we can do is do our best to become as you know as perfectly imperfect as possible. If that makes any sense, you know what I mean? Um, oh, what time were you born? What time were you born? Oh, Vamp. Unsure. I'm probably in the, at night. I didn't. I didn't start to do shadow work until I was 49. Robin. Now, who's this? Robin. Rob. Robin Band. Yeah. Okay. Vid. Dad said it was after. Oh, you want to know when Vamp was born? Like what time of day? Okay, boy. Maybe you should ask some personal questions over there, huh? I'm only kidding. Okay. And when I stub my toe, I say really loud curse words unapologetically. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I would be at night owl. It's at the peak for your circadian rhythm. I noticed that I've been noticing that now that it's night, I don't know what it is. This my mind is working really good right now. I don't know. Somehow, whatever I'm saying, I kept thinking, my gosh, where's my mind right now? I'm very, very clear in that the way I'm talking, I don't know where it's coming from. This just rolling off my tongue. The things I'm saying right now. Maybe there's something to that. You know, there's certain times of night where we're right on the ball. Yeah. But then again, like I said, I'm a night. I work at nights anyway. But yeah. But even it's starting to get a little late for even me right now. But again, so Cam, don't you work at nights, Tom? Yes, I do, Cam. I told you that. Typically, I'd be getting home, I'd be having my shower. Usually, I hunker down for bed around this time during the week, though. This would be typically my bedtime, you know. So that's why I'm able to stay up as late as I did, you know. But this just turned into a marathon night for me. Again, I like the lives, so I'm doing the lives. I this seems to be something that's a niche for me. We project our shadows onto others. Yes, we do. Yes, exactly. Yeah, we'd make also more sense if we had been actively. Also, I know us INFJs too are night owls. I never used to be one, not until I started really um, doing my night job. But the thing is, too, how many times, you know, I mean, do any of you people have suffer with sleep issues? I go through bouts in my life where sometimes I do, and sometimes I get bouts in my life where I'm fine. I may go weeks, a month at a time where I sleep well. And then I go through weeks where I have bad patterns where I wake up in the middle of the night or wake up in the middle of my sleep cycle and I can't sleep. And I end up just laying there or I might scroll my phone and then like, okay, then I try to get back to sleep and then sleep don't come. And I just lie there awake in the middle of the night. And I say, yeah, I find out that's typical of INFJs. And you know what? That's another thing. When I found out that that was typical, and I says, oh my gosh, I've been having sleep cycles a lot through the course of my life, especially as I got older. I noticed when I got into like my 30s and 40s is when it started, especially. I noticed that I started having sleep issues where I wouldn't sleep through the night. And then I realized, hey, that's our thing because our mind never stops. We have a racing mind that never goes, never stops, and somehow we're awoken and we can't get back to sleep. Uh, uh, This stream was just fantastic, like your others. Well, thanks, Harp. I appreciate that. We love your lives too, Tom. Thank you. I definitely have sleep issues, and I label it light sleeper. Okay. I do leave my house for 12. I did leave my house for 12 years and called it Arac, Oraga, Oragophobia. The time of day you're born determines the peak of your energy. ATP cycle. Oh, oh. I was a shift worker in the military, and I have been a horrible insomniac now. You know what? Hey, I can tell you what time I was born. I was born at 6:24 a.m. Pacific Coast time. I can't tell you the actual birthday, people. But I'm going to tell you, well, you kind of know the year, but I actually remembered from my birth certificate, I memorized the time, 6:24 Pacific Coast time in the morning. How about that? I want to talk about what time I was born. I remember the minute. Is that weird? Is that something weird that I remember the minute I was born? I mean, of course, I remember the day and date too. You see what I mean? But for some reason, I made a point to remember the minute too, and the time zone. I don't know. That's just something we do. That the other weird things didn't realize I didn't use a mirror. Yes, introverts like the night because there is not as many people up, just like extroverts like the day because there's more people around. Hey, wow, that's now Jethro, yeah, that sounds like logic in a sense. That sounds like just following a logical explanation. Why? Yeah. Um, yeah, funny thing is, I used to think that, a lot of times, I mean, like I said, I didn't even know but the difference between extroverts and introverts. I just knew they were the outgoing types and the shy types, and we knew that. And I always kind of, there was a time I wished I could have been more popular, have more friends. I don't know if we go through a phase where we wish we were more extroverted, only because we're so unhappy with our life and that we think that might cure us. Because you see all these extroverts on the outside looking happy, talking to people, they got their smiles and they're and they're cracking jokes. And they love everybody. And you think these are the happiest people. Look, they're popular. They like people. They're happy all the time. They're overtly happy. And you think, hey, that would make me happy if I was just popular with people. But then you realize you can't do it. You cannot sustain it. You try being an extrovert. You might have tried it. Maybe a chameleon didn't do it. You tried it. Okay, you stepped into it. I did. I know I tried it. And it just seems so out of character with me. And of course, at this point here, whether you knew it or not, you realized, oh my gosh, I don't have, why is it I want to go home? Halfway through this, a couple hours in, these people are bored. I want to go home. Then you start saying, hey, well, now you start cutting out of there anyway. Little did you know you were getting drained. Yeah, the people were draining you because you didn't know that about yourself. And then you thought, well, I can't do it, But then don't you question, well, why could so-and-so, keep partying for forever? And I can't. And I got to go home after 2 hours, Then, but that's what it was. I mean, but I just don't know if that's what we all did. If we all tried that avenue and tried to think we'd be happier if we were extroverts, because they look so happy and they always have their friends around. I mean, I had a good friend of mine. He's passed away now. He was like a rock star type, and he used to have the guitar. He's the one that I used to sing in his band. I could have been a singer in his band, but I just didn't want to go down that route, only because I didn't want to end up like Jim Morrison. You know what I mean? Dying like he was 27. I kept thinking I'd end up like that. I don't want to be a singer. So, But yeah, he was like that. He had lots of girlfriends. He had like, girls all the time. And I mean, he was, he was the tall guy. He was the long-haired rock and roll type, you know what I mean? And he always had friends and tons of friends and all that. But, you know, I don't know what he did with his alone time, if he did, but I don't think he was the type who could stand alone with by himself for very long, though. He was the type, though. A lot of these extroverted types, though, these are the types that need constant stimulation. They can't be alone for long. I mean, he was the type, he always had to have a girlfriend in his life, always had to have a relationship, even if they were dysfunctional. And I've seen some of like some of his girlfriends. I mean, they, you know, some of the relationships turn always messed up and really arguing and yelling and hollering at each other and hitting each other. You know what I mean? And you say, well, but they needed somebody in their life constantly. Yeah, they had to have that, you know? And I never missed that part about it. But then you look back and say, well, they had their own set of problems, their whole issue. And the fact that they needed all these people, the fact that they needed people all the time and they couldn't be without them, they couldn't sit still without their own stimulation. But these are some of the things I learned about my extroverted friends, is that's what they were. I mean, I loved my friends. I thought they were good. I had friends that I thought the world of. In fact, the one I'm talking about, he passed away of a heart attack. But he was a good friend of mine. He was the type, he'd give you the shirt off your back, very helpful, always there, crack a joke. But yeah, I mean, I saw his own dysfunction with his own extroverted relationships, and sometimes it just makes you wonder. I mean, if you're better off being extroverted or introverted. I don't know if it matters or not, but I saw a lot of like people that relied on other people. They might have looked happy on the outside, but I can only imagine inside they were always full of conflict and full of something, Well, but that's why I'm going to tell you all the secrets about some, extrovert. Okay, Harp, what do you got going on here? Let's see. What do we? It's true, Cam. I want to go home before I even leave the house. Oh, okay, yeah, Cam, want to go home before you leave the house. It's true to a point. I like people. I like people watching too. You ever like just studying people? Yeah, Robin. Sometimes I do that. Sometimes I go to a restaurant. I go to a bar. I do that every so often. And sometimes I might go there on a Saturday afternoon, and they're a crowded bar. And sometimes I just watch people. I'll sit there, sip my beer, just keep an eye on things and watch people coming in, watch them coming out, watch what they do. I just study people sometimes. Just, yeah. And then not only that, I'm trying, now that I know a little bit about myself, I try to like feel things. I deliberately try to detect things, because I'm trying to like test myself. I'm trying to exercise my thought, because I know who I am now. You ever do that too? You know who you are. You know what's inside of you. Now that another thing is you found out about yourself, and you're not naive to your type. You're not naive to your empathy. Yeah, and you have a certain extra sense, and you can start testing it and just exercising it, like by just feeling things, keeping yourself quiet, keeping yourself still, sipping your beer. You're just kind of doing your thing, but you're trying to pick things up, like trying to tune in a radio signal you know what I mean? Trying to get a fine tune a radio signal on your radio. Yeah, I do that stuff just to see what you're feeling, But sometimes I notice when you're just not looking for it, you find it better though. Like when you're tuning in, fine tuning it, you're not as accurate, because you're looking too much for it. Because sometimes when you're searching for things, you don't find it. You know the old saying, you're not going to find it. You're not going to find a dollar on the ground if you're looking for it. You just stumble across that dollar, don't you? Sometimes I think it's the same with our empathy. Sometimes it's the same with who we are. If we're looking for it, it's you're too much in tune to it. It's not going to happen. You have to detect these things, just like you know, that's some of the things I've noticed. Let's see. This is sacred ground. What is that all about? Oh, damn nerves. I thought hidden vamp. He's not. He's not allowed here. This is sacred ground. ESTP ish. ISTPT. Okay. Lish. Same. Tom. What, what are we talking about? Oh, okay. All right. I think a num part of 75% of the time. Uh, Rodriguez. Okay, I don't have enough text here, but I drain not only from people, but from the thoughts. Sometimes it's difficult to enjoy parties or gatherings, but I still appreciate being invited. Oh, invited. Yep, got it. Yeah, absolutely. Hidden when people you actually enjoy. Okay. One of my best friends is an ISTP, and I love him so much. Bought him $1,000 Star Wars Lego set. 1,000. You bought somebody $1,000 Star Wars Lego set? What the heck? Oh, geez. Empathy is a fine balance. Yes, Cam. Empathy is a fine balance. Okay. I always sleep like a baby. Meditation works. I sleep when I'm tired, not to be on the schedule. So that's my partner. He's an INFJ. He's still, especially Yoda. Yoda. Oh my gosh. Yoda. Distracted you are. You'd always speak backwards, remember? Yippers. When your stomach flops, you're in a bad place. Tom, he is my best friend and gets the most premium INFJ benefits from me in every way. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah, but still $1,000 Star Wars set. Gosh, I mean, that could have been better. Is he the type that will leave all the little characters right in the package, like they'll never open them up, to keep the value, like they did on Big Bang Theory? Remember that? Remember you watched Big Bang Theory? I don't know. I saw a couple episodes where they would go all out of their way to go to these sci-fi conventions, and they'd end up getting like action figures, Star Wars stuff. And the thing was, they'd get all these things and they'd leave them in the box because they keep their value. Like they would leave them in there. So that was the whole point. So they wouldn't play with these things. They would just get them to leave them in the package, because that was the value of them. I mean, that's your true, that was one of your true, collectors, is that's what they do. They get something just to have it. Even album collectors, record collectors, you got to leave it in the cellophane if it's gonna remain value. Like, the old record collectors. I mean, how many people with Beatles albums, like first production Beatles albums, that are still in the cellophane, that the vinyl record has never been out of that sleeve. Those are worth like thousands of dollars. Some of them are tens of thousands of dollars now. I mean, Beatles albums are some of the like most coveted now. Some of those vintage ones. I'm sure there's a lot of other ones too. A lot of anything that is a record that it's unopened, unplayed, is pristine, is now a collector's item. I guess that's how it goes. Yeah. Damn those Death Star logos. Oh, Death Star Legos, huh? Oh, Vamp Fox. I watched The Big Bang Theory. I mean, I watched it a little bit. I watched it a few times just because people used to talk about it. Sometimes you'd hear people would talk about it at work, or they'd name it in references. My ex-wife used to reference it, and she'd say, "Oh, I saw this episode of Big Bang," and then Sheldon, he always reminded, my son, my son. Oh yeah, I should Sheldon's like my son. And so I was curious, like, well, what does that mean? So I'm start watching it, just to see what that was. And then I thought it's kind of funny, because they're all geeks and everything. They're all very intelligent. They're smart, brilliant people, but they're all, they're geeks. you know. So I don't know. Do you think that the INFJ do you think, would you consider the INFJ type? Uh, I suppose it depends. I mean, would we be more the geek type or more like the cool type? I mean, being that we're outcasts, though, being that we're typically misunderstood, being that we're typically the rebels, it's hard to say. I mean, I could picture like somebody like Fonzie, Fonzie from Happy Days. Now, I think Fonzie was more an extrovert. I think he was kind of a Sigma in his way. You could tell Fonzie had a Sigma energy about him. He was popular with, but he was, he had that whole persona about him. I mean, I wouldn't say he was alpha, you know, but was he kind of like the INFJ type? I don't think so. I don't know what he would be, but he had his own character, But he was the cool type, but he was the outsider. He was the one that kind of had to fend for himself, misunderstood. He said he was on his own since he was 6 years old. So yeah, he had a rough life, right? But he had to fend for himself. So I guess it all depends, right? Yeah, I guess it does. Let's see, what are we talking? On the top Forbes investment in the last 6 years, having an ISTP best friend can really be cool, even though it's not the most comparable on paper. Okay, I mean, historically, there's been some cool INFJs. Oh, okay. Historically, there have been some cool INFJs. Oh, okay. Yeah. Like who, for example? I'm trying to think of a cool historic INFJ. Hey, was Machiavelli an INFJ? Almost sounds like that. I don't know. I was questioning that. Machiavelli. He wrote that book about the prince. I was just listening to this thing. He basically he had an accurate assessment of human nature. Like he studied his own human nature, and he a lot of it had to do with understanding women too, women and how they are to men. The way but he was very truthful, very candid in his description. All right, but that sounds very INFJ-ish. Was Machiavelli? Yeah, Martin Luther King, Jesus, MLK Jr. Yes, they were INFJs. Gandhi. I mean, Gandhi was more like a spiritual leader type, wasn't he? Yeah, but still, um, I guess you could say those. Yeah, I mean, they were definitely the type that faced the crowd, that were okay with going into adversity. Yeah, Plato was Plato. Was he? Was Plato? Yeah. Okay. I guess Marcus Aurelius. I haven't really read up too much on Marcus Aurelius. He was a Caesar of Rome back in like the AD times. I think it was sometime in like the ADs. I think it was 38 AD to like 40 something AD. And I guess he was a philosopher too. Yeah. But I believe he was coined as being an INFJ. So I don't know how cool he was, but I'm just thinking the opposite of nerdy here. LOL. There you go. Yeah. I could see that being the case though, right? I don't know. How accurate are these? I don't know. How accurate are they? I don't know. Okay, I want to check something here. Let's see, where are we going to go here for a second? Oh, look at that. 1,204 views. Well, wow, this is quite taken off. I got to tell you, though, this live has actually attracted a lot of people. Really, quite a bit. I'm just looking at some of the analytics since I've been live, and yeah, there's a lot of people have tuned in today. That's there you go. That's kind of cool. Yes, and we are up. The subscribers went up today since since this whole broadcast as well. That's not the only reason I'm doing it. I'm mainly doing it because, yeah, this is just like I said, this is getting to be something that I really enjoy doing here, though. On the Pokies, he didn't want to tell him, but some had a hard friend, so we came up with a plan. Oh, okay. You're just Al Pacino. Oh, you know what? Lish, it's. I'm glad you brought that up. Al Pacino. I know he's an actor. He's a celebrity, but yeah, I heard he's an INFJ personality type. Yes, I heard that as well. Yeah, he's the stoic type. How old is he? He's still alive. In fact, I think he's like 80. He's in his late 80s now too. He's still alive. I don't know. I think he's retired. I know he's not making movies anymore. But I also read somewhere too. If you ever notice, like Al Pacino he was very, very selective on his roles. I know he was Michael Corleone on The Godfather and all that. But he was also, from what I understand, he didn't he didn't like have a roster of movies. He wasn't constantly making them. He did this as an occupation in order just to, and he basically made his money, lived off his money, and when he needed to make another movie, he'd come out of retirement a little bit and he'd make another movie just to sustain himself. If you notice too, I mean, he seems to disappear for a while. He'd come back and he'd do it. And that's the way his style was. That's what I read anyway, especially when he was in his prime. If you notice, I mean, he was always in a select movies. So, okay. Well, I got to tell you something, people. I'm going on close to 9 hours here. I can't believe it. You know what? At some point I got to wrap this up. I really do. As much as I like having this live, it's getting to the point now where, it's getting very late. So, but, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get ready to wrap this up. All right. Only for that reason. I've been here for too long and my butt's starting to get a little numb here. So, but I do want to thank y'all for showing up again. I almost wonder somehow if, I don't know what the rules are with YouTube. I didn't really read them, but they don't seem to be, they're not cutting me off. Sometimes I wonder what the guidelines are for doing lives. Like, I mean, gosh, do they allow somebody to go for 9 hours? I mean, is that okay? I haven't gotten any warnings. I can't say it isn't, but I wonder if there's some limit to it. But I'm not doing it. I'm not doing anything wrong or illegal. So I'm not like I'm doing anything bad here, but I get carried away and I just start having these long broadcasts. And that's all. I thought they had cutoffs. LOL. Yeah, if they do, I haven't. They haven't told me anything. I really should read into that just to make sure. I mean, but if they did, then they would have cut me off hours ago. If they say, well, you can only do 4 hours or 5, whatever it is, they'd have a limit. Then you'd think they would start telling you got to wrap things up at a certain time, but they never do that. So I guess I'm just trying to figure that out. I might have to look. Yeah. But I guess that doesn't matter. Kind of weird to tell starving people that they use condoms was a sin, especially when helping to feed poor people. What is that all about? Good night, good talk. Well, thanks, Greg. Yeah, I'm glad all you people. I mean, I'm hoping, you stuck around. A lot of you stuck around for many hours with me, and I'm glad you did that. But I mean, I think a lot of you probably have me on in the background. Something tells me you're doing other things. Maybe you're doing chores. Maybe you're doing your dishes or your housework, and I'm just on in the background. I would hope that's what I picture most of you doing, You know what I mean? And me, I'm just kind of here. And all I just do is talk. So, hey, it was nice meeting all of you. Robin, yes, hey, okay. Oh, nice meeting you people. Nice people too. Listen, I might start. I'm going to try to make this more of a regular time. I might make Saturday nights. I mean, not necessarily this long. This was an unusually long live broadcast, but I might start making Saturday nights a regular time frame. Okay, maybe Saturday afternoon, Saturday nights, and maybe occasionally like a Sunday. I might want to do these weekend broadcasts. Okay, so people keep that in mind. This might be just a regular weeknight, weekly time that I do these broadcasts. Okay, it seems like they're trendy, and I like doing them. Okay, so, but I'll keep you posted on that. What I'll do is eventually I'd like to just start posting on the computer here when I'm going to do a live. But what I'll do is I'll put it on. If you're subscribed to the channel, I'll put it into the community chat. Usually you'll see that right on the main page. You'll see it. And if you are a subscriber, you'll just get alerted, and my post will come up, and I'll announce the time for the new lives. Okay, I'll try to make sure I keep you informed on that. All right. So, but I want to thank you all for showing up tonight. I think tonight was a wonderful broadcast. I don't know. Sometimes I see your support out there, and I see it growing. I see new people coming in, and this whole live seems to grow as well. I see more people sticking around. I see more people hanging around, and also I just see more people coming in and filing through. Of course, I see a lot of people just, they're checking it out. They don't stick around. Sometimes they stick around. So, but I want to thank everybody. Listen, from the bottom of my heart for being subscribers, and anybody new who is subscribed to the channel. If you're new out there, if you can hear me, thank you so much for your support, and you mean a lot to me. And I'm going to do my best to just be who I am and offer some kind of assistance, advice, and just some direction, so that we can all navigate our complex personality. That's my mission here, people. Okay, that's what I'm here for, is that we find some kind of happiness, contentment, and peace, above all, peace of mind in our world. Okay? INFJs need that. Bottom line is, we have a complex personality. It's a very intricate one, and it can be so painful and confusing at times of our life, and very lonely, very sad and lonely, and we've all been there. Now, I'm not saying I'm taking that away from you, people. This is part of who we are. We need this. This is part of what makes us who we are. It gives us the strength and the resilience as to who we are. I'm not taking away your pain, but all we can do is offer the fact that we're all there. We're all in the same boat, people. We're all going through the same process in our life, and all I can offer is that, we can understand each other and encourage each other to forge forward, because this is what you need to do to be the best version of yourself. Okay? And above all, people, we all want to find out who we truly are. Carl Jung did say that the greatest, I'm trying to remember exactly how he said it. I just recently heard this. The greatest gift that we can give ourselves is to find our authentic self. Now, maybe somebody knows exactly how he quoted that, but he basically said, finding our authentic self, who we were intended to be, is our greatest achievement that we can make. Basically, finding our true authentication. And that's what we want to do here on this channel. Okay, making sure that INFJs, that we find ourselves. Okay. Oh, well, I got a whole lot of good nights. The Omega or the Breakfast Club, Tom, for everything. Oh, thank you so much, people. I love you so much. All of you. I love you. You people are awesome. And I'm gonna, yeah. Sweet dreams. Well, thank you so much. And you as well, okay? All right, people. Until next time, okay? Until the next time, all right, people? Have yourself a wonderful rest of your day, okay? Well, thank you so much again.